This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Well, hello there, and welcome to the AMD Clan Showdown. I'm being joined here by Ducky, and to be honest, it's been quite a while. 15 versus 15 today.
I don't even remember the last time we had a 50v15 tournament again, to be honest. So, yeah, it has been quite a while. We got to see where the odds stack up, and most importantly, we got to find out if we can get our first triple fister on Europe again.
Exactly. Two players this time around are fighting for the 3-marked Golden Fists. Both of those are in the Polish team of Invil. Those are, I believe, Monster and Piotr. First of all, though, we're going to see another match. It's going to be Motivacja against Goldfish. What do we have to expect from that one?
Goldfish is a team that has been playing numerous times, but not ever achieving too much. This time around, they've joined forces with Timing Players, which was another team that we saw in this 15v15 format. So those two together have banded up to bring pretty strong games so far. They did lose out against Invil in the groups. That's why they're facing off against Motivacja, which is the team you know, such as Rizak, I don't remember even Boba, the other names, but this team has changed up a little bit. Barbarian leaving W in return not qualifying for the event whatsoever, has been joined here together with all the cashback players and even one international superstar. Indeed.
Baby, after kind of announcing his retirement from Onslaught format, at least for the time being, he has joined there, so that's definitely one of those high DPG players to watch out for. That being said, since last time we watched 15v15, a lot of other things have changed as well. First of all, we'll take a look at the Goldfish lineup, though, under their Captain Infinity, and that is not the Goldfish lineup we saw last time. You see a revamped logo as well. So let's see if, replacing some of the players with NTMG, former NTMG members, is going to help them. It kind of helped them in groups. I mean, they're starting in the upper bracket. That means they were second in group stage because Motivacja had a pretty good one.
Yeah, but Motivacja in groups wasn't all that amazing, to be honest, Keyhand. They lost out quite a bit of rounds if we take a look at that. It wasn't the clean run you would expect from that team, which is also a bit worrying if you want to see them face off against, Invil in the grand finals, probably. I mean, Motivacja, tiebreaker against Aurora, probably could have lost that very easily as well. Then they lost out against Band, and only W did they have really the clean run.
Yeah, let's see. First of all, map pick and bans Motivacja. I think quite surprisingly, for at least myself, banning out Himmelsdorf. That being countered by Fisherman's Bay ban from Goldfish. So first map we're gonna see is Highway. That has been played, I believe, in the previous Clan Showdown as well. So not as unfamiliar anymore as a map. We are going to go in towards Prokhorovka. Moravanka Sandriver being taken out. That leaves Live Oaks as map number 3. Remember, Sandriver and Live Oaks are the two maps with the switched sides. And, I mean, Cliff as a tiebreaker, it's a classic. You gotta love it.
Yeah, Cliff is one of those maps. It's just amazing, to be honest, to start off with. It's very good. It's very nice. We love seeing it. It's action-packed from both sides. But Highway coming out first, an interesting pick there for Motivacja, because their Highway really wasn't that good against Kylie. They lost it 2-0 as well, and then Prokhorovka. I mean, listen, the goal of this match is to figure out really how much of a roadblock these guys are going to be able to put Invil for Invil, right? Because they looked clean in groups, they looked good in groups, but there was only groups.
Mm-hmm. It was only groups, and group stage is normally the one where Invil was looking kind of spotty in the past. That being said, obviously, they are going to try to carry those two key players for them. That is Monster and Piotr, obviously, towards the 3 marked Golden Fist. That being said, something we haven't looked at for today is what a lot of the viewers might be watching out for. Those are the drops, and today we are going to start up with large consumables, and tomorrow obviously is going to be when the even more juicier stuff is going to be happening. There is going to be mystery drops tomorrow, and there is a plethora. Obviously, you're only going to get one of those items there on screen, but I think, to be honest, like especially the premium tanks, but the 2D styles, the premium day, the ×5 experiences, you know, all of those can bring your account forwards. Obviously, all of that being brought to you by the sponsor of the tournament, that is AMD. And together we advance gaming. And now I'm hoping that the people in the background can show us once more, because I actually have a little thing to show off. And that is the prize that actually every single player of the winning team is gonna take home. It is gonna be one of those GPUs. I was thinking about, you know, trying to show all 18 of them, because we currently have them in the office, but turns out they are kind of too heavy.
I mean, you can send them to me again. I'll show them off the way for you.
So I was hoping that, you know, on the bumpy streets of Prague, there was like a couple of CPUs that would fall off the track into my hands, but turns out they sent exactly 18. So those are the ones we are going to forward their way.
Can't help it. You just don't drive the Bentley for one day, and you can easily afford multiple GPUs. My man acting out here like he's, you know, living off the street. It's crazy, Key. If only the people knew. If only they knew.
What do you mean, if only the people...
Keyhan works commission-based on Christmas.
I mean, you know, if you have to afford 7 Bentleys, so you can afford
finally,
a differently colored one each
Finally.
day.
He showed me the class he's
no,
flying into China, and I've never even heard of it in my life. It's just that exclusive.
I mean, you know, a private jet, I somehow got to expense it, right?
Exactly.
Anyway, Highway is going to be our first map in question, and it is the most recent addition to the pool still. Now, map predictions here in between you, Moth, and I. All of us are going with a Motivatia victory. You're saying it's going to go to tiebreaker. Moth and I are seeing Motivatia a little bit more ahead, 4-2, but still, this obviously outlines that all of the 3 of us do believe that Goldfish has what it takes to bring the pressure to Motivatia.
Yeah, I think this Goldfish team, eager to prove themselves and have potential. Actually, I would tip them as a top 3, top 4 candidate together with Aurora, in my opinion. But we'll see if that is what we will get from them. It starts off on Highway. Now, for the defender, it's always an interesting choice on this map, Gihan. Did they decide to go field, or did they decide to go city? You know, if you're going in the city, you're kind of getting boxed in either way.
Yeah, it kind of is a very large map, actually, very open in some regards, and the openings do dictate a lot of what is going to be happening. Same for the amount of EBRs and the EBR plays that are actually being done. So let's see. First of all, the lineups here. Right now, let's hop right into it. Motivatia are bringing a singular EBR, triple Hori, actually, quadruple 260, a singular IS-7, and that is 6 60TPs.
Goldfish in return, though, bringing the WBR, the Hori, the triple VK, the double 279, the double 260, the double IS-7, and the triple 60P. So I would say in pure, like, meat, Motivatia has slight edge. And look at Motivatia going towards the field again.
Yeah, Motivatia immediately going to the field. Interestingly enough, also no 907s on either team. We did see quite a few of those in the group stage, actually, for some teams. But here, just brutal, heavy, and firepower. And immediately, 4CB in the EBR completely getting deleted. That makes the amount of 2 EBRs, so the advantage that Goldfish has, completely evaporated.
There goes my prediction, Kihan. I said longer than 45 seconds.
Well, yeah, unlucky for 4CB, but now Akka actually needs to be a bit careful here, because Yosi and Shifter immediately starting to commit in, and that is not all of it. Double IS-7 right behind them to back them up, so they're not even really giving any possibility, but Shifter with the overpeak. Oh no, that's a slight personal misplay even.
Well, the old man almost put into the grave. This is not the start you want for Goldfish. I mean, they have their second EBR taking under now. and they're retreating even from 1-2 line. But this is perfect for Motivacja because, you know, look where they're sitting, Key. They're all crowded at A7. They don't really care.
I mean, Motivacja currently are completely chilling. They took 1 shot of damage on Brain Breaker, and that's kind of it. They almost deleted a 260. They completely got one of those EBRs out of the game, which are absolutely crucial assets to have in the later stages of the game. And I think now for Goldfish, already, like, not even 2 minutes into this match, there must be a little mental reset. It's like, all right, guys, maybe we were coming in a bit too hot here. We need to think about actually what we're doing, because Motivacja, they seem to be very able to punish any kind of little mistakes even that Goldfish are making.
Still playable though. It's only 3k difference on this map. It's definitely possible to play from that, and more tanks going towards the city for Goldfish. I think this is the biggest issue, Key. That look at Aka. He's a D1. He's cleared everything. They know perfectly that there's very little on 1-2 line putting any pressure on the side of Motivacja, and they're going to be taking that part of the map for free again, while leaving the main part of their tanks just covering the city, and that is Goldfish just trailing behind in the information battle, and that's because they lost 4CB so early in this game that now they're just always behind, and they're a little bit slow. Motivacja says, thank you very much, we'll take it with like a limited amount of tanks, 3. So you have to respect the fact that we have tanks there and protect your base still. And at the same time, though, we'll have plenty in the city. Aka and Shelby trading it out a little bit. Shelby down towards 583. Aka down towards 586 himself. Will be able to escape from that scenario. Needs to be careful from the field, though, Shelby. Might have some shots on him. Needs to get these spotted. Aka keeps Shelby spotted. Who knows? But both of them seem to just about survive. And Goldfish doing another rotation. And this one I do like, Jan.
Yeah, let's see. They are taking some tanks out of the city and doing a big rotation here. Currently, the tanks in C1, D1 by Motivacja not really covered by a whole lot. We can see that in A7 there are some tanks by Motivacja still remaining. So obviously, if that pocket of C1, C2 doesn't really overextend, they should be kind of trading okay-ish. But obviously, once there is then a cascade effect from coming in from completely overrunning that flank, it might spell trouble for them. That being said, Motivacja still firmly holding the defense here at the bridge, at the highway running through the map. And for now, I think Goldfish, I think they're taking their sweet time because they realized like that opening by us was maybe not ideal, not optimal, as some would say. That assessment obviously is entirely correct for them, but with only 6 minutes remaining, they kind of need to do their almost final rotation now, because the map being as large as it is,
struggle with time either way.
Yeah. They need to kind of start committing somewhere, and Motivacja is not going to make it easy. Just because the map is so large, that means any kind of approach that you do, you're going to bleed a lot for that. So I'm kind of worried here at the moment for Goldfish.
I mean, Motivacja is just looking to reset back into default positions, if you look at it. I mean, they have Aka on the field here, and they have everything else pulling back towards A6, and that will be the issue, Kihan, because they can simply fall back. Okay, the way this is probably going to go is that Goldfish is going to drive over the 1 line. They're going to kill Brain Breaker. And then Motivacja is simply going to reset back to the 9-0 line defense, but a far back one. And then you have about 3 minutes 30 in a good, in the best case, 3 minutes 30 to kill off everybody else. And even Brain Breaker is now pulling back. So
yeah, I mean, he knows.
It's not really getting better for Goldfish.
No, we do now see the March of the Elephants here over the 1 line being started by Goldfish, but Brainbreaker with the correct timing already far gone in that IS-7. He's going to be driving in towards a different position that's going to make pushing him even harder. All of the Horrees are going to be able to punish, and yes, the AP loses a bit of penetration over distance, but when you start with that base amount, doesn't matter, no.
Urbana and Infinity might be pretty important here, because they can cut off A6 and then actually punish the Horrees as well, or spot them at the very least for the rest of the team. Yosi might take some damage here, but I think you can see Motivacja just immediately repushing the city, and this 3-minute 30 that I was talking about, Keyhand, is going to be ringing very true. The Ignite from Brainbreaker on Infinity, not really getting better in that regard, just adding some insult to injury, and Goldfish is almost forced to just keep going at this point. They cannot really stop anymore.
They can't really stop, and you can see that Motivatia is actually giving up that IS-7 almost for free. I mean, he's going to retaliate with some damage. He did get a fire, but, you know, Motivatia doesn't even really judge it necessary to leave the Horiz in A7 to be able to punish the tanks that were over-pushing the IS-7. But now Shelby Walk has been found, or rather has found Aka, but so far the shots are whizzing past him. That is still a 2-shot for those IS-7s, a 1-shot for the 60 TPs, but those obviously have atrocious gun handling on the move. Rainbow, though, is able to shut down Aka. That's a crucial asset gone for Motivatia, but they still have so much HP to chew through.
Yeah, I told you the 3 minutes 30 timer, Keyhand. It's just rough. They have to start pressuring up the city again. They don't have anybody under the 7-8 line anymore, which is also pretty bad at this moment in time, because they have nobody to spot the guy speaking on the 9 line. And they're going to have to group, pressure the city. And, I mean, the issue here is that I think Goldfish is coming back in this game because Motivatia is, like, really abandoning position after position. They're, like, giving it up. But time will continue just being a struggle the whole time.
Time is of the essence here indeed, and we do see Goldfish forming up for the final pushes here that need to happen across the D&E line and simultaneously in the city, where now we do see Goldfish advancing, but that cross over the railway here is going to be extremely costly. There's going to be a lot of Motivatia tanks aiming for that one. You can already see Shifter, he had so much HP lost at the start of the battle, he cannot really commit, and obviously Motivatia now on the entirety of the 9-0 line, just completely waiting in hold-down positions. Goldfish starting to advance. At which point does Motivatia pull the trigger here when they see where they are actually ahead in tanks is the question. Seems to be not right now yet. They are content with bleeding down Goldfish.
And Goldfish trading in return, Pupa peeking over there, focusing out Squeezy, but Yossi taking a lot of damage from alternative angles on A9. They can't really keep making these peaks right now. It's not going to work out for them. They will not survive through it. I think they realize now as well, starting to back off Infinity low as well. The bigger question for Goldfish is, are they winning the city? And it doesn't look like that's a yes either, Kihan. That HP lead that they built is now falling, and you can see Patras is down, Crazy War will join, and the 0 line will not last much longer either. Goldfish forced to make this push. If they had a little bit more time, Kihan, who knows what could have been possible. But in this scenario, it's all over.
Yeah, in this scenario, just Goldfish not giving themselves enough time for that final push. And to be honest, at the end of the day, it kind of comes down to the initial problem that we spoke about, right? That EBR just means so much map control that they can generate. Losing that was absolutely, like, atrocious for Goldfish in the beginning. And we do see Motivatia doing a good job of low HP management as well, leaving the low HPs alive to do those crucial 1 or 2 more shots of damage. Dani now completely getting focused out, and Motivatia is going to take a, well, not too bumpy round number 1.
I think they always knew that they were pretty much ahead because of the fact that the time was running so low. They gave up one guy and they won the I7 and an EBR, but in return, you know, there was no more. If there was more time for Goldfish for one more rotation, right? And one more rotation, whether it be cut across the 7 line into the 8 line and push city from 2 sides or anything, then who knows? Because, you know, they were coming back in HP, they were coming back in tanks as well, but when you don't have that time, and Motivatia has basically enough tanks on either side to hold your push, there's not much you can do.
Yeah, I think Motivatia immediately realizing at the start of the game what kind of an advantage they were getting by the EBR getting obliterated there. So good job by them. And for Goldfish, you know, they tried something there at the start and it completely ended up, you know, blowing up in their faces. So I wouldn't count Goldfish out here by any means. That was, you know, they still tried to do the best possible option that they were presented with after the first 40 seconds of the game or so. But in the end, Motivatia, they're completely in control. And let's take a look at the damage numbers here. Wow, Positive is going to start it off with a 6.2 on the Hori and 3 kills. I mean, that is quite impressive. But, you know, on the Apex server, actually in the morning today, there was even a K91 on Cliff with, I think, 8.3, 8.4k damage. So the EU guys got to catch up a bit.
That is a very high amount of damage for a K91 Keyhand.
Yeah, so basically they failed focusing him out, and he was just able to farm for the entirety of the shootout that went on quite a bit. And then obviously at that point, you know, K91 DPM, pretty good.
Yeah, but still low alpha though. Across the board, yeah, 4CB dying in the beginning, that's pretty bad for Goldfish. They need to mentally reset off of this and be like, okay, it happens. 4CB, he used to play with Motivatia, if you remember. He was always the crazy light tank, I would say. He either did absolutely glorious stuff and won you the game straight, or sometimes, you know, he did less glorious stuff and lost you the game straight. In this case, it was the latter, but with his experience and his player skill, he could really make the difference here. I mean, don't tell the Motivatia guys, but I'd rather have 4CB as a light than Aka, but, you know.
Ooh, throwing the shade already.
It's not shade. It's just personal preference, Kian.
Yeah, I guess. But yeah, after this round number 1, I think there is not a terribly big amount of things that we can deduce yet as watchers. Like, yeah, Goldfish had an EBR dying early. I don't think Shifter, like, it looked really bad, but I don't think Shifter losing this much HP at the start of the battle really meant anything in the grand scheme of things. I think the bigger problem was that EBR dying, and after that, just the options to kind of generate map control to push off of with the 10-minute timer were just not there for Motivatia. Sorry, Goldfish. Now, whether, you know, it was them being slow on the rotations or just Highway being so large of a map is up to discussion.
A little bit of both.
Yeah.
A little bit of both in this case. But they didn't make the right rotation though. And that's the good thing there. They didn't make the right rotation. It was just a little bit slow, but the thought that they had going under, going one line, cutting in half, making sure they spot A6 as well so they can support if there's more tanks on the one line, that was good. It just, there was no time left anymore after. Like, if there's more tanks from Motivatia there, they would have just killed more tanks. They would have caught like 3 of them, and then it would be worse for Motivatia. But the good thing about Motivatia is that they just pulled back from the field with literally everything as well, which is kudos to them. They realized that, you know, they could lose more than one, and they didn't need to lose more than one.
Yeah, so the calls for both teams actually pretty on point. As we hop into round number 1, Motivatia looking to take Highway 2-0, and they're doing so with this time positive in the EBR, a singular Hori, and that is I think 6 260s, double IS7, and 5 60TPs.
Goldfish in return, triple 60p, triple 260, double 279, double E5, double VK, Hori, double EBR. They're really the team with a little bit of everything so far, huh?
A little bit of everything, and to be honest, I love seeing that E5 in there. That tank with that beautiful gun really has a lot of DPM. The thing is, are you able to get it into position is always the question, where it can actually farm, because then if you're not able to do that, where the E5 continuously gets its shots, then you have a big problem, and that is the low alpha damage of the tank. We'll have to see if Goldfish is able to do that. Sides are obviously reversed, and Goldfish are completely committing to the city. Meanwhile, Motivatia kind of with a passive opening for now.
Pretty passive. I mean, this is advanced opening on the highway. It's actually not bad. The way that it works is, you know, you just kind of sit in the base, you spot left, you spot right. Maybe one of the EBRs of the enemy team makes a mistake, and then you catch some freebies, you know?
Well, let's see if they're catching any freebies today. The team of Goldfish now spotted in the city because of that EBR from Motivatia that's situated there. Now, obviously, the Goldfish tanks getting spotted here. That, for them, means that somewhere on the fields are obviously going to be opposing one EBR or even 2 EBRs, but that is Motivatia already taking through the lower side with those IS-7s. They're looking to take a lot of map control because the EBRs they can spot, but what they cannot do is stop IS-7s.
I mean, pretty much the same movement as you saw Goldfish do, right, on game number 1, but just a lot earlier, trying to cut the map in half, and you see those 60 DPs from Motivatia really far back. The 4 of them there, just a roadblock. Killing 4 60 Skihan, it is pretty damn hard for any team. But at the same time, though, you do know that these 4 60 DPs are going to have real issues rotating, so you always know that there's going to be a blob of them in that location.
Yeah, and for now, Motivacja leaving a lot of tanks behind those 60 TPs as they don't want them to simply get over-pushed, because then otherwise, like, if there's 10 tanks pushing 460 TPs, 460 TPs are great hold down, but when there's 10 enemy tanks around them, obviously, they just falter. And now we see Motivacja already after a bit more than 2 minutes, they have taken the entirety of the northwestern part of the map. That is a huge amount of information to gain.
Classic split in this case. Now, the question is key, what does Motivacja do? They can push A line and D line, or they can push JK line. It's the options that they have. That's really what it boils down to. But again, I think it's really good for Goldfish that there's 460 DPs here. That's a lot of information, really.
Yeah, those will not be able to leave, obviously. And as soon as Goldfish sees a push, for example, across the A and B line, so in the north of the map, then those 60 TPs in turn are either going to get overpushed, or Goldfish might even rotate in the meantime. Now, that is quite cheeky spot here by Shelby Walk. I mean, it does obviously open up the possibility of an enemy EBR at some point sneaking into it, but for now, that is not going to be a bush that Motivacja is going to expect an EBR to be in, because it's pretty uncommon in my opinion. Barbarian now getting spotted very, very far back in that 260 actually while crossing to the city. I mean, Dreamer takes a shot in the turn, but so far the trades by Motivacja, even with those hull down 60 TPs, not the greatest.
I mean, the 60 TP key does not do that well against VK Heat, you know? VK Heat with its 350 is the kind of tank that is just absolutely incredible versus anything. And again, I understand, like 4CB is so brave, dude. It's crazy. I'm telling you, man, he's crazy. I love it, but he's crazy, dude. How does he even make it in that bush, bro?
Timing and you know, he even got blinded. Oh my god. I mean, yeah, great, but at the same time, great reaction by the guys of Motivacja that are like, all right, where can it be coming from?
Yeah, but he wasted so much time already. Like, look at them.
Yeah,
they're just sitting there and blinding. Like, he's just wasting time. This is not good for Motivacja either, Kihan, because he's really wasted a lot of time with this. Like, they're just desperately trying to blind. Now they're sending their EBR across the H line, which is positive clearing, and they're gonna be like, where is he? They're like,
yeah.
Where do we? Little ninja, just the in and out, disappearing. Good stuff, like really good stuff. That's a lot of time gone, and this is the kind of stuff that will help your team win battles, because you've just wasted at least a minute, maybe a minute and a half on the time of Motivacja for trying to clear an EBR.
And to be honest, the split of Goldfish, I also really like it. They have like an EBR in the north completely spotting the cap like immediately. And apart from that, they are ready to shoot into the city. They are ready for rotations. So Goldfish right now really on point with the calls that they're making, with the information that they're getting off of the play of 4CB in big parts. And you can see they're even reinforcing the city, which is the likely avenue of approach that is going to be there for Motivacja, simply because of the aforementioned 460 TPs that can't really rotate.
If Goldfish has the right positions, which I think they do, because they need to all be really close to each other. You know, like they need to be able to support each other, because you can run into a snowball. If you run into the snowball, it's going to be really bad. I think you know what I mean, where, you know, they pick up one, the low HP stay alive, they pick up another, the low HP stay alive, they pick up another, the low HP stay alive, then you can start running into problems in the city. But you can see this cut across with those tanks from Motivacja. They're trying to cut the map in half there, but that's not really going to do much. And now the push is spotted out, and you can see them come in. The Dreamer is already gone, but he is already trading it off pretty well, though, because Barbarian's down to 953. They're going to try and push straight through with these Motivacja tanks. 60 TP leading the charge, pushing the K-line as well. Got you, baby, Nico Hines, Clouds like I said. They find Magic Duck rather quickly, and that is the snowball that might come into effect here. One tank down, two tanks down for the side of Goldfish, which are now starting to bleed in terms of HP as well. Corana a little bit isolated as well. The double EBR is not really a factor in this, and you can see Motivacja is able to get those guns out of the game right now. Another one down, that's Patras, and they're still keeping all of their guns alive. Finally, one gets retaliated upon, but they really are struggling in the city.
Indeed, the high alpha guns of Motivatia currently reigning supreme in this push here, and now another tank falling here. Make that 2 as Dunny and Crazy War bite the dust. Now the Motivatia tanks here in full assault. They have secured a 5k HP advantage. They also have the guns in play, and all of the good calls that Goldfish is making are suddenly starting to fall apart, simply because the city positions that they had were not it. I said they're adding insult to injury with the ram on Milo and Motivatia. They have the second point firmly in their sights.
I mean, Cap has gotten started, but Little is already driving back in the base. Positive is coming to 60 is coming. It's very unlikely that this Cap will be successful unless a miracle happens. Shelby and 4CB will have to shoot Little as well. Positive is already back in the base, full HP as well. No, this is Motivatia picking up round number 2. No issues for them there. And I think for Goldfish, the problem is the moment they see this push, they should have abandoned positions close. They should have just been spotting from distance like they had with Dreamer and another 279 Kihan, and then just fall back to those J8, J9, J0 positions, you know, draw out the time. Because look at it now, there's 1 minute 50 left, and that's bet them playing close. I imagine they weren't playing close.
Yeah, I think the easiest way to put it is that Goldfish were playing well until they weren't, right? The simple fact that they were leaving the tanks in the city just to get caught, to generate this snowball effect that then turns completely into an avalanche and ends up burying them in the city. That was the single and most important thing of the battle where they failed. Because, like Motivatia, the push that they had to do, it was kind of desperate. It was the only option they had left, and Goldfish should have known that, but you know, the scattered and sprinkled tanks in the city, just one by one, ended up falling, and each of them probably tried, you know, doing their best to trade it off. But when the team of Motivatia permanently has like 12 guns in the fight, and the team of Goldfish permanently only has like 6 or 7, that is simple math.
Good stuff there across the board from Motivatia. Yeah, the snowball working out really, really well for them. And I think Goldfish had the oversight there to not realize that the time is so low that clearing the city takes a long time. You saw how Motivatia was set up against Goldfish push, right? In game number 1. They should have gone for that as well with the amount of time that was left. Give up Dreamer. It's whatever. Just give him up. Play a man down. But then force them into bogged down positions, force them to push out of the lanes into smaller lanes of crossfire where they can just overmatch and draw out the time, and I think they would be fine, Kian. I really think they would be fine.
Yeah, so once again, we are left with a round where Goldfish was, well, finding a lot of good answers, making a lot of good calls, but that last little bit is just where they ended up falling flat here, because I think the final scoreline was something like 15-2, which is pretty crazy to think about. Now, however, I think a little bit of a silver lining here for the team of Goldfish, and that is that, you know, Highway was Motivatia's first pick. Now we are going over to Prokhorovka, which is a Goldfish pick, so they definitely wanted to play this map.
And they're going to have to win it 2-0 as well if they want to stay in contention. If they lose it 1-1, well, not lose it, if they draw it 1-1, that's not great because that gives Motivatia map points. So they really have to make the difference here on Prokhorovka. Can they do that? They look like a team with potential still. Few mistakes in both battles costing them. But like you said, it was, after all, Motivatia's map pick, nonetheless. But with Goldfish not banning it, they said it's okay, we can play it, you know. It's not always that great either, because otherwise, if you really think you're going to lose a map, you just ban it.
I mean, yeah, but maybe the map that they banned was kind of their perma-ban, that they didn't train at all, so they felt like they needed to ban that one. You obviously never know. Like, teams have different preferences. Sometimes teams are even trying to play mind games where they're like, all right, we'll ban this map the entirety of the tournament, and the second that we are either in the grand finals or we are faced with tournament elimination, that's when all of a sudden we're going to pull this trump card out of our sleeve, and we're gonna, you know, try to surprise the opposing team with that. All things being said and done, though, I think 2-0, like the teams aren't that far apart, but I think Motivatia right now just have that edge when it comes to calls, because, like, yeah, the first round, you could argue, like, the 4CB play was suboptimal, but I think this round, it was like he really gave his team a chance, and then it was the committed tanks in the city that didn't fall back on time that ended up hurting them.
What do we expect on Prokhorov, Kaki? Like, in terms of tic-tacs. Did you watch the groups? If not...
I did actually not, I have to admit.
Okay. Well, we'll see how it plays out. Motivacja coming in, triple IS7 and E5 and STRV, double EBR, actually 6 IS7s, and then 5 60Ps.
And on the other hand, we have 4 60TPs for Goldfish. We have 6 IS7s, a singular mouse, double STRV, and a double EBR. So Goldfish here and Motivacja both with double EBR. Let's see, you know, Goldfish playing from the south, that is obviously the attacking side. Those double EBR plus double STRV, those are 4 tanks that don't really contribute. So they have the mouse as the sponge. Let's see about it.
Initially putting some pressure towards the east straight from Motivacja with the triple IS7. They will be spotted with the Goldfish, sorry. Who's sending double EBR there for the side of Goldfish, and this gives Shelby the opportunity to do some very, very, very aggressive moves. This is hyper aggressive even. Picks up this bush. There needs to be a follow-up on this key, because otherwise you're just going to lose your EBR so quickly.
Well, let's see what the follow-up will look like. Currently, Motivacja taking that eastern side of the map, and to be honest, Dreamer is kind of pushed up, but he does have Poglavnik in the STRV in behind, so that would be something to trade off of. Pushing that IS7 is a very, very annoying thing, actually, as the trades in the middle do start to erupt. Goldfish are starting to peak in that middle here, so let's see what they're going to achieve with that 1-2 line. There is a 60TP as well on the 1 line for Motivacja, and those trades at the start didn't really look like they were the best thing for Goldfish.
And now they're backing off at these IS7s even for some mysterious reason. It was the correct play there for a second, and this is just all falling apart for Goldfish. They looked like they were, you know, doing something very good, which is pressuring that 1-2 line straight, and then they stopped when they didn't do it with enough, and the STRVs are both on 6-0 line. I think that's absolutely a huge mistake that both STRVs were there. Yeah, this just cost them like 6,000-7,000 HP.
Yeah, let's see how this one keeps going here, because right now on that 1-2 line, it is a lot of the tanks of Goldfish losing a lot of HP. 5k HP as well down currently, and they're not really getting anything done. Dreamer has been reduced to a mere 1,000 as well, so like 2 to 3 shots from an i7 or 2 shots and a ram might be enough for that. Currently, Motivacja being extremely like good on the reactions that they do to what Goldfish is applying and trying here, but realistically, they're not finding an opening.
If Aka doesn't get punished for this, it's gonna be minus EBR really quickly, and then we can say books closed and game's over. Goldfish wanted to do something very quickly, and I don't know that they think that 1-2 was fully empty, because, I mean, Shelby should have seen the tree getting knocked over, so he would know that there's no such thing. And Aka now coming in, getting a spotting check, figures out that he's still spotted. But, I mean, Goldfish has to do something tremendous to even get back in this game, to be honest.
I mean, Aka, that might be something that will help them, because Shelby is actually in a bush that's very far forward, so he does even see Nico Heinz in the back there. However, spotting out Nico Heinz might actually give a lot of information over towards Motivacja that now must be like, hey, we have an EBR close here, and then all of a sudden they're going to be starting to blind shoot that. Still though, Motivacja is defending 4,000 HP up. They have a lot of positions. This would be almost a miracle at this point for Goldfish to pull some trick out of their hat. I mean, they're committing on Finity now on towards the hill. So that is a little bit of map control gain for them. But, oh, Shelby dying on the other side. I think that was a blind shot. So him spotting out that IS7 in the back might have actually been what gave it away, right? Spotting back there, it's obviously good for your team, but you need to be extremely careful because if you spot someone in A2, the amount of positions that you can do it from is actually quite limited.
Yeah, exactly. There's only a handful of positions that can do this.
I mean, yeah, we do need emergency vehicles to start coming in here at this point in time because
we need them
Goldfish...
to save Goldfish because they're falling apart, man. This is so... I don't understand. They had the right idea. They really did have the right idea. What they should... I don't know. What they should have done, Key, is have one more tank pushing the 2-line. Just plow down it while they have the EBR push up on the side of the road to make sure that there's nothing else crossing A-line with an SCRV behind and the tanks from middle getting ready to blast the 60p at C1 if he tries to peek. And then they would be so chilling, but they went for something. Then they stopped going for it. And that is just a disaster. Like, doubting yourself when you've already made this committed of a play, it's horrible. It really is not good.
Indeed, it's not good, and I think that's putting it mildly. I mean, 4CB with a good play here, now able to pick up Arca, but to be honest, Goldfish now forming up for a secondary Kazna revival push. It's going to be the 1-2 line once again, and to be honest, there isn't a terribly high amount of tanks from Motivacja here that are right now able to stop this, but at this point in time, I mean, we are 4 minutes and 30 remaining for the game. Is that going to change a thing? This is really a do-or-die moment for Goldfish. They're trying to prevent Motivacja from getting on towards a match point, so they're now putting all the eggs in one basket.
Why is half the team going first and the other half going like a square behind? Maybe because they're low HP and they're afraid, but okay.
I mean, Danny is 50-50 one-shot for the enemy 60 TPs, but now the IS-7s are spotted. And I mean, first of all, what they need to do is kill that 60 TP that is in crossfire here. And you can see Clowns is very, very high HP. That is 2, maybe even 3 salvos for the IS-7s. Penetrating that 60 TP is not going to be the nicest thing to attempt ever. And from the backlines, obviously, Neko Heinz, he's going to be hold down. He's going to be firing Clownzik now with the possibility to pick up Crazy War even. And in come the reinforcements for Motivacja. The rotation over the A line is there. And now they're going to start pounding those IS-7s that tried to make it. And yes, the HP is still somewhat close, but I don't imagine that that's going to be the case for much longer.
No, they're all taking so much damage, and the I7s are just simply over-peaking, picking up Pupa, and now Rainbow will probably find Clownzik, finds the kill, but there is so much HP on this pocket at A2 that the SCRVs cannot dig through. They need to find Brainbreaker, and then maybe their SCRV player can have a tremendous battle, but 3 minutes, Key. He has so much damage, he really needs to do positive falls, though, which is something for the side of... Goldfish. Barbarian will find the kill on Infinity. You would assume he does. Wasn't as clean as it could have been either. And now 4CB might actually have to be the one to pick up Brainbreaker if he can somehow do it. Yosi gets the Ignite and the HP starting to come back. But again, a time issue. 4CB has to kill Brainbreaker. I think he really has to be the player there to make this skill, because who else is gonna do it? He tries to, but he low rolls 300 on that I7. He's gonna die as well for that. What a disaster for 4CB falling for that. What a thing that he didn't want to have happen to him whatsoever.
Yeah, no, once again, he tries to do something big, and he falls flat on his face. Brainbreaker, however, getting picked up by Patras, but is that going to be a remedying factor? Keep in mind, now both teams do not have any EBRs left to work with, but still double STRV for Goldfish that are not going to be able to push anywhere simply because they're just going to be shredded. All of those 122, 128mm caliber guns with AP, with APCR are just going to go through their armor. We now have Poglavnik in that STRV set up in E1, but the I7s obviously know better than to peek into an STRV. They're going to stay hold down. Magic Duck attempting something in the middle of the map with the mouse here currently, and like, yeah, there's a lot of one-shots for Motivacja, but currently they're keeping it together, and there is only 83 seconds left in the game.
It's really just, again, time issue for Goldfish, and that early commitment in terms of HP really costs them. Poglavnik finding a kill there, Shifted really trying to pick up Ice that finally is able to do so as well, costing some HP, but that's the SCRV HP, that's not really important. But 1 minute left, Gihan, double the HP for Motivacja. it's just not really something that they can recover from, and even the STRV is just falling. And it's going to be 3-0 for Motivacja, which is beautiful stuff for them and for Goldfish. It's a rough afternoon so far.
It indeed is a rough afternoon, especially considering in each round it didn't feel like Goldfish was a terrible amount behind. It was just those little edges that need smoothing out for them. But obviously Rainbow now losing 900, Magic dying in the mouse, and Patras falling him to the grave is just going to confirm what we already know. Motivacja, after a good first 2 matches with the edge in the call, they're going to do just the same thing here in a game number 3. A little bit of an unlucky shot here for the STRV for Goldfish, but it doesn't matter a whole lot. And with 13 seconds remaining, the only question is, can Motivacja pick up all the players in the opposing team? 3 remaining with 5 seconds, but Motivacja for sure are going to get the 3-0.
Match point for Motivacja, and they're going to be very, very happy with the way this match has gone. Really not struggling too much. Goldfish again running into a time issue, but this initial where they lost like 7,000 HP, man, that was... Okay, their EBR gets very far up, I understand, but they were missing 1 tank either way to drive down, and it's not like they didn't know that there was no tanks there. I mean, if the tree is knocked over, Kihan, there usually is somebody in it.
Yeah. And the thing is also, like, yes, they're able to get an EBR far up on the 1-2 line, Goldfish that is, but did it really hurt Motivacja? I would even argue it hurt Goldfish, because they were like, all right, we're getting spotted here with the ISM. There's like 2 or 3 bushes that he could be in. And with he, obviously, we mean the EBR, and then they start blinding those 3 bushes. They end up getting the kill even. So what is normally an advantage in I would say, advances even, here completely in the tournament, just because of the great communication that the team of Motivacja seem to have, it turns into a disadvantage and an EBR lost for what should have normally been a pretty good position. So, yeah. I mean, Motivacja here, once again, it is that slight edge in personal plays, blind shooting, individual plays, and also calls that are being made here that have been, I would say, the difference maker in every single round.
Squeezy there doing 5.7. For Motivacja, it's business as usual, but Goldfish really, like, let's hope they pick up a round or 2 here, because for this team coming in here losing 4-0 would be mentally probably not the greatest thing, even if they maybe didn't expect to do well or win. They need a few rounds for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, from the start of this match, basically, what we can deduct is that Motivacja so far has been absolutely on point. Goldfish unable to bring the pressure currently, and that sets us up, obviously, for the later stages here. Because, like, kind of the story arc, I think, that a lot of people will be going for is the story of the 3-marked Goldfish that so far across all servers no one has been able to achieve. And I think Motivacja, they wouldn't mind denying those to Invil. I mean, same for all the other teams, of course, but I think that is the main villain arc that's maybe being set up by a lot of viewers.
Villain arc, yeah. I mean, I'm expecting a Motivacja Invil Grand Finals. I think I predicted Invil to win their first match, then to lose in the upper bracket, and then to win out through the lower bracket, just for the you know, script.
So, yeah, you heard it here first. This time it's actually not me writing the script. It is Ducky doing that.
And for an Invil hater, I really predict Invil way too much, dude. We gotta change something about this. It's not... Can't be right, dude. Why am I even predicting them to win the tournament? You know what? Kylie is winning the tournament. There we go.
Kylie. That is an interesting option to go for, considering that they are starting in the lower bracket.
Yeah, the hero run, man. Have we ever seen a team go from the bottom of the lower bracket all the way and win it?
I think we had a team before that dropped from the upper bracket immediately to lower bracket, and then make a Cinderella run like through the lower bracket. But someone starting in the lower bracket, I think we never had someone win from there.
Well, maybe today is the day.
I think this is the 16th Clan Showdown iteration.
Oh my, we're getting really old, Kihan. Maybe it's time to retire.
I mean, we are both sitting on the caster's desk
Listen,
already. How much retirement can there still be?
Nate, listen, relax, all right? I'm here by choice, Kihan. Remember that.
I mean, you even played an advance yesterday,
Yes.
or multiple.
We
as
played
far as I
2
know.
advances and 1 battle because the boomers had to go to sleep. It was like, you know, if we play infill, we're going to sleep. We got infill, so they went to sleep.
So it's like the meme, like, all right, Grandpa, like, come on, we have to get you back to bed.
Exactly. It was very well past their bedtime.
You know, at some point, people were making these jokes about me, and look who we're making the jokes
but the
about now.
difference is, Kihan, that the players that were playing yesterday actually won a lot of tournaments. You casted a lot of tournaments. That's not the same thing.
I played 1 clan showdown, and my team won. All right, I'll have you know as much. Now, we don't talk about the amount of games that I was playing in the
All I'm
playoffs.
going to say is if I was the tournament manager back then, you wouldn't have gotten the gold Fisky.
How so? I played around in the
Nice.
grand final even. I was being switched in with the artillery because that one back in the day was, you know...
The Kong GC era, yeah.
Yes, on Sand River. I soundly remember playing
What a
that one.
horrible time that was. Playing any tank and just getting bombarded by Kong GCs the entire time. Ah, nightmare material.
And I think back then, also on Sand River, the sides weren't changed yet. So basically, like, the defender was always able to hang back.
Yeah, always running into your death on the K-line. Very fun.
Yeah. That is obviously not what's happening anymore, even though earlier today, on the Apex stream, we did have 1 artillery being picked. And it was a T-92 on Moravanka, and...
you know what, Kian?
Well,
on
it
that
lost.
note about artillery, because there's a change that might make it a little bit more useful even for tournaments, and that is 6 limit on the cruise skills. Before, every player had sound detection, no matter what, which definitely helps on longer ranges with dodging RD shots. I mean, you still have the sound cue and all, but the indicator definitely helps. Now they won't have that anymore. So I'm curious if somebody at some point is going to pick one, because maybe we could do something with it. On Sand River, depending against the team you play, if you're playing against a very campy team and you know they're going to be very campy, it can do something. It definitely can do something.
I mean, what arty do you pick then? Like 261
GW.
will probably empty itself. GW, yeah.
GW.
Because, like,
T92 is too inaccurate. GW would be, it's like the combination of accuracy and alpha at the same time.
Although the T92 that was being picked on Moravanka earlier today, like, it did like 200 to 250 damage to an IS-7.
It does if it loads damage HE, it's gonna do like 500 to 800 on every hit.
Yeah, he was shooting stun HE.
If it hits. But you could use it on some maps to clear a certain position if you want to. That's possible. Like, why not? But that only really works if you're playing against a campy team. Like, if you know that they're going to be camping, for example, on Sand River, and you want him to clear one exact position, then sure, might be possible.
I mean, also there's a skill now, right? When you're stationary, that you get more
Concentration.
Accurate. Yeah, concentration, exactly.
Half
So
of
that
these
also
skills were
helps
actually
artillery a
made
little bit.
for artillery, by the way. Communications expert is really just stun expert, because it's when you get your durability and assist that you get like a crew boost. Literally made for artillery. Then there is perfect charge, literally made for artillery. What else is there? That's like concentration, literally made for artillery. And then technically in tournaments side by side is a thing.
Yeah,
well.
I mean,
and even adrenaline rush. If you play it, listen, if you play a tank that has high enough alpha but low enough to not one shot him, it's possible. You need something with like an alpha of like around 450 on HC, where you can gamble that he's not gonna kill him. Then you get adrenaline rush because it's 25% now, no? That it kicks in.
Yeah. Or like 390 alpha maybe, and one big tank maybe
20,
rams the RT a little bit.
Yeah. 25% I think it kicks in. So you could definitely make your artillery low enough HP to get adrenaline rush. And if you're using it in a tournament, you could for real just park a tank next to it and have him have side by side the whole time. So he gets a crew boost as well.
And the RT is going to be like, anyway, I started blasting.
Basically, yes. All of those things together, I mean, I don't know how much crew bonus it is. It's still a limited amount, but I'm curious. I think somebody will pick it at some point.
I mean, to be honest, with a 261, I think if you hit with stun HE, you do like, I think 20 second stun or something like that. And
Minimum stun is 12 seconds, right?
Minimum stun is 12, and then you can maybe get the reload down to like 20, 22 seconds. So that would be like pew, pew, pew.
But you don't do enough damage really to clear a position unless you're playing like a lot of damage HE, then you could do it. But like, I think it could be pretty interesting against a team that is playing just a hold on 1-2 line on Sine River, like K2, K3 in that position, because you're going to hit them every single time. And just start lowering their HP to the point where it's like really annoying. Because if you don't hold K2, then you don't hold anything. So if you're able to focus those guys out, then it's going to be pretty bad for them.
Yeah. All right. We have a little bit of a longer break
Really?
right now
Haven't
because
noticed.
we. Yeah. But I think within like the next 120 seconds, we should be into the game. But just to remind the viewers, let's once again go to the pick and ban screen to remind ourselves that, first of all, Highway has gone the way of the absolute dodo for Goldfish. That one was Motivacia's pick. They take
What?
it
The absolute dodo?
the way of the dodo. Have you never heard the expression? It's like when it goes
I'm
terribly
not
wrong.
45, so no.
Okay, bro. But yeah, we are currently on Prokhorovka, and we are looking to go into game number 2 on that map in between Motivacija and Goldfish. And you can see the scoreline here. It's 3-0 right now in that best of 7. That means Goldfish already fighting for survival here in this upper bracket.
It's a really rough road back for them, though. Prokhorovka winning and then 2 rounds on Live Oaks to finish it off on Cliff. Oy. I'm not sure, Key, to be honest.
And the
They
thing
wouldn't be
is,
able to do it.
yeah, Live Oaks, in my opinion, is a little bit sided. So, I mean, so is Prokhorovka, to be honest. But the thing is, Goldfish now didn't manage to convert their attack on Prokhorovka, which arguably is a pretty okay side to win from. Even though obviously the time is working against you, but like, it's iffy. Like, as we said in multiple past tournaments, I think Goldfish, they are in trouble.
Yes. Even if they get to match point, like bring it back to tiebreaker, and having to win on Cliff, it would still be pretty rough for them IMO. So, taking all of that into account, the odds are definitely stacked against them.
And yeah, as you said, like Cliff tiebreaker against Motivacija, that is an absolutely scary prospect, right? Because like they are like individually, player skill wise, they are absolutely off the charts. And the thing is, I'm not quite sure what the languages of communication is across the majority of their team. Because for example, now they have Got You Baby, who I'm pretty sure doesn't speak Ukrainian, at least terribly well. So,
Last time I checked, no.
Yeah.
Dude, don't worry. I haven't started the Got You Baby hammering yet because my man has to do like 3.5k average minimum throughout this tournament. When you import a superstar into the team, he has to perform like a superstar, right? I think that's very important.
I mean, we are going to be tracking the stats of all players. So at least tomorrow, we will have, I think, the stats for today. So we can read those out.
All jokes aside, it's pretty hard for one player to excel in 15v15 though.
Yeah.
Unless it's like your main STRV player or your main Hori player, which is people that are always going to be doing damage, or you just put your old guys on it that, like Kihan, that are unable to drive their tank and shoot at the same time. So you let them focus on shooting and hope that today is the day that, things go his way.
I mean, to be honest, that's why I mostly, at the end of my career, right?
What career, bro? What, dude, what career? You mean the backup of the backup of the backup FC in Fame when there was really nobody else?
I mean, someone has to make sure that the water's cold and the bench is
Water's
warm,
cold.
right?
Is that what you're going to do for me in China?
I mean, as I'm going to be casting there with you, we have to kind of stick together and work together on that.
The question is, who are we appointing as designated water carrier?
I mean, it will be hard for me to appoint Phil because he's literally my boss. But we are all working on making it like a really fun event. So if the main casters are trying to do their best,
I was at TwitchCon, bro. quiet. You know, that was the best guy I've ever met in my life. I asked for a coffee, I got a coffee. It was the best thing ever. So if the level of service doesn't remotely come close to that, I'm gonna leave a negative performance review. I'm just warning you. I mean, you know, once you get used to a certain level of luxury, Kian, you should know driving in a Bentley every day. You know, it's hard to go back, you know? You don't want to drive in a Ford Focus after, Key.
I mean, the good news that I have for you there is, judging by the level of commitment and friendliness of the stuff in China last year, I have absolutely no doubts.
Don't worry, I haven't sent you my preference sheet yet. I haven't. When I arrive at the airport, I would really like to be, you know, escorted into a nice SUV, and I want the M&Ms, but only the yellow ones. I want a bowl of only the yellow M&Ms.
And for the gummy bears, which color is it supposed to be?
No gummy bears, no gummy bears.
Oh,
I want those paprika covered peanuts, Keyhand, but I want the crust to be removed off. Yeah, I want them like hand peeled, one by one, right? You know what I'm saying? And the rest I'll still think
these
about.
ideas.
I don't know, dude. I'm just thinking, but it's gonna be a long preference sheet, and I want water, especially carried out of the Himalayan mountains by a Sherpa. I want him, he's gonna have to leave soon though if he wants to make it on time.
I mean, you know, last time I was actually in China, we traveled from Beijing to Shanghai, and that's like over 1,000 kilometers, I think. And they had a high-speed bullet train going.
No. I want them to go by foot. Dude. The speed of the train would ruin the flavor of the water. It's only it only keeps its natural effect if he actually just carries it, and I want him to vlog it as well, right? On the way there.
That is what being a Twitch billionaire does to you, all right? Yeah. How do you... Anyway, I think we are almost ready to jump into, you know, what might actually be the last game here of this upper bracket final. And I mean, recapping right now, Motivacja, I think on Highway, they just had that last edge needed to get it over the finish line. But realistically, Prokhorovka, it felt kind of from start to finish that Motivacja was just edging ahead. And, you know, for Goldfish, it was like their plan from start to finish was not working out, right? We had that initial peak coming in towards the middle that got heavily punished. They weren't able to even pick up a gun for it. That's normally, right, what you want to achieve with something like this is peak over 460 TPs, they blast someone, it's going to be minus 3,000, hopefully that's the tank dead. But instead, the trade that happened was actually worse for them because the team of Motivacja was ready for this, and they were ready for every single other move that Goldfish had planned on their attack. Now, do you think on the defense of Goldfish that we are going to see something absolutely and utterly surprising?
I have no clue what to expect from Goldfish at this point, Gant. To be honest, whatsoever. Anymore. I still think they have potential, but this match, maybe they just came in very nervous, not really aware or ready for it, and bad start. I just kept on getting worse. But let's see. They are now defending. They're bringing a Mao. No, that's flipped. They're bringing 4 to 60s and CS 63 and STRV and EBR. Triple I 4 i7s actually and 4 60 TPs.
And meanwhile, for the side of Goldfish, we see double EBR. Sorry, a singular EBR? I'm quite confused. Side of Motivacja, actually. Double EBR, singular STV 1907. I think that's the first time we see one here. Make that 5 260s. A mouse, an IS7, and quadruple 60. I mean, EBR advantage immediately for the team of Motivacja on their attack. That can be a good thing. It can also be a bad thing. But as of right now, the opening by Motivacja is rather passive. I mean, some people middle, some people rails, some people 1-2, and, you know, let Goldfish come.
Sure. They're just doing a pretty passive opening. There's nothing wrong with that. Just feeling out where the opponent is. But there's an EBR from Goldfish on top of the hill hand.
Indeed, and but he seems to be spotted at 4CB. Taking one, is he going to take more damage for that is the question. He's currently in the dip, but he should book it out of there, and indeed he does.
Woof! Weaving, dodging, surviving. And now they're taking the hill with triple 260 actually for the side of Goldfish. That's a very heavy commitment here, Kihan. Are they going to keep pushing this? Because they cannot win this. They cannot win this, Kihan.
Let's see. I mean, good shot on the move for Shifter, but that was onto one of the tanks. That was sniping, and all of a sudden Shifter, the one to get focused out. They need now to commit, because driving back is not going to do it anymore. In the meanwhile, the tanks from the middle trying to do what they can. Brainbreaker finally starting to take some damage, but that is a hold down I7 that they're trying to trade into, and they have so many guns trained at them. Goldfish also trying to get the 1-2 advance. How is Thunderhawk so low HP for Motivatia there?
Middle. He's getting blasted from the middle by the 60Ps, and Goldfish currently putting pressure on every single part of the map, and it's working as well. Thunderhawk is going to shield Togre in his 260 as now the two-line push is coming out, and they have to clear the SCRV though of Rambo. He's trying to blast them to the past. Infinity coming in as well. He has the spotting equipment with that 2000 HP. They need somebody to hit the K-line to pick up Rambo, but Goldfish is now pressuring zero line as well. Magic Duck actually trying to drive under. Now Motivatia trying to retaliate by killing these guys on zero line, but they can't. They're getting pressured down in the middle. Their EBR on the 2-line is also spotted. 1-2 line is clear. The 260 is dead. The SRV is to follow. And what a brilliant multi-pronged attack here for Goldfish. They have really put the anvil and currently hammering down on Motivatia.
Yeah, indeed. There's still an EBR that's passively spotting the 1-2 line for Motivatia. That could be something helping them out in the later stages of the game. But currently, Goldfish, they just have surrounded those Motivatia tanks in the middle of the map. You can see Patras and Dani all peeking here. Hellmind trying to repush 3 260s with a singular 907. That's not going to help as Shifter gets picked up, though. And this push here on the 9-0 line, I mean, it is achieving success, but at what cost is the question. I mean, Goldfish, they have more guns, but they have more HP as well. This is looking good. They just need to get the guns back into the game.
Yeah, Rainbow bouncing a shot on by Barbarian, but look at the HP, look at the number of guns. It's beautiful for the side of Goldfish. Really multi-pronged attack. Zero line was a bit risky with those 260s, but it was more of a ruse than it was an actual push, holding in position, then winning the middle, the E line, so they can start over-peaking from the mid because there's no cover anymore, but then also pushing the 2 line, spotting out H1, pushing that down, taking every upper angle that they could. Was really good. This was a very, very nice strategy from Goldfish. The question I have to propose though, Kihan, is it worth using an execution like this when you're 3-0 down? Debates could be had about that.
Debates could be had, but it was definitely beautifully played by a Goldfish here in this round number 4. It seems like the little break that we had gave them enough time to mentally reset. And now a gotcha baby, obviously one of the ones alive here at the end of the battle, together with the Barbarian as well, that gets shot down now. They're still holding up the Motivatia flag, but that one's going to get overtaken now. And Goldfish, for the first time in this match, seem well and truly ahead. The question, obviously, being with the scoreline now being 3-1, is it too little, too late?
I still don't agree with using an execute like this when it's 3-0. I'm sorry. I don't know. If they win the next 3, they'll prove me wrong and they'll say I'm an idiot. But in this case, when it was 3-0, and this was a really good strategy. You cannot do it twice, though, the way you executed this, because this doesn't work that way. If they now lose the next round and it's 4-1, they could have saved this for a lower bracket or potentially in later matches.
Yeah, as of right now, though, Goldfish finally find a way into the match. They find a way to avert elimination from the upper bracket, and it looked shaky at the start of it, but as soon as all of it started coming together, it really showed like Goldfish, they have made a lot of like preparations for this tournament here, and they do have some good ideas, and once they finally get into the driver's seat of a match, they don't let it go of the pedal. But yeah, I also am wondering currently if this is really the execute you want to use when you're 3-0 down, because no doubt it's a good one, but can you use it twice? In my opinion, no.
No, I don't think you can, and because of that, you are potentially putting yourself in danger later on. But you know, this round was pretty clean, was pretty good, really impressive the way that they were able to do it.
Yeah. And now after four rounds, excuse me, that is obviously 2 maps done, and that means that from the lush greens of Prokhorovka, now after the 2 bans, we are headed to, well, would you call it the Bog of Live Oaks?
Yeah, Live Oaks. I really don't know what to expect between these two. I don't know. Live Oaks is an interesting map. I have flashbacks to W losing Live Oaks against Invil when they were far, far up, and Barbarian was there, I think. So a little bit worried, but not worried enough to see them lose 2 rounds, though.
Let's see. I am obviously a little bit curious because I think the maps that we saw so far, Highway and Prokhorovka, didn't really lend themselves to like any of the vehicles which have been buffed since the last clan showdown that we had. So we didn't see any bad shots, for example. I don't think we're going to see them a terrible lot. But K91 might be like potentially in the cards because compared to an STRV, the K91, yes, it has lower alpha, but what it also has is heat. So it's able to really put up the pressure against enemy STRVs, because you always have this very annoying interaction when it's STRV against STRV frontally that you need to hit the cupola. The K91 cannot just negate this by aiming essentially center mass.
Can they win 2 more rounds, Kian?
Can they win 3 is the question. If they win 2, it doesn't matter. They need to win 3, Goldfish that is. And for Motivacja, it's only 1 more. And to be honest, we saw 3 rounds in which Motivacja was somewhat too firmly ahead. And we saw 1 round in which Goldfish was absolutely ahead. So, well, can they? Sure. Will they? Questionable.
I don't know, depends. Let's see the lineups they're going to use. Live Oaks is a map where you can do a lot of things. You can pressure City, you can pressure 9-0 line, you can play for the 9-0 line split, but that one hasn't really worked anymore, I would say. Like playing just from 9-0 line off.
I wonder if anyone is going to try to do like a Manticore play, for example. I mean, those have been kind of successful in the past, but let's just wait and see if we get surprised. I don't really think we're, for example, going to see Tessak or something.
Tessak.
I mean, everyone was doubting me in the OLS, and then, you know, Tessak got played actually quite a lot. But yeah, let's hop into this, what might, again, be the last round in between Motivacja and Goldfish for now. And Motivacja are trying to close it out with an EBR double Hori. We have a 6260s double i7 and quadruple 60 TP.
Goldfish, on the other hand, also using 5 i7s, double 260, 279, E5, SCRV, EBR, and the rest being 60 TPs. They're really less of a uniform kind of team, you know? They really like have a little bit of everything, and Motivacja playing a lot of tanks towards 0 line in the beginning, Kian.
Indeed, they are committing basically everyone save 260 TPs that they're going to send like either towards the little village to the east of the field or maybe in towards the Helldown, even C6, C7. Arca trying to get some kind of information here, and indeed he does see 4CB in the EBR. This gives the information that there must be an EBR from Motivacja, but so far only an HE shell, I think, connecting on towards Nekoin's. Not really sure where he lost that a little bit of HP that he did. But yeah, that is a lot of information now for the team of Motivacja. Arca doing a good job of getting a lot of lights on towards this push that's happening in the south by Goldfish, although we have to acknowledge that currently Goldfish is still a lot more like split than Motivacja is, and indeed Motivacja now committing in on the counter.
And Shelby is bailing. I don't know how much damage he's going to take to get around the corner here. They're all going to try and peek him. Barbarian just pushing in. Does not care. Does not even stop for a moment. 1, 2, 3, 4 shots now taken on Shelby. No repair kit. He does have his repair kit, so he'll make it back. So he will survive. Taking that into account, this could have gone a lot worse from Goldfish. They have now established positions, though, Kihan. And I don't think that Motivacja can just push this. There's too many guns here. They can try. But I don't think it will be the push that they want to go for. Now that you can see that they're trying to start to rotate, STRV is sitting in position here behind them as well. And Motivatia will be in a lot of trouble with Diavol and Clownzik. I mean, that double 60p currently getting pushed by what seems to be 5 tanks.
Indeed, Dreamer leading the charge in the I-7, but he isn't even spotted yet as Pupa and Clownzik do start trading it out here. But that is indeed a lot of Goldfish tanks here currently that are only going to be fighting against double Motivatia 60TP. Yes, there are 2 Horis and an EBR to back them up. But the thing is, the Goldfish tanks, they don't really need to peek far in this scenario to actually start doing the damage on towards the Motivatia 60TPs. Seems to me like the Horis from the sideline are trying to do what they can, but the overmatch here by Goldfish is big and it's yielding results. Patras to pick up Clownzik for first blood.
Good job by Patras there, aiming the shot, making sure to secure it. Yosi bouncing, so it's costing them more than it should to clean this up, but they are starting to get the numbers in position. Yosi though, that backing off there was not really ideal whatsoever. They still had plenty of tanks here to hold. It's only doubled to 60 so far. Now with Yosi falling though, it's a lot worse, Kihan. He should have just stayed at the building and held position. Good damage there on Rambo. 1.1 taken. You could see, Kihan, they weren't gonna win this. So losing a tank there for free, bit rough. And now you can see rotations though from Goldfish coming in. Dreamer peeking against Rambo. I like it. Trading his HP against that lower HP to 60. There's a 279 coming. There's only 5 coming. There was no way Motivatia were winning this key.
Oh, big bounce there from Patras onto Rambo, but now it's going to be Dreamer to pick it up. This leaves Pupa probably with a shot in the barrel as he picks up Dival Squeezy though to kill Milo. So currently the kills actually are being traded back and forth, and now the question is what exactly is happening on the south of the map as well. It seems like Goldfish are going to win this over time in the northern part here. Only 2 heavy tanks remaining by Motivatia, and now the push in full effect. Magic Duck from the sidelines with that E5 is going to completely DPM and gun down the tanks, and now Goldfish, they need to hold on in the south. Are they able to? They need to reverse. Motivatia pushing it out.
Motivatia trying to overpush the south. In return, they're gonna win that. The STRV is gonna do a lot of damage for this. He's just repositioned as well, which I think was a very good move from him. He's gonna be able to farm it out pretty decently as long as these tanks are fighting here. And for CB is a one-shot. Aka still has 800 HP, but the cap can get started rather quickly. An ignite coming out from Hellmine, but is that really enough to really help the tanks from the north side? Now starting to shoot towards the south as well. Nobody pressuring the STRV. He's spotted, but he's just farming away. And Karana making a shield for Shifter is a good move there for Goldfish to just extend the life of Shifter by a mere few seconds. And now the STRV needs to start being careful though, not to take too much damage. He gets set on fire immediately. STRV live, Kihan, as per usual. He might even fall for this, but the cap has gotten started by the side of Goldfish, and they really control that part of the map pretty impressively. STRV backing off. He's going to survive as well. And Motivatia is actually going to lose another round.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Aka now trying to do what he can in that EBR. He's going to spot out Patras. That takes a lot of damage actually on the cross, but the fact of the matter remains that the cap is in firm control of the team of Goldfish. There are no heavy tanks close, only that singular EBR that doesn't have the advantage of being unspotted either. So 15 seconds, maybe the EBR will try to deliver another reset. We can see on the minimap that he's trying to go close towards the cap, but there are just so many tanks around him that are probably pre-aiming it, and he completely gets wrecked before he's able to even get out an HE shell. Goldfish are saying to the god of death that today is not the day. We're gonna stay alive for at least one more round. And Motivatia, I mean, that's trying to reinforce those double 60 TPs that we're gonna die anyway. Not the best move in my opinion.
No. No. And Goldfish's shooting wasn't even ideal, to be honest. I feel like they missed more shots than they should have. So a few big misses from 60Ps. Yosi even, was like, I'm gonna back off. That was bad. He would have been alive as well. They should have won it even more convincingly. And yeah, that's great for Goldfish, and really not that great for Motivatia, because now the pressure is creeping in, Kian. One more round and it's tiebreaker.
Indeed, one more round and it's tiebreaker. Let's first of all take a look at the damage numbers dealt, but to be honest, I think the damage numbers are not what's going to tell the whole story for this round here. It is instead going to be basically the reactions that both teams did, and in this first round here, like, to be honest, on the second Proco, it felt like a sort of pre-made tactic by Goldfish, and it worked out beautifully, like this push everywhere and just completely overrun. But here, it really felt like, you know, they found out about the double 60 TP close to the village, and they were like, okay, we commit like 4 to 5 tanks there. That should be enough to trade it out over time. Meanwhile, we can hold the other side with the IS-7s. And yes, the trading there was maybe not ideal, but it was good enough. And that's what counts at the end of the day. So Goldfish finally showing up in the match and showing us that they are a team to be reckoned with. And for Motivacja, I mean, the fundamental essence of, 2 rounds ago hasn't changed. They need one more to win it. And they are going to switch now to arguably the better side of Live Oaks, which is the attacking side. But
yes,
it's got to be creeping into their heads.
they still need to win that round, though. The downside now is that they're attacking. You know, the other side was very, very good, especially when you were defending. They don't have that luxury now. The question is, what kind of defense do we see Goldfish pull? I almost feel like they're just gonna turtle it down, which would be bad because I don't like the turtle. I think the turtle is very easily beaten nowadays. But it's something that they could go for.
It is obviously something they could go for, but I feel like really S-tier teams, and I think I would count Motivacja into that category, they by now know how to deal with this turtle, and they are able to utilize like a lot of the time that the game provides them. Like 10 minutes can be a very long time. They are able to generate enough information on where the opposing tanks are actually sitting on that laid-back defense that they're able to then just figure out, well, if we do this, if we push here with X amount of tanks, we're just going to win by default if not all of us are all of a sudden, missing all their shots, which I don't think those players will do. So let's see if Goldfish are able to bring this one to tiebreaker, or if Motivacja is going to shut it out in regular time. Motivacja trying to do that with a singular EBR, double Hori, a 1907, 1 CS, 5 260s, and 5 60 TPs.
Goldfish, again, 560Ps as well. They're bringing 4 i7, a 279, double E5, a CS, an STV, and an EBR. And Goldfish in the beginning, very, very heavy towards the city. You had only very limited towards the south, CS and EBR there as well. Spotting out, I'm not sure what 4CB is going to spot from there, but he'll be spotting something at the very least. Brainbreaker at the building. We can see Goldfish in the beginning, very city orientated. 4CB gets proxy spotted there, no? Or do they believe that he's not going to get proxy spotted? Do they believe that he's going to be just out of proxy range so they can sit there? Because that would make no sense. No, he's running away now as well.
I mean, let's see here. Commitment in, first of all, in the south by Motivacja with quite a few tanks, and it is indeed not that Eastern Turtle that we were referring to. Instead, Goldfish are going to start to push out the western part of the map. Meanwhile, they're also sending forces on towards the east, and pushing into an STRV is always a terrifying prospect. If you're not able to find out about it, if you're not able to completely make it vanish, sort of Jackifar moment, then the STRV can absolutely hammer down. Goldfish now playing very, very aggressively from the defensive side. They're going to get double IS-7 to crossfire those 60 TPs. If the IS-7s play correctly here, they should never show their hole, and this... I mean, over time, they will be getting those Cupola hits. The first one already connecting into the 60 TP of Hellmine. Someone seems to be able to shoot at Rainbow, though. That's probably the CS from the other side of the map, but he gets spotted from the EBR, so not sure how well that one works, considering that Goldfish is pushing with triple 60 TP as well.
Shelby there with a bit of an overpeak, gets shot by one of the Horis. I don't think they realize that the 907's in the middle. They're now starting to peek with the 60 piece, but big damage taken on Kurana in return. They're trying to focus out these 60 TPs. They are able to do a lot of damage towards them slowly but surely, but they are losing one of their i7s in return, and the 60 TPs no longer willing to peek. I feel like they could have had 1 or 2 more tanks here to start slowly killing these 60 TPs. But yeah, no such thing. They could find the brain. They know he's there. He just took a blind.
Yeah, let's see. Shelby Walk, in the meantime, does get picked up. I think that was Squeezy with an HE to shut it down, leaving only a singular IS-7 of Rainbow, and he just took another big hit in towards the backside of his tank. He's perma-spotted, he knows it, but can he really do anything against it? No, he's gonna die over time. He cannot even peek against the 60 TPs anymore, and the same thing can be said for Poopa, who is trying, obviously, to trade against the 60 TPs. I mean, that's a pretty good position for Dreamer. Once again, holdout IS-7 is going to win out against 60 TPs over time, but that's going to take a lot of time.
Question is, can they actually clear the 907? Are they even trying? I feel like they're blinding towards it, but so far so good for Goldfish, though, because they're still defending. Some HE damage being done against Dreamer, but it's going to take a long time before they actually are able to find this. Little taking a shot in the Hori, getting spotted out. And I mean, I guess it's not that important that the 907 is there. They would, of course, love to clear him, though.
They would love to clear him, but they don't have an option currently to do that because, well, they simply also don't know where the EBR is currently. So for CB, I guess he would love to make a move, and his finger is probably above the W key right now. But now the W key is actually being pressed by the tanks of Motivatia that are going to start advancing through that zero line. They're going to find Shifter that's kind of caught out in the open completely. Diable to shut it down, and this sparks the push here by Goldfish on the other side of the map. There is a good amount of clear coming out of those 60 TPs. Turns out High Alpha pretty good here, as Hellmite left to defend against like 5 people. He gets blown to pieces.
I'm assuming Brainbreaker is spotted now as well, or at least he's shooting. So they know really that he's still in the middle. They might try to clear him. Crazy War now getting pushed on by Touchy Baby into 260, and Goldfish has to overrun 1-2. They have to keep overrunning it as well to make this work. Milo pushing straight into the 60p. He will need some help. There's Patras coming. The 907 still alive in the middle, and Goldfish is actually doing a very good job here, because now Motivatia are really starting to drive through the open on this A line, on this D line. Yes, TRV should be farming away. This 60 TP will die, and then it's only a 260 left in K1. Kihan as last survivor, and 4CB probably clearing in the meantime. Magic Dog picking up Barbarian. Looking good actually for Goldfish, I would say, if they can get the kills closed out, and if they can find this 907, which they do now. He's spotted out, but is there anybody even to shoot him? That's a good question.
I mean, 4CB trying to do what he can, ducking and weaving once again, left on 600 HP. It seems to me like one of his wheels is damaged, but he's able to make it into the hole here as Positive bites the dust. Yosi to pick it up. That is a huge amount of open ground for the tanks of Goldfish to cover here. Actually, they are going to drive through the cap, but they need to commit up and over. At the same time, they need to kill the 260 there, and the 907 still not down and out.
They need to start capping with at least one of them. It's a bit of an overcommitment. One of the E5 should have already sat on the cap, to be honest. Thunder will fall. Milo's trying to block now so they can get the triple cap pressure on after. Pupa looking for that 907. Double cap pressure for the side of Motivatia. So there needs to be triple cap pressure immediately for Goldfish. Remember, Kian, they are defending. If they can extend the timer for long enough, they will win the game. There's a triple cap pressure now for the side of Motivatia, and Dreamer is not going to get back towards it. Yes, CRV is not going to get back towards it. Danny, I think, just missed the shot as well. So who's really going to do it? 5 seconds left. There needs to be a reset. It's not going to happen, but there is one reset. 4CB trying to make it back to the middle, but in 5 seconds, that is just not going to happen. They can extend the time though, Kian. If they can do that, then who knows? They need to start team killing. 8 seconds. Now they need to make a team kill. Dreamer dies. That's too early. That is too early. They had to wait a second more. They're actually going to lose because they did the team kill 1 second, 2 seconds too early. Motivatia will take it. That was a mistake from Goldfish. The way it works is that every kill extends the game by 5 seconds. So the moment that the cap, you hear the sound, there's a very distinct marker that the cap is going through. That is 5 seconds. And then you need to kill after like 3 seconds. And if they did that, they would have actually brought it back. But I still think that they left this going too long. They could have been capping already with an E5. They could have already been on the cap with an E5 and gathering points. Well, actually, they could have been on the cap with 2 people already. They just need to send one guy to go face hug the 260. That's really what all they need to do. Basically, what Motivatia was doing, it's like keeping everybody tied up in individual fights. If they did that, they could have already started the cap. EBR could have already been going back to base as well. 4CB could have been going back to base. There's a lot of things there for Goldfish that could have gone their way, and they really should have won that round.
Yeah, I think so too. There were a lot of win conditions here for the team of Goldfish. Like if you take one of those boxes, then you end up winning the round. Then you end up going to tiebreaker here. But this way, they're actually going to make my prediction correct, and I believe Moff's as well. So I'm not entirely unhappy with the result for this reason, but I am a little bit unhappy for Goldfish regardless, because it feels like they were just falling short, and there were like 3 or 4 individual calls, individual plays that could have won them the round. They didn't do a single one of those, so Motivatia are going to be, smirking a little bit after this round, because they must know that this could have been the opposing teams, but they ended up kind of stealing it. So a robbery in broad daylight, but, at the end of the day, no one is going to care how you actually took the round. What matters is that you did, and what matters is that they are going to be winning the match with that. This also means that we have our first upper bracket finalist of the tournament, and that is going to be Motivatia. Goldfish gonna get relegated down towards the lower bracket. We are going to see them later today in match number 3 against Band. Match number 2, however, the upcoming one, that is another cracker to watch out for. It is going to be Invil that are obviously aiming for those 3-mark Goldfish against a recently reborn, I guess, team of Aurora.
And that Aurora was playing very well, I would say. But they really made such a mess out of this last round, Kihan. It's so sad, like, thinking about it. Not starting the cap early to start accumulating points and force the 260 to reset as well. Not getting the EBR immediately on the cap. And then after they did none of these things, they should already be preparing their teammates for that. Like, they should already be preparing them for that. If 4CB isn't going to make it back, he should stay in front of a 60 TP. Because 60 TP alpha with HE is 950. That's 1 team kill, then you team kill the 60 TP, and guess what, Kihan? You win the game. This is honestly, I know this is like, but this is something you always have to consider, because team killing to extend the game has been a thing in the past to win rounds.
Yeah, exactly. It is a completely viable game mechanic, especially in tournaments. And sometimes it does end up netting you the victory. And here, if the timing is correct, I guess, there are not a lot of people like consistently training that, because it does happen kind of seldomly, but it does happen.
I'm pretty sure it's 5 seconds, and every kill is 5 seconds as well. Because if you're capping to 100 and the other base is at 95, you don't win, because it goes into a draw. So it's 5 seconds, and they needed only 1 second, but they immediately team killed.
Anyway, that was a lot of close rounds here with the better end, however, for Motivatia. So after some replays, we'll be back with Invil versus Aurora.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Clan Showdown. Match number 1, Moff, is over. What did you think of Goldfish versus Motivatia?
Well, at first it looked like a steamroll, right? By the way, great to be back on the cast. I managed to weasel my way back on to waffle about some more World of Tanks.
Keep inviting you either, but
It's
keep inviting
the
me.
natural British accent right there. Anyway, the first game, Motivatia, looked like they were just steamrolling, business as usual, and then something just clicked and Goldfish actually started picking up some rounds there, but both teams looked quite scruffy in that first round. Enough of that though. The first match for me today is going to be casting Invil against Aurora, and I think you can agree the narrative coming into this Clan Showdown is it's Invil's for the taking, right? They want the triple fist, the new special diamond badge for Piotr and Monster. They've been at the top for so long. They've got all these superstars. They have this aura as a team. They just have this synergy which allows them to win matches even when it looks like it's not going to happen.
I mean, it's not the whole team though. I think it's only 2 people that are getting the triple diamond if it happens. But I guess the Monster and Piotr definitely making sure that it's of.
They'll be whipping them into line, dude.
Exactly.
On the other side, we got Aurora, though. And these guys, I thought they were retired, to be honest. I think they disbanded a little while ago. And to be honest, we haven't seen too much of them in the competitive scene of late because the Yermans just weren't playing the Onslaught events. They weren't in OLS, they weren't in Onslaught Legends Cups either. So all of these players, we're quite familiar with them in 15v15, but we just haven't seen them for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I think they played the last one, but they didn't qualify. They did really well in groups, some of. I don't know how much of it you watched, but they should have beat Motivatia as well. They beat W and they beat Band.
Yeah,
or did
it was very
Band?
close. It was very close in that group between Motivatia, Band, and Aurora. They did surprise in the groups. I honestly didn't expect them to do very well. I don't know. I in my mind they were retired, so it was sort of a bit of a surprise to see them come back. Map pick and bans coming in though, and historically we know Live Oaks has been kind of a permaban for Invil. They never really liked to play it, but this time they've actually opted for Muravanka as their first ban. What do you make of that?
I mean, they just don't want to play Moreau. I guess that's fine. They used to ban Live Oaks. I guess they switched it from Live Oaks to Moreau. Then Himmel's getting banned from Aurora. Smart. I don't think you want to play Himmels against Invil. And Cliff, though, coming out first from Invil, not really a surprise, Moff.
No, that's definitely not a surprise. And from Aurora's point of view, they're going to want to ban either Himmels or Cliff, right? We know that Invil love those 2 brawling maps. It is pretty much their wheelhouse. So Aurora picking the lesser of 2 evils from their point of view. They're going to ban out Himmels, but a strong map for Invil to start off with.
Yeah. I think Cliff is a very strong map to start off with. Then Live Oaks for Aurora. There used to be a map where Invil wasn't that good, but I mean, this is a long time ago. They've been performing on that one as well. Then Fisherman's Bay being banned, Sand River being banned, gives us third map Prokhorovka.
Yeah, and we've seen Aurora play that in the group stage as well. They had some interesting strategies where they had a shield created in the A0 corner with a mouse providing a shield for a 279, and it actually worked out pretty well, but that sort of stuff is kind of gimmicky, right? And maybe you cannot get away with it more than once.
And if we get there, Highway to be the tiebreaker. What did you predict for this match, Moff?
I went 4-1 with Invil. I think they were the informed team, and if you compare to how everyone else got on in the groups, Invil pretty much rolled. They pretty much rolled their group stage. They were pretty strong there, and I don't know. It's just the vibe I get.
4-1 I find a bit extreme though, Moff. Aurora was really good in groups.
Yeah,
like, if you think about it,
in my mind, I'm thinking of it like Invil, they achieved this kind of final form state, if you like. I mean, because we've seen people do strong in the groups before. Like, it happened before where someone does well in groups, and then they end up falling flat in the playoffs. I mean, you haven't really gone too much more in Aurora's favor there. 4-2, giving them a little bit more credit, but not surprising that we're all three of us going with Invil here.
Yeah, I don't think that is a surprise. I think it's going to be closer than you and Keyhand just because of Aurora's performance in groups, but I could be wrong. Invil could roll this, so that could be a thing. Cliff starting off though, for Aurora, the goal here is to win one round, Aimo.
Yeah, you want to split the map. It would be a very bad way to start off your day with a 2-0 going into the next map of Live Oaks, which can also be split quite reasonably 1-1, and then suddenly it's match point already. So in the nature of best of sevens, you really got to get those points on the board.
Lineups though, Invil coming in, triple BZ 72-1, double I7, triple CS, and the rest BZ's Moff.
Yeah, that is a very rocket boost Chinese heavy tank lineup from the side of Invil. They know what they want to play, and they're going to go for it. Aurora have picked the alternate BZ, which is a little bit interesting. I can't remember what the difference is. I believe it has less rockets, but maybe more mobility.
I think there's more rockets and it's faster in general as well. But Aurora driving on 1-2 line with these 260s. He's going to be facing off against these BZs of Invil. Impact is the one to take the damage. Leon is the one to lag behind. He's going to try and block a little bit on this ramp. But there's so many Invil tanks driving through. The Fush Bs are clipping out, but Bunz is so late as well. He's going to explode. Can the boys from Aurora actually win the top? That's the question. Panther Fury down towards a one-shot. The Ignite from Ultimate is coming out as well. Kalium trying to block Chucky there, who was trying to boost past to a pretty strong position as well. They will find Rexar in the BZ, and it's going left, right, and everywhere so far. The middle, I think, is going to be won by Invil, if I'm not mistaken. And the angles, the crossfire that they currently have seems too much as well, taking into account the double Fush B currently not involved in the fight. Gun advantage for Invil, HP advantage for Invil, and now the top positions completely won by Invil as well.
Yeah, the Fosh B is just coming back into the game. Little too late for this clip potential to actually have any kind of impact here. Invil, they're not quite overwhelming the middle of the map, but they are winning it nonetheless, and they have HP advantage across the board, and the Fosh Bs are just going to get picked up. There's nothing really for them to do, and you're sort of left wondering what the side of Aurora can really do in this situation. They just look like they got hard countered.
Yeah, really good stuff there for Invil, like just overrunning the 2-line. They blow up 1-6. I mean, maybe this works for Aurora if they don't have double, how to say, they don't have double 260 that is just lagging behind, you know, like they come in and they just die. I think that was Bunze and Leon. If it was only just one that was blocking, but then you lose the second one as well. So you're down 3 260s for taking 1-2 line. And sure, you're able to retaliate a little bit, but nonetheless, you just lose so much initially that it's just not really a great trade even for that block. And the Fush Bs probably did their full clip, but that's 2 tanks and 4,000 HP. That's not in the battle in the beginning.
Yeah, what I love about this game is the simplicity of the strat from the side of Invil. They just straight up brute force it with so many BZs. They're not messing about with any clippers or any special tanks that are trying to play any specific positions. They just go with the majority of their tanks and they focus out all the guns, and it works for them. They are able to just overwhelm their opponent.
And they did a good job at that, winning both middle and the 2-line, which I think is the best possible outcome from there. And then even then, so Aurora is down a few to 60s, and they're trying to make the shield where Kalium is, but that got countered by Invil just pushing past towards the other corner. Invil also has the south corner, I think, with a CS of Monster, I think was sitting there. So they really had all the crossfire they could imagine.
Yeah, I'll tell you something though. Going from Onslaught back to 15v15, it's really difficult to just keep track of everything that's going on. There's too many tanks across the map, 30 different players in the battle there, and there's all kinds of little brawls going on all over the place, and it just makes it very chaotic. And this is what I wanted to stress. The point is that Invil, they just thrive in these situations, right? Because it's so difficult for the guy who's in charge, who's leading the team, to communicate everything at once. The players have to be making those individual calls. We see the Foch Bees, they did do a lot of damage. Old King's doing almost 6k, but you have to imagine that half of that damage is already when the rest of the team is dead.
Yeah, I mean, the Foch Bees did their job, but you see those 260 that they lost early. I think Bunza was one of them, Leon was another one of them, and Impact was the third. So you see them all pretty much on the bottom of this scoreboard already, and that's not really what you want. Profuse and Panther Fury took the hits in return, but also the thing is, Moff, you have to remember, BZ75 has one thing over 260 at the very least, and that's extra HP as well. So trading even is not really good enough.
Yeah, I was about to say the heal ability, which is kind of crazy, but the BZ, yeah, it does have that HP advantage. I still absolutely detest it as a tank, but it has this one very specific use in competitive formats. It's just torpedo forwards with a lot of HP, get in your opponent's face and just crush them.
Well, round number 1 done. This was always going to be an uphill battle for Aurora on Cliff, to be honest. It was always going to be very rough for them. So I am, like I said, I'm looking for them to win 1 round. That's really what they need. I would never see Aurora win 2 rounds on Cliff against Invil. I think that is unrealistic to expect. I'm more likely than not expecting Invil to win 2-0 coming out of Cliff, and then moving on, Aurora has to fight an uphill battle against Invil. That's why, if they can win 1 round here, I think that's almost best case scenario for Aurora going through this match.
Yeah, and the way the first game went, it seems kind of unlikely. Invil were pretty strong though. They had about over 10,000 HP remaining at the end of the battle, which means that the side of Aurora didn't really manage to get anything done. And I always get this impression that they, as a team, they kind of like to play a bit more slow and controlled. I don't know whether that is like a correct opinion, but I just always have that vibe coming from them.
Again, I think they did really well in groups. They probably should have beaten Motivatia as well, but they didn't. For retired gamers, they're definitely doing better than the Fame players yesterday in advance. Gotta say that much, that's for sure. Low standard.
Well, they played the game.
Course. Yeah, well, yeah, that's also true.
You gotta be in it to win it, as they say.
True. But you can't lose if you don't show up, Mof.
Yeah, that's my career, dude, in World of Tanks competitive. I can't lose. Anyway, round 2. Do we expect similar style to Envil? Just BZ spam?
Yeah. BZ's pretty good on this map because it counters 260s. Even counters side 7 a little bit because purely on trades, I mean, the 260 has the better gun, right? Better DPM, but lower HP pool if the BZs get close and start blowing up your 260s. If a 260 does 1 shot, it's 440. If a BZ does 1 shot, it's 650, you know? Have enough of those trades and you're winning the game off.
Simple maths right there. Also, does a BZ have more gun depression than those tanks as well? Because we know Russian heavies always have pretty poor gun depth. The teams have actually swapped around a little bit here. Invil this time are opting with the BZ72-1. We said it's got a bit more mobility, but less rockets. So I wonder about the armor profile as well on the turret. For the viewers at home, I think it was in one of the auctions that you could get that.
It was an auction tank, I think, yeah. It was an auction tank indeed. Start-wise though, Aurora driving towards the middle of the map, Invil driving towards the 1-2 line. They're going to have triple CS by the looks of things taking the hill. They're going to need to do something from Aurora's side, which is going to be hard for them. They're going to need to counter these BZs going on the hill. If they can't do that, it's going to be pretty rough. Triple CS is going up. They will be taking some damage. The i7s are going to come around that corner and swing down. The question is, how much do they really take? You can see the firing line stopping. Does somebody get deleted? Benzo down towards a one-shot. Benzo out. The firing line from Invil, the firing squad, puts those... put that little CS out of his misery immediately. Now, around the hill, though, is a very large push from the side of Aurora, but Invil immediately pushing down 1-2 towards the Forge Bees. They want to get the Forge Bees shooting at the tanks, pushing them, and not that the BZ's taking the hill, which is exactly what's happening now. Already double bounce from Old Kings. Profuse, they get struck, gets held. They might blow up at least one, but they're both going to die for this in their Forge Bees, respectively. They're trading it out, but they haven't really done their clips effectively. But Katsai is down, Piotr is down as well. The blow up, I think, from rerolls. Only one BZ remaining on the hill now. Kalian pushing into him, keeping him down to get shot from the tanks around the hill. T-Sec trying to boost back up, but he shall not pass. Gets put down as the first Bees get cleaned up. It is Invil now pushing back across the middle of the map into the BZs, but the STRV of Scatter is raining down lead on top of these IS-7s. He's unspotted, he's unscathed, and he is going to put the nail into the coffin that is Invil pushing down the middle, and Aurora showing a lot of signs of life in this one, Moff.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for them right now, but you got to be careful. You got to make sure that you close it out, because the HP Bunzer is actually able to start getting another clip off there. Rexa, I think, missed the shot, and he does go down eventually, but they've wasted a lot of time here. The side of Aurora has the advantage. That push around the hill in towards the north of the map, it just completely prevented anyone from Invil from taking the hill. So Aurora, they have control of the hill. They've got to be careful, though, because the STRV Scatter is in a bit of a vulnerable position. Invil have pushed over towards the middle of the map. If the STRV goes down, that opens up capped opportunities for the side of Invil.
Yeah, now Marcel is starting to face off against Impact as well in his STRV, respectively, starting to blast him into the garage, and Marcel not taking that much damage at all. Impact now very, very low, trying to get under the hill. He will fall against Marcel, or he will just about survive, but that should be an angle to pick up Impact, and he's going to be proxy spotting Marcel. Kacha still hiding behind that hill as well, and it seems like Scatter has moved them off. The impact of the SRVs cannot be underestimated, but look where he is on the minimap. J5, he has survived. It was true, he needed to survive for this game. But now Aurora on defense, up 4,000 HP, even in guns. I don't see the recovery here for the side of Invilmov.
Yeah, the situation is stabilized, right? Aurora have managed to keep their guns alive. They managed to sort of stall out or hold out this push from the side of Invil. They've even got some tanks in quite awkward positions. You see G6 on the minimap. There's just an IS-7, I think that's Comrade, just completely in amongst it in the buildings, and there's not really anything he can do there, because if he tries to move, he will be in a complete crossfire. And like you mentioned, Aurora, they are defending, so they have no incentive to do absolutely anything. As long as they can cover their base, which they can, they've got Baron there as a sort of guard, a security guard there for Scatter and the STRV. Everything should be under control, and Invil, they're so split across the map, it's kind of hard for them to do anything, and the tank with the most HP is the STRV, and that's not what you want.
That's usually not ideal when the STRV has the most HP, but Invil is going to try. They always try, and sometimes they succeed with taking it away as well. So, you know. But it's
pretty over.
It's looking impossible.
Yeah, this push that they're making on the B line, there's going to be a crossfire from the hill, so even if they trade out these guns, if they kill Impact and Katya, they should really just die for it anyway. Yuzek peeking up already, taking a shot. Marcel now trying to take the aggro for the rest of his team, but they're kind of just baiting him, and that's because they don't really think that they can peek anyway. Marcel just trying to do what he can, but the shots are coming in from the top of the hill. Can Invil make this work? I do not believe so, as YOLO pushes in, tries to take the advantage, but there's just so much covering fire here for the side of Aurora, and they already pick up the kill on towards YOLO. Orzhek has nothing to do here as well, as he falls, and that should secure the round for Aurora.
Yeah, they tried this last-ditch effort, but Aurora could really clean up the rest of them if they feel like it. Impact behind a wreck may die against Chucky, but I don't feel like it's gonna happen. No, Impact shut him down. Rejected on that kill. Scatter picking up another one, and it's 3 tanks left standing for Invil, and Aurora has done what I consider really good for them. Win a round on the cliff.
Yeah, you mentioned it beforehand. If they can take it 1-1, then the fight is really on. And Invil just got a couple tanks left remaining. Obviously, there's nothing they can do, but Aurora equally don't really have too much incentive to go and kill them anyway, because it's already quite a long round. And since neither team won their attacking round, it will go to a fastest defensive round for tiebreaker if we eventually get there. But it's so early in the match, it's quite unlikely that this game will have any kind of impact. So Aurora just going to slow play it and secure the round. But, you know, you'd think maybe in a 8 or 7 versus 1, they might have the confidence to go forwards and just find the kill on towards DJ, as he does fall towards Callium. And like we said, they needed to pick up a round here to try and make this game competitive, and they have done so.
Good stuff there from Aurora. That push around the hill, Moff, we don't see it that much anymore on Cliff, but even with losing Benzo going on the hill, that pressure around the hill is always very hard to deal with. And I think Invil kind of forgot about that they can get pressured around the hill quickly, which is what Aurora did, like a large part of the team driving around. You want to push 1-2 there for Invil, which is correct. You want to kill the Fush Bees, because if the Fush Bees shoot you going on the hill, you take a lot of damage on those BZs taking the hill. But at the same time, you're almost forced to go up at the BZs though, because if you don't and you wait too long, you end up in the scenario that you are now, that you are driving on the hill and they're in the buildings shooting you when you're driving up.
Yeah, it's quite a difficult strat that Aurora have to deal with there. I mean, Invil, like you said, if they don't push the Fosh Bees are going to be able to clip them going up the hill, but Invil didn't really have enough tanks in middle to go up the hill in the first place, right? And Aurora actually had enough guns to just deal with it, even without the supporting fire of the Fosh Bees. I think Aurora is actually, they're a team that does like to play this, but look at that damage from Scatter, 6.8k in the round and 3 kills. That is the almost perfect performance from an STRV. That's really what you'd love to see on this map.
Yeah, really good stuff there from Scatter, I agree. He did exactly what you would want him to do and is able to bring his team across the finish line. So for Scatter, really good job there, performing very, very nicely. So well done to him. Gets out the most important part, the damage. Marcel on his team respectively also doing very, very well. And of course the BZs for Invil are going to be on the bottom because, well, let's be real, they were the ones sent on the hill.
Yeah, there was nothing for them to do, just like lambs to a slaughter. I'm just wondering how you would play this if you were Invil, if you wanted to make the correct reaction. Hindsight.
You must have to go up at the BZs straight, except the Fush Bee damage, because you know that there's only 2 CSs on top of the hill.
Yeah. So if you can, it's all about securing that hill, right? If they can get up there and then they can sort of fortify that position.
If they win the hill,
all of the guns in the north are in trouble.
Yes.
Yeah.
As long as they win the top of the hill, the game's over. Every time. Without exceptions. Because around the hill doesn't do anything against top of the hill.
Yeah, you're just in the low ground and slowly get chipped away at in crossfire with the STRV. But Cliff is done. We can throw that in the garbage. We're going on towards Live Oaks, which is Aurora's map pick. And I mentioned it before the game started. Historically, Live Oaks has been a permaban for the side of Invil. But, you know, a lot has changed over time. 15v15 has been going for a while. And we've had, like, spawn swaps where the defender is now from the north spawn. We've had meta changes of reward tanks like the Chieftain and such getting nerfed. And then that brings other tanks back into play. So potential for some creative ideas here.
Maybe we saw Live Oaks between Goldfish and Motivatia, and Goldfish could have taken a 2-0 off. They just haven't mastered the art of team killing yet.
Yeah, they need to play more advances, that's for sure. The team kill, the team kill is quite a unique thing though, because
there's plenty of examples of team killing though. You know, sometimes even in old ranked mod from time to time, you know, things happened, right? Al Haloof, STB.
I do not know what you could be referring to.
No, I'm just saying that, you know, it's a skill that should have been trained over the years already.
Yeah, but it's in the moment. just to give Goldfish a little bit of credit.
No, but the thing is, they thought about it. But
I know,
the trigger so quickly.
But in the moment, it's very difficult to like imagine the high stakes nature, the high stress nature, where it's like, okay, you're all trying to communicate at the same time, and like I said, with 15 players on the team, it can be very difficult to sort of get the right message across when there's so many people who can be delivering the comms, and it's like, okay, do I kill him now? Do I kill him now? Do I kill it? Oh no. And then the timing's all wrong and it goes bad. Interesting lineup here from Invil though. They're bringing double Super Kong, which for those of you that don't know, was actually nerfed a little while ago. They nerfed the DPM a bit and they nerfed the HP, but by and large it's still pretty much the same tank, right? It's still got the same excellent gun, but teams have sort of fallen away from picking that tank, but it's still good.
Yeah, can still play hold on, of course, Moff. At the end of the day, it can still play perfectly fine in a hold on position. And the gun, for where they're putting it, they're going to put it at C6. I mean, yeah, sure, it's got a nerf, but the gun is still very good, Moff.
Yeah, and it's a hell of a lot better than a 60 TP for sniping at range. And I was kind of thinking this to myself, like, surely the Super Kong still has some sort of utility in this
But the question is, why couldn't you put an E5 there, Moff?
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, the E5, what I will say is, E5, if you're going to be sniping from range, you're going to be shooting AP, and the shell velocity not the greatest. Olszak pushing straight across on the bridge at the start of the game. They were trying to catch someone else but Aurora were pretty much ready for this, and they're going to do a repush of themselves. Do they have enough guns?
Yes, by far. They definitely have enough guns. Most of the Aurora team is here, Moff. They're going to overrun Piotr, overwhelm him even. I don't think he's running away this day and age. Maybe a few years ago he would, but he gets struck immediately. He gets blown up almost to bits and pieces. Chucky there in the open as well, looking for a like, but nobody to hit the hard button to save him. He's dead. Piotr's dead. Orchek and Conrad in trouble as well in those 260s, and Invil scrambling with the rest of their team off. Look at the AB line. Look at the 9-0 line. The Kongs, they're coming. The Super Kongs, but they're not fast enough for this. This fight is going to be over before any of them ever show up. The Mouses are driving as well, but Aurora sending more tanks out as well. 279 STRV. They realize the EBR is clearing. They find Panzer Fury out in the open as well. And this initial play from Invil gets hammered by Aurora's slower bridge push, actually.
Yeah, Aurora, they've got to pick up these kills on towards the likes of Pan's Fury, trying to push him down into the water. Remember, Aurora have double mouse, and that's a lot of HP that's out of the game. That's 7,000 hit points out of the fight. So if Invil can maybe try and make some sort of repush, but the crossfire is just so powerful for the side of Aurora. It seems unlikely that they'll be able to get anything done here, as Frantic looks to try and peek, but he is getting crossfired from multiple different directions, and this repush is just not going to work.
I love the confidence, Moff, there in the repush department. There's no repush happening anytime soon for these teams whatsoever. I mean, mainly for Invil. The Mouses are still driving, however, and they will keep driving the whole time. They're
padding their distance travel, that's for sure. I was trying to take a leaf out of the Keyhand playbook, where I tried to pretend that the fight is still ongoing and there's going to be peak action, but this one is done. Aurora will take the win, and they'll take the lead in this match, going up 2-1, and the Mouse, they didn't really have anything to do in this game, but I believe Callium's the FC, right? So he had a lot of...
and Old Kings, apparently.
Yeah, so Callium, by picking the Mouse, is actually a genius play, because he had a lot of time to ping the minimap.
They got rolled here. I mean, Invil was trying this opening. They saw the tanks, and they figured there would be a city pressure, but with 279s and 60 DPs going across the bridge, and I think they were even pushing them to be faster, the timing is actually bad for Invil, because they don't spot them initially, because they haven't even started driving across the bridge yet, because they're just that slow with that lineup, that they're committing to the dip, and the moment they do that, and they're wanting to chase TBR, they see the entire team going over the bridge.
Yeah, and like you say, once you're committed into that ditch, once you're in that low ground, you cannot leave. It is not possible for you to...
I mean, you can, but...
Well, you're going to sacrifice a lot of HP if you want to do so. Callium there with a Commander's performance. Huge performance there from Callium. 2 shots
Tremendous.
fired, 0% hit rate. That's absolutely shameful display. But he imparted wisdom on the minimap for the rest of his team. That is for sure. And it was that was probably the most convincing round that we've seen so far.
I think it's just this is just an opening versus opening thing where, you know, Invil looks like they got dominated, but that's only because their opening was really, really, really bad against what Aurora was doing. I don't think they could have had a worse opening, almost.
Yeah. And I mentioned that before the game started, Invil are really good at sort of clawing their way back into a game, but when you have such a deficit and the positions are so bad straight from the beginning of the game, it's impossible for anyone to recover that kind of a situation.
Well, it is what it is, Moff. And Aurora's up, though. They're up, Moff, right now.
Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be a very competitive match, and Invil, like I said, the narrative going into this event was, can they get the Diamond Fist? And I think a lot of people on the server were looking to Motivatia to be the main challengers to that.
Yes,
it was like, this super team has been formed. You bring in Gotcha Baby from W, a superstar performer. You bring in some of the guys from Cashback weren't playing in this Motivatia lineup before as well. So you bring all of those guys together. You bring back Positive as well, and you're thinking that's going to be the team. That is going to be the final between those two.
Their gameplay through groups hasn't really...
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Feel like they're the team.
Before the event starts, that's what you're thinking, right? And like you mentioned, the group stage, and then this
Even
upper bracket.
Goldfish, I mean...
Yeah, it just looks scruffy, right? Whereas Aurora, looking clean. They're looking very sharp right now.
Haven't seen that much from them yet, though. Like 2 rounds now they've won, okay. But I will say, for a team that hasn't really played for a while, they're doing remarkably well, especially against the top dogs that are Invil in this regard, right? I mean, they are the reigning champions. They are the team that's won the most 50v15 tournaments in the last few years. So all eyes are on them.
Yeah, and we should have mentioned that Aurora, they've stepped up to the plate more than a few times. They're a very experienced team in their own right. I believe or some combination of the players have won the event at least a couple of times. So they're more than capable of taking the fight to a team like Invil.
I don't know if there's anybody on this Aurora team that don't have gold fists. I would have to think about it. Probably a few, but not that many.
First name that immediately came to my mind was Leon. I don't recall seeing him play in this lineup before, but you know, there's always players shuffling around, and when it's a 15-team roster, it's always very easy to notice if 1 or 2 players get swapped out occasionally. We're just remarking about like Invil's longevity as a team, but if you go back like to 2018, 2019, we're talking like 6 years ago, there's only going to be like a handful of players that were actually in this team. They've just sort of slowly evolved over time, and that's what happens with the Polish roster shuffles.
Well, lineups of Invil. 260, triple E5, 260 times 5 actually, is double CS and EBR and E100 and IS7 and double 60p.
Meanwhile, Aurora going very 60TP heavy. They're bringing 5 60TPs, double 705A, a 279, triple IS7, a CS, STRV, and double EBR. So no surprise here that Aurora are going to lean more towards the city with this kind of a lineup. They're going to use those 705As perhaps to side scrape on all of those buildings. That tank can be very tricky to deal with. T6's position is quite an interesting one there. He's got a bush, and he's going to be able to spot if there's any kind of aggression or push into the bowl, into the dip at the start of the game from the side of Aurora. Is he going to stay there? Because that could be quite a vulnerable position.
You can always readjust them off. It doesn't really have to be too in position. The 279 falling back to 0 line. They're giving up under straight though with this, which is something that I do not like.
Yeah, that's a lot of map control being given away from the side of Aurora, and is
I7's going under now.
Oh,
they will get shredded for this normally. I mean, they'll take a lot of damage. There's triple E5 on the building mob. You can see them getting tracked, getting held already. Baron down towards 742. Baron dead to Ketsai in the CS. That's them sniping from the rails. Leon now in trouble as well, I think. this was not the move for them, but they are finding a little bit of success back on towards Profuse, who's trying to block. That's not happening, though. He should fall for that, but Leon is going to explode. Kalium actually with the smart decision of not going anymore. They will find Profuse, but is Profuse worth 2 IS7s, Moff? I don't think so.
No, it definitely isn't. And Kalium, because he delayed, if he gets despotted, he may be able to go under at a later point in time and eventually secure that position. But look at Invil. They've got a lot of tanks trapped behind that G5 building there. They are unable to leave at the moment, and the EBR from the side, or one of the EBRs from the side of Aurora, should really be getting eyes on this part of the map. Invil, though, are taking control of the base from the side of Aurora, and there's not really anyone in position to stop them from doing so.
Yeah, but now the EBR of YOLO is indeed doing what you said. He's going under, proxy spotting all of these E5s. Is there anybody to even shoot this right now? I am not too sure, Moff. They need to find Orchek, though. They need some people to put crossfire on towards that position, because Kalium is not healthy enough to really do anything against those guys. The 260s are going to start blasting him from behind, and if they can't clear the E100, well, then they can't really clear anything.
Yeah, and that IS-7 is going to be vulnerable to the 260s. He cannot really sit safe in that position, so he will fall shortly. Orchek has got plenty of HP to hang around, and these 705As are not really having any kind of impact right now on the game. They're just AFK in the D1 position of the map. Aurora, they're trying to retake their base. They're sending in a CS, they're sending their 60 TPs across open ground, but all of the map control is in Invil's favor right now.
Yeah, Benzo trying to get some shots back on towards Piotr, and surprisingly enough, Aurora is still in the game right now. Piotr will be forced under. Gather and the STRV needs to be careful against Orchek and the 100. I'm surprised that they haven't tried to peek this the C100 at all. There's now an EBR jumping through, and there's an Invil repush coming out. It will be spotted going under by the EBR. So can they get ready for this? The STRV will readjust as well. The CS of Benzo is going to be dying on zero line. Aurora, I think, currently losing on rotations, Moff, because look at the CS on zero line. He's probably going to fall. The 60p is no longer covering him. Monster driving through the open takes some damage, but will survive. Actually, he will not survive. I'll pick him up. I don't think they shoot anymore either. They're pushing into these 705As. They're trying to peek these 60p. Scatter, 4k damage again, popping off apparently. And Info, have they done too much, Moff? They're still in position though. They're pushing them back into the guns from behind those 60 TPs. So they can't really play forward. They can't really play back. And I think Invil still is looking fine.
Yeah, and look at YOLO in the EBR, providing crossfire from behind. Of course, he's not going to be able to output too much damage, but he's going to do what he can. Invil now pushing in towards the base from the side of Aurora. Benzo does get picked up, and that means triple cap is now an option that is available for the side of Invil. But this push that they're making, they don't really need to do it. All of these guns, the 705As, they were just locked down. They were unable to do anything in the game, and Invil have just opened the door and allowed the 705As to have some kind of impact in this round, which is making it a lot closer than it perhaps ought to be. But look at the map control once again. The HP may be similar and the guns are favoring Invil, but look, they're closing the net. They're closing the net on that city.
They are indeed starting to surround all those tanks in the city. Now the STRV getting pushed from multiple angles. Panzer Fury even giving a shot to Magnus there in the 705A. Gets the connection, the finish from Old Kings. However, it's a good finish. Marcel taking a lot of damage, but still, you're right, that surround move is in full effect. YOLO does have position behind them, and Aurora somehow has more HP, but Aurora doesn't have any tanks left.
Yeah, and like we said, YOLO, he cannot actually do anything with this position that he has available because the rest of his team is just melting. Magnus, he kept all of his HP on that 705A for a very long time, but it has suddenly disappeared very, very quickly, and Invil on cleanup crew here. They do need to be a little bit careful and not just push in like super recklessly, but they've got so many guns available that they can afford to just push in and trade it out. Ketsai takes a lot of damage, but it's not going to matter one bit, and I would argue that this game was a lot closer than it perhaps should have been. I don't believe that Invil should have repushed in towards the 1-2 line. I don't think it was necessary at all.
I'm inclined to agree with you, Moff, but they did, and it became awfully close. If, for example, Benzo doesn't get caught out on the A line, then who knows what is really possible. Because look at their HP, 2,468 remaining on this Invil lineup, who were, of course, attacking, but this could have gone a lot different. I'm surprised Aurora didn't decide to peek that the I-7 move under was not very good. I'm surprised they didn't decide to peek the E100 and blow him up, though.
I think they were just worried about getting crossfired from behind. If you remember the game between Goldfish and Motivatia, when Goldfish peeked in towards those guns, they bled a lot of HP, but the circumstances were very different in that game. I think the key thing here, though, is if the other IS-7s, along with Callium, if they all stopped behind that building and just waited, then they could have potentially just crossed unspotted, all three of them, into the ditch, and then all together as a unit, they will be able to peek on towards the guys behind the building in G5. They'd be able to peek on towards Orzhek as well, and maybe this game would have a very different outcome, because look at them at the bottom, Leon and Baron, not really doing anything.
I will say, though, that Kalia made the right decision there to stop with the I7. I wish that Leon would have done the same as well. Because I think he would have lived.
I mean, the first one, Baron, you can kind of like
he
forgive
was
that
dead.
because you have to allow a certain amount of time to react to actually what's actually happening to you. So one tank was the warning, and Leon definitely should have stopped as well. Marcel and Orzhek. Orzhek actually doing 5k in the E100. That's a pretty good score on the board for a tank like that that's just holding an anchor position. Scatter again, though, doing 6k in the STRV, and so if there's a problem in this team or this particular round, it's definitely not him.
No. Scatter's really popping off. So now we go into Prokhorov Gamov. Do we think we have a full match on our hands where Tiebreaker will make the decision?
I mean, why not? The evidence presented in front of us suggests that it could go that way. Prokhorovka being picked by Invil here. I remember I said earlier, Aurora, they did this very cheeky shield in the corner in A0.
Yeah, mouse to 7-9.
Yeah, and I don't think that they would be able to get away with that a second time. But who knows?
I mean, you could pick the lineup for it, Moff. If they don't straight push you, then you do have time to make that play, right?
Yeah, normally. I mean, I'm thinking about it as in from the hill. You don't. Do you have render from the hill to be able to shoot in towards the red line? So if the mouse were driving up the hill,
yeah. Where do you want to shoot him from? Where do you want to shoot him from? Sorry.
From the
That's
hill.
the question.
So if the mouse
no,
is driving
no,
up into the corner,
no, you need to
get towards the edge of the city.
Yeah, quite. The way the circle works, I think you have to be like half a square down from the hill, Moff, if you have the bushes at the top.
Yeah, and that's not really.
If you're like half a square
feasible.
further, I think you have render, like just about have render on the red line.
Yeah, and that's not really workable in a live game, is it? If you can just sit in the open.
No, teams would just push the right side straight and never allow the mouse to drive up. You know, like they would just drive right side and he would not. He would stop. He would just sit at A8 or go to B9.
Yeah. Well, it would be interesting to see whether Aurora actually bring out this pocket strat. Usually, you only do it once and then you never do it again. But, you know...
you can bait off of it, though.
Yeah, you can bait off of it as well, because, of course, there's no fog of war in these tournaments. Unlike with Onslaught, that's quite a key difference, actually, that you cannot see your opponent's lineup by default in Onslaught, but you can here. So if you see the mouse, you might think that they're going to go for the corner hold, but they actually won't.
Normally, you know, you keep it in the back of your mind, but you don't just full counter just because you see one tank. But you keep it in the back of your mind. Aurora playing with the double EBR, the SCRV, the double 907, the K91, the CS63, the VK, the Chief, the triple quad IS7, and double 60p.
Meanwhile, Invil are going German super heavy. They're bringing triple mouse, a whole bunch of IS7s, triple E5, an STRV, and just the one EBR. So a very meaty lineup for the side of Invil. You might be forgiven for thinking that they are the ones defending, but...
Restart.
Oh, there's a restart. And the rules for that, after the countdown, it can actually occur. We didn't have this in Onslaught, like I said, because the light tank can spot with the plane ability at the start of the game, but...
As low tanks are,
yes.
As low tanks are spotted and no damage is dealt, I think is the exact rule, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but that's how it was in the past, at least. And seeing as it's in the beginning of the game, the teams should be allowed to reset. And as a result of that, they will be coming back to us. And, of course, they cannot change the tanks anymore. So you want to continue your point about the triple mass? That's a lot of HP,
Yeah.
but it's also not very mobile, Moff.
Yeah, and like you said, the teams are locked into those setups. They cannot change from what they have, and that means that the lineups have been revealed to each other. They can see what they got, and the triple mouse, like I said, normally you would associate it with being uber defensive, but the idea, or some kind of idea that Invil might have, is that they want the triple mouse to take a lot of aggro in the beginning by over-peeking in towards the middle of the map, for example, take a lot of shots for the team, and then still have HP because you're a mouse, and then that allows this sort
What's
of
the good thing about the
main
mouse in
push.
the mid, Moff? You ever played mouse in Prokhorovka?
Yeah, you got a lot of height, right? So you can shoot over ridge lines.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you can get shot on the side of the third easily, but at the same
You can
time,
also return fire easily.
it's really chill for actually shooting towards every angle. You don't need to peek that much, you know.
Yeah, it is great if you can have a tank like that. It means you don't have to overexpose yourself, and you can kind of pivot in that mid part of the map where you can aim towards the hill, and then you can still have shots onto towards the 1-2 side of the map.
However, there's a very heavy reliance on Invil on their EBR, on their one light.
It is mental,
not-
so
Yeah, sure.
you got to have a lot of faith in that guy. And you mentioned it earlier with 4CB doing some crazy plays. I think you got to be a bit crazy to be able to be an EBR main in these kind of events, because the amount of pressure that is on your shoulders, or the amount of importance that you play well, it's just it's so difficult to play, and you've got to make these kind of bold plays. You've got to make these sorts half gambly plays to take aggro positions and spot
It
figure.
is indeed, like, I think it's often underestimated how difficult it is to play an EBR in this meta. Even more so than the Chief meta, because there's so many big alpha guns in these kind of battles that your EBR dies in 2 shots.
Yeah, that is very much true. But I would say it's actually easier now than it was before, personally, just because Chiefs, if we compare an old Chieftain to IS-7s, for example, or 60 TPs, they're going to be a lot more accurate.
Aurora opening them off very much towards 1-2 line.
Yeah, they are sending a lot of tanks over towards that part of the map. They're splitting off slightly with one CS and an EBR. That CS is getting boosted by the EBR, but he might just be suiciding to his death. But at least
Was
for
that
the
actually an EBR boosting a CS?
it is. Well, why else? Why else would he be behind him in that
No, it's
situation?
just funny. Alex is so deep already, though. Look at Alex.
Yeah, that's a lot
He's
of map
careful,
control.
though. He's playing it well, though. He's playing it well.
That was very smart by Alex. If he just went like and did another circle there, he would have been spotted out. But the internal timing in his brain, like I said, it's a very
It's
high
good, Moff.
risk.
Look at them. They're plowing down 1-2 line. Yeah, there's triple E5, Moff, but triple E5 does not last against the number of guns that is being thrown their way, and they're even hitting a few shots on the move, which is always nice. Conrad is arriving. Here's also more shots being hit on the move. TS and EB are running from the other side of the map, and they're just going to continue down, Moff. Yeah, triple E5, but does triple E5 really do much against the entirety of the Aurora squad driving down, Moff?
No, it doesn't, and the Comrade is trying to overpeak here to put in some shots. Katia is the first to fall, but there's a lot of damage output from these E5s coming in, and Aurora maybe not actually sending enough guns to deal with the situation, overestimating how much of an advantage that they had in this spot. They are going to have a hold down, but they're still going to get shot in the back of the turret from the other direction, and the triple E5 have actually locked down this part of the map, and what initially looked like an advantage for the side of Aurora, it's actually flipped the script. And look at this Invil repush. They're coming in. They've only just been spotted now, and they have been lured into a false sense of security. They're repushing. They're going to plow through all of these IS-7s. Timmy and Baron are not longed for this world, and I don't know how this has gone so badly for the side of Aurora.
They kind of went one by one, not as a group, and triple E5, Moff, I asked you. It's a lot of DPM though in that corner.
I thought they would just melt though with the amount of guns that Aurora is sending, but IS-7s, you know, it's not the most accurate tank. You've got to stop and then you've got to aim, and like you said, it doesn't have that much DPM compared to the likes of an E5, and Invil gonna have a dominant round of their own as they move on towards match point here.
You know, the mouse is actually good for this kind of push as well.
Yeah, because of the height, they're able
so
to get these shots. I mean, Comrade was peeking towards G2, and if he was a different tank, he would have to push a lot further up to be able to get the angles. But the mouse, and it's got APCR as well, which is really nice for sniping on the side of tanks from range as well. So we'll have a look at see how much damage the mouse managed to, the little mouse squadron managed, or the large mouse squadron managed to get.
Yeah, they got 15-0'd. Slightly violated a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, they need to be more as a group together. Honestly, they're almost better. I know this is going to sound strange, but they're almost better off driving way more towards the red line and take shots from the guys in the middle than get shot from both angles. And be as an actual group. They need the 907s with them as well. Because now it was just the I7s, the Chief Lag is behind. There was no really coordination. But they also need to keep their EBR in the bushes, though. Like, the EBR has to be spotting a rotation across the JK line, right?
Yeah, that is definitely something that they should be doing, but I don't know. I mean, if they did go on towards the red line, they would get spotted out a lot earlier, which means Invil could react to it a lot earlier. But look how many guns there did 0 damage for the side of Aurora. 2 of those IS-7s just pushing in towards the middle. I don't really like the VK. I mean, if you compare it to the mouse, for example, the VK is just so bad for sniping, to be honest. I know it's got like great heat pen, which is really nice, but if you're not able to just chip away at stationary, heavily armored targets from range, then I don't like it. I'm not really surprised that Ole managed to do 0 damage in that tank on this map.
I mean, you know, it's, how to say, the VK is pretty hard to play in Proco, because the gun is not that great, to be honest. Right?
Yeah, it's not. On the other side, though, look at Comrade doing 4.4 in his mouse. The mouse E5 combo outputting quite a lot of damage in this one, and Mentos didn't even have to do any damage. He was just spotting for the team.
In this kind of game, the EBR doesn't need to do the damage. And Invil's now on match point, Moff. After double, win, Live Oaks and now Prokhorovka, they look to take it 4-2, maybe, Moff?
They may take it 4-2. They're going to be defending now, which is some sort of advantage in a way. And if they did close it out at 4-2, then the scoreline would suggest that this game, in actuality, wasn't really that close. But I think, I don't know. I was going to say I think every round's been close, but both teams have had blowouts in one way or another.
Do you think Invil has it now, at the end?
I think they've stabilized. I think it is looking that way. They're starting to settle into the match, feel a bit more comfortable, control the situation. My question is, do you think Invil will play passive on the defense, or do you think they'll take this aggro?
I'm not sure, Mov. I don't feel like Invil's the kind of team to just YOLO it out at 3-2.
You don't think they're gonna YOLO? Because I've always in my mind it's always been that
they used passively, to always YOLO, but nowadays they don't anymore.
Well, that was the thing, right? That's what helped them make their breakthrough. This is going back quite a few years, but what helped them make their breakthrough is they stopped YOLOing as much. They made more calculated decision making, but particularly on Proco, I feel like defending passively
it's hard.
It's just very bad. It's just very tricky because you invite this pressure. It depends
on the kind of defense that you make, though. There's defenses that can react, and there's defenses that are fully bogged down.
Yeah.
For example, W last time, they had like a mobile defense, so they can actually play the map. Still, we also have this defense that is just very, very super passive, and then it's a lot harder to play. Invil again, triple mouse, 5 to 60s, and E5 is CS, and EBR, and 4 IS7s.
Meanwhile, Aurora bringing double 60 DP, 4 IS7s, double mouse, a 279, a CS63, double 907, STRV, and then double EBR. So again, Invil with the super heavy lineup, and it looks like they are going to take some kind of aggression here. I'm surprised it's not Scatter in the STRV, to be honest, after the performance in the first few rounds, but Old Kings is also a gamer in his own right there, and Aurora splitting quite a bit across the map in the beginning of the game, but Invil are doing the same.
Like I said, Moff, I don't think they were going to YOLO here. They're playing mainly towards the east in the beginning, with a large portion of their forces. They have the CS spotting as well, of Monster. That's indicated by the 2000 HP. It means he's not using hardening whatsoever, and that's meta equipment. He's just using the full spot. And Invil now orientating themselves slowly but surely to 9-0 line. Quite a large amount of forces there, Moff.
Yeah, Jackie over-peeking on towards middle, getting a bit of info, but Mentos has already fallen in his EBR. I wonder how that went down, but YOLO in return has gone down to a one-shot in his EBR, so some off-screen action there occurring, and winning those EBR duels can be critical, especially so early on in the round. It means that YOLO is going to be able to be kept alive, and perhaps they can sacrifice...
Rare mistake from Mentos though, no?
Yeah, it is a rare mistake. You don't often see him going down so early on in the round, but I think he probably died on the hill, right? And that position can be
tricky. It
can be tricky to play, right? Because you've got to sort of peek aggressively to get the info, but in doing so, you put yourself in a lot of danger. Piotr has overtaken the duties of spotting for the team. He's going to sit in that little ditch there and try and get what info he can, but he cannot really spot the rotations necessarily because the bush line is preventing him from do so, and if he tries to peek more towards the lower side, then he will get shot for that.
But Invil is really banking on the fact now, Moff, that the hill doesn't get repushed though. Like if you're looking at it, right?
Yeah.
Because they're leaving one tank on the hill, one behind him, trying to sell the fake. You're selling the fake here at this point, or trying to sell the fake is what I would look at this. Because if you get repushed on the hill, like you pressure so basically you pressure so deep that the enemy team thinks that there has to be support. Because who would leave two tanks by themselves? And then you stack 1-2 in return.
Yeah, what kind of crazy team?
What kind of crazy team?
Two tanks completely by themselves with absolutely no support. I think YOLO is adding to the sell here because it's like, why would you leave two tanks by themselves, let alone one? And Invil have just sent the rest of their tanks in towards A3, so they're either anticipating that their opponent is going to push one line, or they are preparing for their own one line push. But I have to say right now, if they were to push into that one line, Aurora do have quite a few guns set up to deal with it.
Yeah. But I don't think they're going to push this. They're just holding. They're honestly just holding. They wouldn't push by themselves.
Yeah, they're just vibing in the 1-2 line. And of course they're on defense, so they don't actually have to do anything. Monster's taken a lot of damage though. He's down to 1k. So.
I mean, Aurora is in prime position right now. Like really, really prime position.
Can they figure it out though? That's the question. Can they work out this bluff, this bait? Another blind shot on towards Monster, and he's in a lot of trouble there. And we know that it's very common for a CS to be in those bushes, and Aurora figured that out, and he gets spotted by Alex. Now, anyone in render to actually put any punish on towards him, I think he may be about to be able to live. No! Impact manages to hit the shot, and that means that the tank that was spotting 1-2 is no longer available for the side of Invil.
Just gonna just repick. If they just take the dip, limit to the forces, which is what Baron is doing right now, and Chucky, now they have info. They have info. Because everything's shot from 1-2, and Invil will react by this is the march down the 1-2 line, Moff. The march usually doesn't end well when there's an STRV and a 279 plowing you the whole way through, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, but look at Aurora. They're actually grouping up to push the hill, so this could be a perfect timing for the side of Invil if they play their cards right. Baron manages to spot out the play. He is not long for this world. He will go down, but it's about how much damage can the side of Aurora deal onto these tanks pushing from the side of Invil. Alex needs to back up in his EBR as well and just get out of there and stay alive and spot for tanks like Bunza, who's sitting there on the red line sniping away in his 907. Now the hill repush comes out. Piotr, he was the bait. He is going to fall eventually, but how much time can he waste?
Not very much, Moff. He's just gonna get driven over by the Albert, and Piotr, while 1-2 push full effect. Timmy trying to shield Old Kings here. Whew! That was some good focus fire from the boys from Invil. Moff, I take it back. they're actually marching down 1-2 line, and they're not about to quit either. They're gonna find the 907, they're gonna find Timmy as well. The SDRV being pushed up is not really great in this scenario, especially when the enemy's EBR is dead, Moff.
Yeah, and you wonder maybe if All Kings should have fallen back towards the K0 part of the map, but they are just getting overrun right now, and Aurora, they are desperate. They're trying to repush in towards the north of the map. They're trying to take back the positions, but Alex is probably going to die in his EBR. If he can get out, that could be quite a big difference maker, and maybe Aurora could stabilize the situation, but they're just taking so much damage for pushing in here. They will find the kill on towards Comrade, but they are losing everywhere else.
No, this 1-2 push from Invil is actually working out, and I think that's due to mispositioning there from the STRV and even the 907 Moff. You would want the 907 in K1, like you had Invil Z5s and the STRV in K2 to cover this kind of push. Being pushed up, yeah, you got a few early shots on Baron, but those heat guns, Moff, of Invil just deleted the STRV in mere seconds.
And the 279 as well, because the position he's at, he cannot angle up towards them, so he pretty much just melts as well. And Aurora, they're only 3k down, so the situation doesn't actually look like horrendously bad, but the thing you gotta remember is that Invil are defending, and Aurora have to somehow push back into this, which is very difficult to do. Alex now creeping up on the one line, and he may be able to outspot Franek, for example, but what is that really going to achieve? Franek's not going to overpeak.
But he may be getting crossfired from angles, potentially. I mean, Aurora has 5,000 dome off. 5,000 difference. I don't...
And they're all stuck, critically. There's like 4 tanks stuck in that sort of D5 area, which means they cannot rotate, and if you don't have rotational force, then you're severely limited with what you can do.
They're gonna try it out though, because you know they have to, but it's gonna be really, really hard for them to find their way back in this game. I mean, looking at it, Alex is outspotting those guys at A2, but like you said, they don't have to peak, so just some damage being taken, being traded, even 4,000 HP, 5,000 almost difference between the two. Is there any way in?
I don't believe so. Invil seem to have the map pretty much locked down. Even in the J5 area, they've got a 260, and that's quite important as well, because he is essentially sitting close enough to the red line that an EBR can't sneak around with low noise exhaust and try and get in towards the back line, so even that's not really an option. Alex can't start the cap either. He could knock over the trees and try and do that, but he'd just get blind fired out. And like I said, T-Sec now overpeaking, picks up the kill on Leon, and it looks like it's just going to be a slow death for Aurora in this match.
Yeah, it's a slow death, and we can talk about that one too. I mean, they killed Monster, they killed the 260 as well. They lost very little, even killed an EBR. But then this two-line push mob, finding an STRV, finding a 279, finding a 907, and finding map control. And arguably, if they were set up H1, K1, K2, when there's no EBR remaining for the side of Invil, I think they kill all 4 of them driving down.
I think we could argue that there's like a bit of timing going on there, because Aurora, they were grouping up to push that hill, right? So they were sending maybe 5 or 6 tanks over there, and that's a lot of like firepower, a lot of guns that are out of the game. We can talk about the guys on 1-2 mispositioning, but even if they were in correct positions, they probably would have just been overrun anyway, with the number of guns that they had available.
It's indeed a slow dead. Ketsai pushing into Benzo, and Invil will pick it up, but not as convincing as you would have hoped, Moff, or you would have expected, right? In the beginning of this match, 3-2, making it 4-2 when they close out the last kills, and neither Invil or Motivatia looking like absolute powerhouses right now.
No, but perhaps we could attribute that to the narrowing of the field. The teams may be getting a bit closer together, but part of it could also just be that Invil, I mean, we talked about the stakes, and it's like, oh, we want to get this Diamond Fist, but let's be real, like the big tournament coming up is the WCI China event, and how many guys in the Invil team are going to China? There's probably maybe like only 2 or 3 of them that aren't going.
Exactly. So Invil pick it up. That's my prediction, right? As expected, as expected. No, really, good stuff from Aurora, good stuff from Invil. Could have been tiebreaker at the very least. I don't think that would have been too much of a far-fetched thought. Aurora, this is not a disappointing result for them, to be honest, completely. This is a result they can build on. I know they'll have to play the lower bracket today, but they will have to keep it in the back of their heads that they could have brought it to Invil.
I mean, it was a promising display, that's for sure, but it's always going to be disappointing when you lose the upper bracket match, because the road is very long and treacherous from here on out. It's elimination games all the way, and you have to play more games as well, which is also not really ideal. So winning that first upper bracket game is always super important. As it is, it's going to be Aurora dropping down to the lower bracket, which means they will play against Kylie, the other Ukrainian team.
Yes, that is correct. They're playing L4, which is the last match of the day. T-Sec there, popping off. 6k, Father Fury 5k, Cat's Eye 5k. Pretty good. Overall, for the side of Invil, they're going to be moving into what we expected was going to be the upper bracket match nonetheless. Invil versus Motivacja tomorrow.
Yeah, and that should be a banger. I mean, pretty much anytime those kind of two teams face, you should expect fireworks. And the way it's gone so far, I don't know. I mean, you know, Goldfish, Aurora. I mean, we haven't seen Band yet play, and people should be familiar, won't be familiar with them, but they had a pretty strong showing in the group stage as well. So any of those teams in that lower bracket right now, it's entirely possible that one of them could come back and have a shock upset.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with the way that the groups went, Band and Kylie were able to do a lot of good stuff. And if they're able to do good stuff more, we will find out when we come back with more action. Is Band going to be able to continue from the lower bracket, or will it be Goldfish taking it away? We'll see you guys right after the replays.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Stones and bones. Stones and bones. Heed my words. The earth burns, flames licking the sky. Thunder splits the heavens, a roar unlike any before. A wave of steel crashes against ancient cliffs, shattering rock. Stones rumble with echoes of future battle for the weapon of untold power. Bones whisper of glory won and lost in the quest for divine steel. Few will prevail. Only the worthy shall wield it. Stones and bones. Stones and bones.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to match number 3 of the AMD Clan Showdown. And Moff, now we have arrived in the bloody depths of the lower bracket. It's only going to be best of 5s for the rest of the day, 2 matches. And now Goldfish against Band. Goldfish earlier today losing against Motivacja, but it didn't look hopeless.
No, it didn't look hopeless for the side of Goldfish, but again, just very, very scruffy gameplay. It's kind of been a story of this team in the past. We got quite a mix and match of various different players here from like all kinds of different old international or national teams. We've got the likes of Shifter from people remember from the old Devi lineups, along with Korana, and then you've got Danny, who's the FC, who's coming from the Hungarian background, like from the likes of Trig, and then you've got that meshed together with some Czech gamers, some Polish gamers. You've got 4CB in there, who is obviously in Motivacja before, and then some people from the likes of No Timing. So it's quite the mix of players here.
Yeah, and then on the other side, we have the lineup of a Band, and there, to be honest, it's also a pretty wild mix. I see some Polish players, I see also some Czech players, for example. They haven't made themselves known yet on the stream, like as of now, but to be honest, in the group stage, they were like 1 match away from making it actually first of their group. So I mean, obviously, since then, 1 week has passed, but I do expect like them to show up here in fashion. But I was pretty impressed by what we saw from Goldfish against Motivacja, because, as I said, that's one of those S-tier teams to look out for.
Yeah, I think everyone was shocked by how this team performed in the group stages. You can see community predictions going 73% in favor of Goldfish. I think Band deserve a bit more praise than that for their performance in the group stage so far, and it was really quite a shock. They managed to knock out W by beating them as well, which was another team which we would have almost certainly expected to be in the playoffs. But I really love it when we see, I mean, there's a lot of familiar names, or some familiar names in this Band team. Koma, people will remember, he's probably the most experienced player on their lineup, but they're being like led by these kind of, I would say, new age of Water Tanks competitive players. It's, I think, Sagi, and I cannot say the name properly, but it's Koidisek, or Kojdisek, is they're like
Koidisek.
Yeah, so they're both leading the team, right? These two Czech gamers, and I just love to see it. It's like this sort of new age of people stepping up to play competitive. Pick and Band's coming through though. Goldfish banning Highway. To be honest, that's not really surprising based on what we've seen from them before. Band are going to ban Himmels. Interesting pick there. Then we've got, is that correct, the pick and bans? I don't think.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, it is correct because it's only a best of 5. Sand River banned by Goldfish again, then Cliff is banned by Band. So they don't really want to play the Brawly maps at all.
No, they're kind of shying away from them. Then what we're actually going to see is going to be Live Oaks as map number 1. So that's one of the maps with switched sides, actually. So side 2 is going to be defending. And Prokhorovka, we just saw that in between Aurora and Invil. Fisherman's Bay then once again being removed, leaving Murovanka as the possible tiebreaker. But first of all, Live Oaks, I mean, it is kind of an interesting pick and ban in the sense that the team of Band, yeah, you're going to hear that a lot now, does remove the brawly maps and then picks a 1-1 map. Like, Live Oaks, in my mind, is one of those 1-1 maps. Normally, supposedly, if both teams are matched up equally, the attacker is supposed to win in either round. So this to me kind of suggests that Band feel like they are a little bit like the not favored team, like player skill wise. Otherwise they would have chosen brawly maps. And on the other hand, we'll have to wait and see how exactly Goldfish are going to respond to this. Because obviously best of 5 is such a like low amount of maps to play that at the end of the day, if you get a single map in full, you're basically almost there. After that, you only need 1 round. It is such a low best of. I mean, obviously, we could have best of 3s or best of 1s. That would be even crazier. But still, best of 5 can be over before you know it. That being said, though, Goldfish coming into this first lower bracket match of the day. It's going to be singular EBR, 1 SRB, 1 E5, 1 279. Make that 3 260s, quadruple IS4, and 460 TPs. Quadruple IS7.
Band, meanwhile, are bringing 5 60 DPs, triple IS7, quadruple IS7, then double 277, CS63, a K91, that's a new pick that you'll see since it got buffed, has a fully rotatable turret now, and supreme DPM. Then they've got Hori and Sagi playing the EBR. I think I mentioned beforehand, I believe Sagi is one of the people who's like the main shot callers for this team, so it's kind of surprising that you would see him picking an EBR. That tank can be very, very tricky to play while leading at the same time.
Yeah, usually in those kind of matchups, you don't want your FC to be playing an EBR just because the tank's so nimble. Like every second that you're trying to ping the map, or half a second, and you miss basically a point in time where you have to turn away can cost the entirety of the tank. But the Giga Chat that he is, Sagi, is trying to attempt playing both EBR and FCing, so props to him. We'll see if it works out. That being said, 4CB on the other side with a pretty aggressive maneuver in his EBR himself. And now the triple I7, 2 of them spotted, are going to start the match here, a march here, as the 60 Ps from the city come as well. So dual-pronged attack, but Carlos already paying a lot of HP for this, and Dreamer so far not out of it.
Yeah, we've seen this before, the triple IS7 pushing under in just the last match, but the damage output is not there from the side of Goldfish, and Mimi needs to be careful here. He's kind of just sitting in the middle of the open. I have no idea why he stopped to fight in this engagement. That is a tank that has been given away for free. I have no idea what he's doing in this situation, and Dreamer is probably going to die eventually because the Hori does have angles on towards him, but that's an IS7 down and out. But all things being said, it's actually not that bad a trade for the side of Band. They have managed to get the double 277 into the F3 position, which is what they wanted, but they are getting crossfired now. Tanks like Infinity and tanks like Shelby, they will have shots on towards them, but the key thing here is that Sagi is in the middle, in the EBR, perma-spotting them, and that means that the team can support them. You can see the K91 just picked up the kill on towards Infinity, and now Shelby is struggling to get safe.
Yeah, indeed. I think that might even be Sagi from that middle EBR spotting him. He is also providing information on towards Dreamer, so right now he's playing a pretty perfect game in that EBR, but just sitting still and not moving an inch. The K91 of Lankak, I think, does get pushed back, takes a lot of damage in the process as well, and now the zero line push does get called for the team of Goldfish, who are currently up a little bit in HP, but down in tanks as Dreamer falls as well. Now Rainbow also needs to come in here. They need to be able to eliminate that IS7 of step up as he does go down towards one shot. Is Milo going to be the one to pick him up? That is indeed going to be the case. Shots obviously raining down, but the kills have been equalized.
Yeah, but look at 4CB. He's like a shark in the water. He's kind of doing circles in his EBR. He's trying to figure out where Sagi is in that EBR. And if 4CB gets an idea, if he can figure him out, if he can sniff out this EBR, if Sagi goes down, then the side of Band, that's going to destabilize their entire map control.
Yeah, indeed. That would open up the double I7 in the ditch as well to get spotted here. And obviously, Band know this. They are currently starting the rotations with those 60 TPs, but they obviously take a tremendous amount of time. Huge, as some would say. And now, for now, it seems to have been stabilized, but there are trades going on in the heavy department in the southwestern part of the map. But as of right now, both of the teams kind of consolidating what they have currently.
Yeah, and of course, the longer this goes on for, it will favor Band because they are the defending team. So the more time that they can waste, the better. And the HP is pretty much even across the board. But I'll keep mentioning it, Sagi, in that EBR, if he does go down, then suddenly there's a lot of options that are opened up for the side of Goldfish. So you can see they've pinned back Band into sort of the A-B line in this part. They've reinforced this with quite a lot of guns. They've put probably 6 or 7 guys up here, but look at Ivo, already up to 4k damage. We're only 4 minutes into the game right now, already putting in a lot of punish, but there's a push from Band. This is very surprising. They're just suddenly over-peaking on towards the guns from the side of Goldfish, and they are not prepared for this whatsoever. They just pick up 2 kills. If Beton can survive, this is a very good trade.
Yeah, exactly, and Beton, I think, is going to make it behind the hill attractive as well. Doesn't take any damage from that STRV from the back lines. So Band, with a quick pickup here, do get 2 very, very important kills. Carlos does get respotted here again, and every time he does that, that's going to be problematic, because remember, in 15v15 competitive, you can also ping the map and just shoot out of render, and if enough shells fly into that direction, it can actually end up killing the tank. That's probably what we just saw happen. So as the dust settles, it's going to be slight HP disadvantage for Goldfish here, who are also trailing a gun.
It's not the worst thing in the world that Carlos dies there, because now it means that Elias can sort of sit behind Carlos's wreck, so he'll be pretty much safe. And Band, they seem pretty content with this, right? They seem pretty happy to just chill in these positions, and why wouldn't they? They're up in HP, they are defending, they have a gun advantage as well because of that overpeak that they made in E2, and any kind of push that the side of Goldfish want to make will be spotted out. They've got the control of the positions that they want. They've got the EBR spotting in middle. They have enough tanks reinforced in that sort of A0 corner. They have enough forces there that they can hold that part of the map. And even if Goldfish want to repush in towards the 1-2 line, that's going to be spotted out as well.
Yeah, exactly. So currently the game being stabilized obviously does help Band in this situation, because they are the ones defending here. Ilias is not really in any big danger of dying here currently, and he has a safety net of the EBR being in the middle of the map that does continuously spot out the IS-7 that's behind the house. So as of right now, things are looking good for the team in white here, and Goldfish are the ones that will need to make a move here sooner rather than later, because Live Oaks is also one of those fairly large maps, so you need to make that last move kind of, well, 30 seconds ago actually.
Yeah, you always want to make your final push sort of around the 3-minute mark. If you leave it past that point, you're not really allowing for enough time for any kind of possibilities to open up. I think the key problem for Goldfish is that tanks like Korana, you can see in the 260, Shelby and Rainbow in the IS-7s, they're kind of locked in these positions, and as much as they would love to rotate them out and push with this force that's now coming in here, and they're driving at a pretty good angle, which means they're going to get spotted, delayed. They're going to try and dump over towards Elias in his IS-7, pick up that kill quickly, and then move on towards the other 60 TPs. But how much damage can the Ho-Ri do in Crossfire?
That is the question. Now Shifter here already trying to trade it out against the 60TP, but Hayes now realizes that this is where the actual final push from Goldfish is coming, so he's going to readjust. He's going to build a bit more distance. Is it going to help? Maybe a couple more shots, but Sagi in that EBR in the middle of the map finally gets found. That is a crucial linchpin removed for the side of Band here, and all of a sudden Goldfish find themselves in a pretty okay situation. Well, not on the 0 line, because this is where Korana's getting pushed, takes a big one by Immensive, Attractive and Radeon biting the dust on the other side of the map. However, this is far from clean by either side.
Yeah, Goldfish need to push and try and take out these guns in the 60TP as fast as possible, because Band is retaking the zero line and they can continue to keep pushing there, and if they win that part of the map it's going to be very tricky. The time is running out for the side of Goldfish here. Band are defending. They should really be bailing from the city with those mediums and try and get out towards more defensive positions. Beton will be falling in his 60TP eventually, but can he do one more shot before he goes down? Yes, he can, and there's a bounce there from someone else. They do pick up the double 60TP though, but there's only 1 minute 30 remaining.
1 minute 30 and a dream for the team of Goldfish, but 1,800 HP of that is on the SRV. That cannot really commit anywhere, and I think Band, they just about might have done it here. The K91 obviously is trying to do what he can, and the i7 being a one-shot is not able to push that medium tank whatsoever. Patras is now coming. Possible one-shot of that K91 now, certainly, as Shifter puts one in, so they do pick it up. But with 60 seconds remaining and Magic Duck in the meantime falling in his E5 that also held a lot of HP, I really don't see it happen. Koma might get picked up, but Marty, he shouldn't be losing that 1v1 here. He can just ring around the Rosie if he goes close to the SRV, but never mind, the SRV actually takes a huge chunk of damage just before the 60TP dies. 3 tanks remaining for Band. This is getting close, but I don't think it's close enough.
Yeah, there's not enough guns from the side of Goldfish in close enough range, and the cap is definitely not going to be a possibility. There's only 20 seconds left in the round, so even if they stack the triple cap, they're not going to be able to make it here. As long as they stay alive, there's 3 guns left from the side of Band. They left it mighty close, but I don't think it's going to matter. There's just not enough time left in the round, and Band will be winning the first round here in this best of 5, and that is crucial.
That is indeed crucial. Those close rounds is what can be the difference maker. So Band are going to just about stay alive. The 277 there on his own at the end of the day is going to be the difference maker for his team. So 1-0, and just like on Highway against Motivacja, you've kind of got to question just a little bit like the time management coming out from Goldfish, because it felt like they were okay, but they were kind of dragging things out, and all of a sudden at some point in time they also realized, like, it looked like we were okay, but we actually are far from it.
I think Band were able to waste a lot of time with the way they positioned their tanks. You had Sagi in middle in that EBR, just confusing the hell out of Goldfish. They just couldn't figure out where he was, and that probably cost them quite a bit of valuable time. And like I said, it meant they didn't have any rotation, or as many rotations to push back in. And Band also, they had this overpeak in the beginning of the round, or towards the beginning of the round, where they killed the anchor tanks, they killed the 60TPs, and that just sort of took away a lot of map control that Goldfish had to sort of reorganize. They were scrambled and they had to reorganize how they wanted to make this push. But like you said, again, they just left it a bit too late.
I mean, first of all, I think we're going to take a quick look at the post-battle stats. And those, as I can tell you right now, are actually going to hold quite a big surprise, because not only was the 277 quite crucial for his team, it seems like Evo was also not having the worst of rounds, and I think that is putting it mildly.
Evo absolutely popping off. That is what you want to see right there.
I mean, holy crap.
8.8 in the Hori. I mentioned, like, in the beginning, in the middle of the round, after only like 4 minutes, he was already up to 4,000 damage, and, you know, if you're going to bait the rest of your team, you better do a lot of damage, and he definitely did that.
I mean, is it really baiting your team if you carry it to victory? Like, you know, probably, I think Gotcha Baby would agree with me if I say that that's actually not the case. Like, if you're, I think this might just about be the highest damage number I've ever seen in Clan Showdown playoffs. Like, almost 9,000. I don't think...
Maybe.
Like, I cannot recall anyone ever doing 9k.
In my head, I think there's like a VK game where someone did 9,000 damage. I cannot remember who it is. I mean, there's a lot of history to go through there. I mean, Clan Showdown's been going on for quite a long time, so I feel like someone's done 9k. I don't think anyone's ever done 10k though. I think that's a certainty.
I mean, yeah, not even 9k for Evo, but I think he is going to be quite okay with us making jokes about it because, well, in the end, his team does end up winning the round, and also the K91 there ends up doing like 4.3k, second highest damage number of his team. So in the end, the K91, those niche picks really, really working out. But yeah, I mean, I think it cannot be understated. Like, almost 9k in competitive 15v15 is absurdly high.
Yeah. And you need a lot of your teammates to underperform in order for you to get that damage output as well. But strong first round on the board for the side of Band. That's going to be great for the confidence, because this is a new team, right? And playing in the playoffs for the first time, maybe there's a little bit of like tension and anxiety there. So being able to win the first round can be great for them going forwards. Obviously terrible for Goldfish, but that's just the way it goes. Someone has to win, someone has to lose.
Indeed. Now, going into the second round, we have double EBR against double EBR, and like, but that is kind of where, honestly, the differences end. We have a double K91 against singular STRV, and then on the side of Band, we do have an E5 double IS7, and the rest is just filled with 60 TPs. Opening-wise, though, Goldfish are kind of opting for the, you know, all-in south push, and, well, if you're gonna come there, we're gonna over-push, and if not, then we default back to Turtle. But I think the EBR of Goldfish is doing a good job of finding information there in the northwest, so they are not even going to commit everyone towards the south at this point anymore.
Yeah, Goldfish are giving up a lot of map control by playing like this, though, but they are actually trying to retake towards the city, and that could be dangerous. They don't really have enough guns to support those 60 TPs, and those positions are not the greatest. Saggy could be stuck here, by the way, because it's very difficult for you to actually climb out in the EBR without taking damage.
Let's see if Shifter does get the respot here. Sagi obviously trying to stay safe. Is Shifter going to commit to it is the question. It would, I think, be quite good as a shot goes into the EBR. And I think Sagi might have overextended. It's going to be Yozi to pick it up from the 60 TP from downtown. That is probably one of those out-of-render position pings that we talked about. So good shooting coming out from Goldfish here to remove one of the enemy EBRs.
Yeah, and that position where Sagi is, you got to bail out from it very early on from the game. Early on in the game, if your team isn't going to play towards the south of the map, you need to get out of there quickly, because, like I said, you've got to cross through the water, and then you've got to go uphill on the terrain, and with all those guns aiming, it's very, very tricky position. So, Goldfish, with the early advantage, and surprisingly, they've actually taken quite a bit of map control. These 60 TPs have crossed back towards C6. They've got some tanks covering them from A0 as well. Band look to be banding up together. They're forming to push down the A line. Will Goldfish be prepared for this? Will they have enough guns to support? At the moment, it doesn't look likely.
Well, let's see. It seems like currently also Goldfish on that zero line in the northeast of the map is reshuffling the tanks a little bit. So the 60 TPs, that triple 60 on the C6 position, it is a formidable fortress, but it can fall, it can be conquered if there is too much crossfire coming in, and right now there is no crossfire at all to support it. That might be a problem moving forward, and at this point in time, Band are basically forming up for an A-line push. Let's not kid ourselves. 4CB here with a very aggressive play, does get punished a little bit for it, and here it comes, the A-line play that I was talking about, and those 60 TPs, they don't really have support. They're gonna have to drop down back in towards the middle of the map. I don't think they can be farmed hard for that at the moment, but we'll have to see. Band, they do lose an EBR, and what they are saying right now is, well, we're down a gun, we need to make a surprise play. That's exactly what we're seeing right now. All of them missing on the move, however. That's the 60 TP accuracy for you. The fire as retaliation coming in, and now we'll see if Band has people in crossfire to farm those 60s. That seems to be the case, at least somewhat.
Yeah, but look at Goldfish, they're already reacting to this. They're going back, they're going to try and re-push and take control of A0, because that is what Band want. They're going to keep on pushing with all of those guns there, and maybe they're going to be a bit isolated from the rest of their team, but Patras is caught in crossfire in that 60 TP. They're getting shot in the back of the turret. Ivo now is going to peek on towards 4CB. He's found the EBR. If he loads an HE shell, he could pick up the kill here, but 4CB is just doing the best he can to try and avoid that. But look at Band, they've actually stopped here. They've decided that they don't want to continue committing in towards A0. They're gonna, oh no, it's a staggered push. They're gonna start pushing up now. They wanted to stop and focus out the likes of Magic Duck in that 60 TP there, but now Goldfish are prepared. They've repushed with pretty much their entire team.
Well, let's see how this one goes. Someone needs to pick up Magic Duck. That's going to be Carlos, as Mimi in the K91 is going to kill one of the EBRs. But now, Goldfish here, I think they're down in guns at the moment. Band, they have the crossfire from across the map coming in as well from those K91s, and that is why Goldfish has to be the aggressive team here. But that means they're going to be pushing in towards stationary guns. They need to find the pickups, and they do. Karana is going to pick up Step Up Off, and now we'll see this entrenched Warfire. Who's going to be favored in the trades right now? It seems like Goldfish.
Yeah, and Band are winning on the other side of the map though, so Goldfish need to clean this up as fast as they possibly can. Those tanks are kind of stuck on the outside of the building, but there's not really anyone from the side of Goldfish that's in position to crossfire them. I'm not sure. I think actually the STRV has great shots on this position here, so all of these tanks, they're just stuck behind one building in this position.
Yeah, indeed, the STRV probably with a red-hot glowing barrel shooting on towards the Band tanks. And this is why we see Goldfish kind of, you know, cutting their losses at the moment, just staying here for this time being, because they know they have shots raining in from the sidelines. Not anymore, though, as the STRV was picked up, and all of a sudden they need to somehow pressure it down with the tanks again, because in the grander scheme of things, they are actually losing in HP. Now a slight counter push coming in from Hochelaban, and he's going to pick up another tank here. Carlos maybe to pick up Dani. Let's see, this is still neck and neck, but the double K91 from Band completely out of the game.
Yeah, a bit of an overstep there by one of the 60 TPs from the side of Band. They just need to hang on in these positions. The double K91 should be winning the other side of the map for their sake, but they're pushing in with Koidasek now in the T110E5. He is full HP and ready to go and use that DPM. Carlos needs to try and stay alive as long as possible, but he overpeaks around the corner and gets set on fire. He's going to go down to a one-shot. Dreamer now trying to push in to find that kill, and Carlos won't be able to hide. Oh, he actually picks up the kill. That's Koidasek in the T110E5. Manages to find the pick there. There's a team kill going on as well in all the chaos. And as the dust settles, Band should be in a pretty strong situation.
Yeah, Band is going to be smiling about that team kill, especially. That was probably the 260 and the EBR ramming into each other, but Koidicek with that E5 is just going to be a unit plowing through the remainder of the tanks, and now Shifter in the 1v2 against the double K91. That is the kind of firepower, that is the kind of DPM that you're just not able to stand against. And Band, yes, they do start in the lower bracket, but they also start with a 2-0 against Goldfish, and that was a hard-fought round, but Band once again managed to somehow pull out ahead.
Okay, what was that team kill? I mean, we saw it was off-screen. How did he manage to accidentally... Was it the EBR driving into his teammate, or what happened there?
Like, there's two ways that it can go, right? Like, obviously it was off screen, so we didn't know what happened, but either the EBR drives into the 260, was low HP and dies because of it, or Shifter was like somehow, you know, tunnel visioning and shooting, and then the shell goes in a very unfortunate way, and that somehow, you know, I don't know.
Well, ultimately, I don't think it would have mattered because...
Well, it wasn't even Shifter, it was Radim, who was completely on the other side of the map. So I guess just one shot trying to do long-range support.
Maybe. And... I mean, that's 1 in a million if he accidentally hits his teammate like that, but...
Yeah. It's like, if you want to hit a shot like that, you can't. But if you actually don't want it to land, it like gets magnetically drawn into the EBR.
Yep, that is how RNG works sometimes. And Band... They're up 2-0, and it's already on match point. Like you said, best of fives. Blink and you'll miss it. They go by real fast, and Band are in a very, very favorable position right now. Koidasek doing 4.8k, getting 5 kills in that E5, doing a brilliant job there. That was actually Band's pick as well, Live Oaks. They go up 2-0. Procker now, Goldfish, they're going to have to hit back. It's going to be have to be the full reverse sweep if they want to stay in the contest.
I mean, yeah, the small full reverse sweep, because obviously the best of is kind of small, but to be honest, like the first round, that could have been won by either team. Like if the first round actually goes for like 30 more seconds, then Band lose this. But that's entirely on Goldfish. This one, I think Band, like they lose the EBR early, but then their reaction is actually like impeccable, and Goldfish opened themselves up to this push because they had the SGRB on in like the north, they had the 260 in the north. If they get like 1-2 more tanks, then it's fine, and together with the IS-7s that were coming back. But like this, the triple 60 TP completely gets caught out of position. That's 3 tanks like for nothing basically. And like, yeah, you know, 1 tank in 15 you can like, you know, it's 1 tank, but we have 15 total, but 3, that is not really something you can easily recover from.
No, it's a lot of HP that gets taken down relatively for free. But we'll see what the teams can cook up now on Proco. I think Band, I mean, you know, obviously they won both of the rounds, but I think they look pretty solid so far.
They have indeed looked extremely solid so far, especially, and that is very important to look out for in a team, is in those clutch situations, right? Because if you're able to get those close rounds to be in your favor, like they're not always, but it is very likely in a match that there is going to be rounds that you win off of opening. That's just sometimes how openings and tactics work. But those close rounds, if you're able to clutch those out, that's what actually makes the difference. Like, yes, there is at some point like a difference in skill that even negates openings, but that is obviously not the case here. So Goldfish already on day 1 after starting in the upper bracket, now fighting for tournament survival on Prokhorovka, and it's gonna be 1 EBR, double STRV, double 907, 1 CS, double E5, a singular mouse, quadruple I7, and double 60 TP for them.
Meanwhile, Band have triple 60 TP. They have also got double mouse, triple IS-7, triple 260, 1 K91, Ivo in the STRV, and then double EBR. So a bit of everything for both of the teams here. Infinity playing the CS63. I don't think it would be any surprise if he has a full spotting set up on that tank. We've seen it so many times before. There he goes and sits in D1. We saw it earlier today. Monster actually got blind fired a hell of a lot and ended up dying because of it.
I mean, Infinity, like the CS has 2000 HP only, so it would be likely that he has a spotting set up, especially since he saw the EBR. So let's see, he does let loose a shot, but he was double bushing correctly, so he's not going to get spotted for it. Goes right back into the bush. So let's see how this one goes moving forward here. There are blind shots coming in now, minus 732. That's one of the 60 TPs immediately connecting. Yeah, I think he's going to book it, and he's going to book it on a better timing than Monster before, it seemed. He is not being spotted currently, and indeed, the full spotting setup. We do see it here. Optics, low noise, and also Commander's vision system. So his DPM is still going to be okay, but the gun handling and everything else, the view range is where it's at for Infinity.
Yeah, he's fallen back to a slightly more defensive position, but to be honest, even that bush line is pretty obvious, and he could definitely get cleared by one of the EBRs. Band have 2 of them available. Look at Shelby's advanced position, though, in that IS-7. He's pushed up all the way into sort of the F8. It's kind of a hold down there. It's not completely safe, but he is able to spot the cross, and you can see Attractive, even though he's fully redlining here, he's still able to get spotted out. But like I said, this position is not fully safe, and Shelby is going to be in a bit of trouble, needs to pull back. Shots come in, he goes down to half HP here, and is forced to fall back, and ultimately that info isn't really going to do much for them.
Yeah, not really. I mean, they now have the info that 1260 essentially was driving across the K-line, but I don't think he even saw the IS-7. So let's wait and see. Goldfish obviously still defending here, so they can hang back a bit if needed, but the early damage taken does favor Band here. That being said, though, they have taken more damage on an EBR, and obviously they can be absolutely crucial. Like, I don't think I need to over stress the importance of an EBR on Prokhorovka. And the thing is also, Band, they have 2 of those.
Yeah, we can see Goldfish, they're set up pretty defensively. I mean, you can see this STRV is committed in towards A0. That is quite the choice there to put the STRV in A0. I think it shows what their intent is. They don't really have any plans on pushing in this situation. And to be honest, if Band were to overpush on the 0 line right now, I mean, I know there's double IS-7 there, but they can still pick up those kills. And if they get into the ditch without taking too much damage, they should be in a pretty good spot here. But the way it is right now, they look like they want to push mid.
I think they were considering mid, and then they were like, well, what kind of information have we gotten so far? And then they realized, well, not a terrible lot, actually. So now I think they are transitioning in towards a 1-2 middle push, and while those can turn out very well, this time around I'm not so sure, because in the middle what they're pushing onto is a lot of meat, a lot of steel that they will need to chew through, and at the same time on the 1-2 line you can already see there is someone in A1, and who is that? That is an STRV called Shifter, and he has made himself nice and cozy probably at this point. That is going to be a sniper nest if you've ever seen one. So I'm not entirely sure. Like the 60 DPs, sure, they're annoying to shoot at frontally, but they are going to be trying to drive towards A3, and at that point they are going to be offering up their side, and then the STRV just melts through them like butter.
Well, let's look at how many guns they're actually going to push in with here. And you've got a double 60 DP. This 4CB should be able to spot this out like super early. This is a pretty default bush, and you're kind of wondering why it hasn't been blind fire, but perhaps it's so obvious that they wouldn't even bother to blind fire. It's Papav now over peeking in the mouse, just trying to tank as much damage as possible for the rest of the team, as now the 260s push in. They're pushing in towards the 1 line at the same time, but I think the mid push is a bit too early compared to the rest of them. Marty gets deleted immediately, and I think the coordination is all off.
Yeah, the coordination seems to be all wrong here. Ilias also down towards 1 shot at this point. Attractive taking shots as well. And still the tanks by Goldfish in that middle pretty healthy. I mean, Radim now gets put low, but Patras picks up Attractive. And this push, I mean, it's not falling to pieces. They're still pushing on the 2-3 line. That actually renders the STRV useless. And now the mouses are starting to come in. But at the end of the day, what Band do not manage is to push someone deep on the 5 and 6 line. All those tanks are dead. And one of the EBRs gets found even on the 1-2. It's Drya. I think he's even on fire. That's not good for him either. And look at the HP of Band actually have just melted away.
Yeah, this game is very much over. They tried to make a push. It did not work. They got absolutely shafted by the opponent there. And even the way they pushed over towards middle, they went in the sort of F5-6 era. That even enabled the IS... What are we looking at? Oh, hello.
That was people binocular view here.
Wicked camera zoom.
Absolutely. That wasn't even times 25. That was times 50. But yeah, in the end, what we witnessed was a push that, you know, started trying to get, like, speed, started trying to run, and then just fell into a hole.
Yeah,
like,
and
flat.
Going with the 1 line at the same time is just... They're just driving into a meat grinder, right? The side of Goldfish were set up with everything. Ultimately, it was just a blind push into nothing.
A blind push into nothing. I mean, the focus fire, you got to give it to Goldfish as well. The focus fire was extremely good for them, but yeah, 15-2 the scoreline here. That was a tactic that just absolutely didn't work out at the end of the day. So Goldfish are going to put a convincing round on the board. So this is now going to make it 1-2. They are going to play the second round on the map that they picked as well. So keep in mind, guys, Live Oaks was picked by Band. Prokhorovka was picked by Goldfish. And if the trend of teams winning on their picked maps continues, then good news for Goldfish. They're going to tiebreaker. But obviously, they are not there yet.
No, they're not. And Shifter doing pretty much exactly what you would expect from the STRV in that situation. Doing 5.5. Milo doing 5.4 in the T110 E5 as well. Pretty much just a free pass of a round for the side of Goldfish, a confidence builder to allow them to get back into the game somewhat. And I'm wondering about the band's team's mental at this point, because it's all very well and good to have strong mental when you're just winning games, right? Like everyone's going to be hyped when you're winning rounds, but the way that push fell apart, you know, there's going to be question marks like, why did we push it this time? Why did you go first? Or why, you know, there's going to be some question marks in the camp there, and they need to make that, need to not let that unsettle them.
To be honest, like, I think it's better to lose around this way than to lose a close one. Because here you can be like, well, all right, it kind of ended up not working, guys, if you know what I mean. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. This push didn't work. It was quite obvious. So I think it's easier to shake off something like this than it is to shake off one of those clutch close rounds that we had at the start of the battle. At the same time, obviously good for Goldfish now that they were able to shake off winning, especially the first round was like super close and they could have had it. So yeah, I'm not too worried for the mental state of Band right now. But still, like, Goldfish have proven, especially against Motivatia, in my opinion as well, that they are a team that absolutely can take a round or 2 or 3. And if they are going to be able to take 3 in a row here in this best of 5, that would mean, obviously, that they are advancing. Still, though, Band, they need 1 more. And to be honest, like, philosophical question every single time Prokhorovka is being played, would you like to defend or attack on this map?
I think, you know, psychologically you always feel safer when you're defending, but you also feel like you're holding on to something rather than actually like pressing any kind of advantage. I think, you know, by and large, I think it's pretty even one way or the other. It's just down to the strategy ultimately. You can always hard camp on Proco. We have seen that before, where teams camp fully in the top left-hand corner, but not for a while.
Yeah, not for a while. And now let's see. Once again, possibly the last round of the match here, and possibly the last of what we will see of Goldfish. Now, obviously, we would all like for there to be another round in the match, simply for the content extension or to make it a little more dramatic in tiebreaker, but let's see what the round brings. And a Band trying to close it out. That looks very comfortable and cozy. That looks like they're parking the buzz. At least the Badger would say so, together with an STRV EBR 1K91, that is 2279, 2260, a mouse, i7 and 60 TP.
Yeah, the Badger promotes safety, security, and passive playstyle. It doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to camp, but it does suggest they want to be a bit more stationary, less distance traveled padding in their tanks. We've got EBRs going towards the mid at the start of the game, doing a spot out. That gets a bit of info for the side of Band. They spot out some 6TPs, and Mouse going towards the middle of the map, but there's a lot of aggression from the side of Goldfish very early on. You see that squad of IS-7s, they're pushing straight across the 8 line. If they continue here, they may get farmed.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, they are attempting what some would call a power move here right now, and Dryer needs to be very, very careful in his EBR, but obviously him being there, that is a lot of information gained for the team of Band that do not waste any kind of time here while setting Dreamer on fire to repush back in towards this hole here, and they are going to be able to put a lot of damage on the cross. Milo seems to have been double-tracked, even currently trying to limp out of there as Koma is hold down with the IS-7, waiting for what the Goldfish tanks are gonna do. This is already do or die 60-70 seconds into the battle.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for the side of Band right now. These tanks from the side of Goldfish, they've committed into the dip, and they are starting to climb up, and Koma is currently in a 1v2 situation, so if they can sort of reinforce, Radim is even running away towards that top side of the map, so it's a pretty good spot for them to be in right now. But how long can they hold out for in this triple I7? Band are actually pushing through the low ground with a lot of their guns here, and Goldfish are reinforcing. They're committing back across with all of their guns as well.
Indeed, and now Koma somehow able to hold on for now. There's a Badger, there's a 2790, there's a 60 TP even covering him. That explains it, and they are just farming the reinforcements that are pouring in for Goldfish. But those are just walking, sitting ducks here, essentially. Magic Duck trying to side scrape on the open field, trying to somehow provide cover for his allies here, but those are not really able to shoot the people that are low in the hole at this point in time. Right now we have seemed to have reached some kind of a stalemate, but Goldfish, they're trailing in HP, and those tanks, as soon as this house on the field does get shut down, yeah, then the mouse is not gonna survive.
Yeah, they're kind of suiciding right now, just sitting in the middle of the open. All the buildings have been destroyed, so there is nowhere left for them to hide. They should have just stayed more passive. Their IS-7s had taken control of the top side of the map, and then they could have tried to do something on the 1-2 line. They've got double EBR still left in the game, and then there's an STRV and 60TP just like AFK in the 1-2 line of the map. But Band do not care about that. They're just going to push for the main force here. They're going to go for the jugular and try and finish off this game. Crazy War peeking in the IS-7, but these tanks are kind of tricky to fight in this position. They've got strong armor, but they don't have gun depression, so they're forced to overpeak quite a bit, and Infinity is just going to torpedo straight into the water, into that 60 TP, because there's not really anywhere for them left to go. They're running out of teammates. They're still camping on the other side of the map. They're so slow to push through the 1-2 line.
Yeah, they were trying to push those enemy tanks, those enemy heavy tanks into the fire of the STRV, but it turns out they weren't able to do so, and in turn, Crazy War, the last IS-7 in the position, is going to die, and it is going to all but confirm what seemed kind of clear from the start of the game. Now 4CB on that 1-2 line also gets found. Yes, Drya takes a lot of damage in return, but 4CB pays with his life, and this means that only 4 tanks remain for Goldfish, not only in this round, but in the tournament, and them starting in the upper bracket. It's going to be a quite unfortunate showing. They are going to drop out here, and Band, yes, they kind of fumble around round number 3. That was round number 1 in Prokhorovka, but at the end of the day, Band reign supreme in this lower bracket match.
Yeah, they do win their lower bracket game, and that's not really something we see too often. Normally the team that starts off in the lower bracket just gets eliminated and has absolutely no say in the Clan Showdown playoffs, but that is not the case today. Band, they had a strong group stage showing, and now they are showing what they can do in the playoffs as well. It's been a relatively convincing series as they win 3-1. It's just Yozzy left in the 60 TP. Band will make it through to day 2.
Band indeed is going to make it to day 2, and to be honest, that looked pretty good. The all-in move from Goldfish with the IS-7s and more over the eastern part of Prokhorovka completely not working out. And Band must be very, very happy with their performance. It looked a little bit dicey at some points in this last round, but in the end, a very, very good victory coming out from them. And to be honest, it always looked like the match was favoring them somehow, because they were winning their rounds and they were clutching the close rounds. So good stuff from them. Let's take another quick look at the post-battle stats as well. But to be honest, I think this was mostly won or lost on the opening that Goldfish was trying to do. But once again, Evo pulling a number here.
Yeah, he's been farming damage all day. It's been a pretty good day for Evo, playing those tank destroyers at the back lines there. And I really think Goldfish made a misplay by sending over that second group of heavy tanks to try and reinforce the position. I think they should have just made sure that they win the 1-2 line and then just take the map away from the side of Band. They could have just abandoned the I-7s, or they could have baited them and allowed they had an STRV on the hill in the back. If they just held out, they just sort of fortified that position and held out for as long as possible with the IS-7s while taking control of the rest of the map, I think that would have been so much better for them.
All right, then I think that is also, at least regarding caster predictions, our first upset of the day. I think I personally predicted Goldfish to win 3-1, so I guess the scoreline was correct, but Band have indeed proven me wrong. They are going to advance in the lower bracket semi-finals, and they are going to possibly be opening a can of popcorn, because now they get to spectate what is going to be the last match of the day. It's going to be an Aurora that must be kicking themselves a little bit against that match against Inbil, against Kyle, a kind of dark horse.
Yeah, a new Ukrainian team. They've impressed as well. I mean, the group stage on the whole for Clan Showdown this time was pretty competitive. Across the board, we would have to say, like, all the teams had a pretty good chance at winning any of those rounds. And it just goes to show, with Band ending up in the lower bracket, but still now outperforming and winning quite convincingly against the side of Goldfish. So now they will get to sit back, they'll get to watch and see who they're going to play tomorrow.
Indeed, and that also, I think, for now ends the match number 3, and that means we are going to be back with the last match of the day after some replays.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello there, and welcome back to the final match of the day. And first of all, yes, indeed, please let us know about the Rico mode, what you actually think of the local weather effects. Obviously, I'm going to play it as well, but first of all, I have to say it looks absolutely gorgeous. Now, what hasn't been looking gorgeous so far, for some parts at least, was Aurora's gameplay, and that is why they are now here against Kylie, Ducky.
I mean, to be fair, they had a good match though. Like, I wouldn't say that they were like that bad whatsoever. There was one round against Inville where it was like rough. That was their defense, but they pushed down 1-2 and kind of got shredded by the E5s. Now that was rough, but outside of that, overall, pretty good result from them. I would say they have been gaming a little bit, and they're playing against an unknown factor of Kylie.
Indeed, Kylie, kind of a dark horse. Now, obviously, there are some players which names are going to be known here. For example, Mindbreaker, Marinka, Vladislav, Loop, CryPayPal, 100 Leve, Cashback. Like, those are some names that we do know and love from past tournaments, but they haven't really played together like this a whole lot, at least of what we have seen on the stream. So I think that is kind of what is reflected by the community predictions. Personally, to me, something like 80-20 is always pretty brutal. But yeah, I think Kylie are the ones that have to prove themselves. Meanwhile, Aurora, for them, they have had a good showing for their sake against Invil, I would say, but they haven't, like, they have kind of reformed. And so for them, it's kind of, they need to show us what they're made of after kind of a break.
Now, the question remains, how much is Kylie able to do? It seems a bit of an unknown factor still to me that they are playing this. But maps, pick and bans is another question. Is best of 5. Highway banned by Aurora, Cliff banned by Kylie, Himmels banned by Aurora, Prokhorovka banned by Kylie, bringing us to Fisherman's Bay, Kihan. First time today.
Yeah, Fisherman's Bay is going to be quite the interesting map, because there was kind of a shift from it being defense favored to now, I believe, offense favored. At least the last time in Clan Showdown it was this way. And then we are going to Muravanka. That was, I mean, not so recently, but it was reworked. I think there are still some things that could be explored and, like, you know, changed up by teams. Live Oaks then being taken out, and that leaves us on the possible tiebreaker of Sand River, if we get to it. If
we get to it. That's a big question already, Kihan. Best of 5s can be over very quickly, or they go to tiebreaker. Fisherman's Bay, you mentioned attack favorite. That is correct. Because of the meta changes. Before it wasn't the case, because when 279 was the dominant tank, holding positions was a lot easier than it is now. Now, without that,
exactly.
it's way harder to actually hold a lot of positions.
I mean, since the 279 got the hammer a little bit, like the meta has kind of, evolved, I want to say, in towards bringing BK-72s, for example, in the middle of the map as well. And for those wondering, like, what is the BK-72 doing well here? Well, it has a lot of pen, and that is usually how you defeat a 279. And it's also pretty tall, which helps. So, yeah, we will just have to wait and see how exactly the attacking teams are going to approach it on either side. We have seen, basically two different kinds of strategies. Like, one was basically all-in push on the west, one was all-in push on the east, but in both cases, like I say, all-in, they still left some forces in the middle of the map to hold that. They were counting on their attacking forces to push out the respective side that they were pushing quickly enough so then they could turn around and just completely farm whatever was fighting in the middle. Now, whether that's going to be true today, I obviously don't know. We have yet to see. But yeah, I think it's fair to say that maybe in between the meta changes and tank changes as well that we've seen since the nerf of 279, Chieftain, for example, in the meantime, like K91, we've seen it a few times today. Do you think that would be a viable alternative to, for example, 121B sniping or Leo 1 sniping?
K91?
Mm-hmm.
No.
I mean, it's lacking a little bit of the pen, right?
It's not the pen, it's the gun. It's nowhere near as good as the Leo's gun in that regard. Like, if we're talking pure sniping, no.
All right, and that leads us in towards the predictions, both you and I going with a 3-1 and Moff. Yeah, I mean, that is, I think, how to call it, British directness?
Uh-huh.
Like, uncompromising?
When I do that, it's called rude. When Moff does that, it's called British directness. Ah, yeah.
But yeah, let's see. I think like 3-0 is always kind of one of those dangerous picks where, you know, it just takes one round to screw up your prediction. That's why, you know, 3-1 is the experienced caster saying it's likely going to go this way. Then again, last round I was saying 3-1 for Goldfish, and look where that got me. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I thought Goldfish was going to take it as well, so it is what it is, Keyhand. It is what it is. I'm excited to see Fish Bay between these two, though, because we haven't seen it yet today. Lineups, Aurora, 279. No, that's Kylie. Yeah, I like it. Nobody noticed. Just go with the flow. Double 279 for Aurora, double E5. Well, the 279 actually SES, Ahuri, and EBI. Double 260, double I7, and double 60p.
And for Kylie, it's actually quite a bit different. Double 60 TP, we have an i7, a mouse. A triple 260, we have a double 279, double E5. Those tanks really enjoying popularity here. Together with a double Hori and an E3. All of those tanks very, very good for fighting against 279 simply because of the pen that they have. And obviously, AP and APCR on the Hori and the E3 respectively, they do add that little bit of extra penetration together with that EBR of a Duper Deeper that's making kind of a not so deep run here because he sees the double I7 being pushed up, so he decides and he opts out of dipping into that 1-2 line. I think that is the correct decision to make.
Yeah, just taking over 1-2 line control for Aurora, Ricochet, and the i7. I mean, you kind of have to give that up from South unless you want to fight for it in the beginning, and Aurora is playing the really brave game here. I mean, if you look at the way that they're split across the map, Gihan Hurricane in the city as the only person, and everybody else mid and 1-2. If Kylie starts probing and feeling out certain positions, does Aurora pull the trigger, or do they just sit and wait? That's the big question here.
Indeed, that's the question. Obviously, Hurricane in speedy mode is going to drive away like a whirlwind if he needs to. But currently, Alexandra's not getting pressured at all by Crypaypal or Backdoor. Those are the two tanks in the 60TP and the Mouse, respectively, that are closest to the city. Now, right now, there are some spots being exchanged in the middle of the map. But as of right now, Kylie is taking this one slow. And there are two kind of ways this can go, right? It can be the slow and methodical position after position after position, and it can be the way too slow, you're not achieving anything. Which one of those two is it gonna be? Well, might not matter, because Aurora indeed seem to be lining up for a 1-2 repush. They don't want to do it right now, they're waiting for something.
I mean, they're waiting for a trigger. They're waiting for the CS to spot something, pushing the city so that they can push down 1-2. That's the trigger here for them.
Yeah, I mean, currently they are playing a very environmentally friendly game of World of Tanks. They're not really driving a whole lot. Does Dopa take a shot here by Collium? He does not. So, yeah, I think shell velocity, maybe the shell going into the house for the 279. He takes a shot of damage in return. Actually, the first damage of the game. But after 2.5 minutes, this means that time is ticking, and it's ticking for Aurora.
Time is ticking in favor of Aurora. And Kylie is going to send, by looks of things, 4 tanks towards the city, unless the mouse is coming back. The Hurricane will spot it up. But look at Aurora, Kihan. They are hitting the same timing as Kylie, which is normally in favor of the defender.
Yeah, exactly. Because the attacker, obviously, always with the benefit of the stationary guns, those are going to mean that your guns are simply going to be hitting more reliably, assuming you aim well, which I wouldn't put it past any of the players here to be capable of that. Now, also the problem here a little bit for Kylie is that they're pushing into superior numbers, while they're not really going to extract a whole lot of punishment on towards the tanks that Aurora has on the 1-2. Like, yeah, it's double IS-7. They're going to be able to catch that, but the EBR will be able to run, and the Hori is at least going to trade even.
This is going to be indeed the case, that they're going to find only little success on 1-2, but you have to take into account in return Aurora is going to find a lot of success on this 9-0 line, right? They're going to find those 3 tanks that are pushing down, and realistically they'll send appropriate number and kill them, but then they lose 2 I-7s for a triple tank in the city, and for Aurora it's like, well, it's fine, no? It's completely fine, and time keeps ticking.
Yeah, Aurora is going to say thank you very much for those tanks here. Now Baron kind of standing in the open, not sure what he's waiting for. And now he does a shot in towards backdoor. That's only going to take off the track. Not the best of trades for Baron in that 260, but still the fact remains that Aurora should be better set up here. That is only 3 tanks pushing. And now Kylie realize they're starting to make their presence known in the middle of the map, but they're not really doing any damage so far. The damage in that is being dealt onto their tanks that are pushing.
Tanks that are pushing are receiving some shots, especially this mouse, who's not really able to hide behind the building because it's kind of sticking out. And you can see Kylie now grouping to push out 1-2 line. They will find the double I-7. And actually, Kylie is making a good move here by backing off from the city. Look at them run away. Kihan Aurora was waiting and baiting and trying to draw them in like a spider waiting in the net, but it's not happening. Kylie actually doing a really good move with those tanks, bailing away, taking distance, resetting the angles. Ricochet is dead. Leon, it's not going to last much longer now. The pressure from the side of Aurora is coming back into the middle, and they are still going to have to push a long way in the city to find anything, as Kylie has pulled away, and the HP deficit, Kihan, keeps on getting bigger. Scatter will fall in the Hori as well. He's trying to do what he can. They finally find 1 kill in return, but for Aurora, this is not what they would have expected or wanted. I guess they counted on more tanks pushing that city area. They do finally find the 60 TP, but Kylie's still backing away with the rest of their tanks.
Yeah, indeed. Kylie doing a good job of kiting right now, as they are up 2k HP. Now they're going to have to invest a little bit more on this push here. Scatter not reloaded quite yet here, but even so, even being face-hugged, he should be able to put 1 in towards the I-7. I think he just bounced, so he's going to die without another bit of damage here. He's going to get blown to pieces. On the other side, in the middle of the map, though, Labelliard is getting pushed in the E3. He is obviously going to be able to maybe do one more shot. No, that's not going to be the case. Big double kill coming out from Benzo and reroll. So Aurora currently ahead in the kill department, but is it going to help being down 4k HP and Timmy about to die? I don't think so.
I would agree with this, that it hasn't really been worth it. Timmy will fall. The good thing for Aurora, though, is they still have their EBR of YOLO alive, who will spot out the A line. They've pressured out the JK line. They will normally find the Hori in that area as well and pick him up with rerolls, creating it out against that Hori if he can penetrate his shots. And then playing split map Kihan with a slight HP deficit isn't really completely acceptable.
Well, let's see here. First of all, rerolls and Impact are gonna double team on towards Mindbreaker in that Hori, who wants to do at least one more shot of damage. Let's see if he gets it. Indeed, penetrates the cupola of the E5. That one sticking out in that situation. The AP pen of the Hori, really powerful, but it's gonna fall nonetheless. And now, all of a sudden, we do have the split map scenario that you talked about, with both teams crucially having one EBR alive, but a lot more guns. Maybe it will be one less. Nope, the T-79 survives for one more shot of damage, and now YOLO needs a Bailier in the north.
He will retreat from that position, and they're pushing into Kacha though. Into a full HP 60p. Timmy somehow still alive. The first guy pushing A-line just falls. Finally, somebody is able to pick off a target, but Dansov is pushing really into nothing. And I mean,
nothing good, at least. Full
Good,
HP, 60p.
Supported by an E5, supported by the middle. I mean, he can't leave the building. They've started the cap, but Dansov will die, and then the hopes of winning this round will die with it.
Yeah, the problem is then that the 60TP is going to be ever so close to that EBR. I don't think Dopa can survive there, can even stay unspotted. That's not going to be a possibility. Katja to pick it up against Tansov here, and all of a sudden only 6 tanks remain for Kylie, and they are in crossfire. Impact killing Hesinho, and Old Kings getting picked up by Manera, so Kylie's still alive and kicking, but they are doing so from a behind position.
No, they're no longer kicking. The legs are like going up and down a little bit, Keyhand, but it's over. Let's put it that way. Good stuff for Aurora to win the round. I think baiting in the city was not the correct choice. I think they should have immediately pressured back, you know. I think they even give Kylie an opportunity there to maybe win the round.
Yeah, at some point in time, it didn't look too bad. Like, that 1-2 line push was definitely a good call to make, but I think over time, the trades that were happening in the middle of the map just did not go in a way that it would have enabled Kylie to win the round. Now, rerolls, he is hopefully going to find Dopa here. 23 HP remaining, all the other ones missing. A classic EBR situation, but Aurora are definitely going to be winning this first round here of their lower bracket match. There we go. Rerolls is going to lock it in, and the score is going to be Aurora 1. Kylie still nothing.
And for Aurora, may not be the cleanest round, but what matters the most here is the point on the board. I repeat, I think they shouldn't have baited. They know. If I know it, then they definitely should know it, that the moment you let go of shots from the city, the information gets transferred from the players from the middle, like, okay, there's 3, 4, 5, 6 tanks in the city shooting at us, which then immediately lets them know that 1-2 line is really not that well defended as it may seem at first. Therefore, it is better to immediately pressure back in the city and fight those guys pushing up and kill them, because then you're always leading the pace of the game.
I mean, maybe they weren't 100% certain how many tanks were actually pushing in the city. Like, the fact that it was 3 and Alexandros had to leave immediately with that hurricane. It kind of means that there is a window in which possibly 5, 7, 8 more enemy tanks could be pushing, right? And obviously, you have to be wary of that. But I think that Aurora were a bit wary of it, like a bit too much almost. So yeah, it didn't end up costing them the round. However, in turn, they are going to be up 1 round here, 1-0. But I mean, Kylie didn't look like without a chance. Like, they made some good calls. I think the 1-2 push was a good one. The evacuation of the city was also a good one. It was just the rest that didn't work out.
Yeah, but that does come down to they had such committed positions, you know. Like, even with retreating after the city, they were very committed in mid, where Aurora was then able to find a few kills, a few overmatches, and, you know, 1-2 was still clearing, right, at that time. So, yeah, the city guys made a good move, but the rest of the team lagging a little bit behind. And that was, he had not forgetting, that was their attack.
Yeah, exactly. That was the attack on Fisherman's Bay, and normally that one's supposed to be slightly favored.
I would go more than slightly, but
So I think Kylie, I mean, not deep in the mud yet, but starting.
in best of 5, you're always deep in the mud. It doesn't.
Yeah,
like,
it's starting to get stuck a little bit.
0-0, you're already deep in the mud and starting to disappear. All right, like, you haven't even started playing yet, and it's already you're in trouble.
All right, they are obviously going to try to somehow come back from this, and I mean it is best of 5, so even if the opposing team is on match point, there is like not a good chance, but there is a chance. But obviously, right now, this round that is going to come is utterly important for them already. They don't want to be playing against match point from here on out, and I mean, for them, it would maybe also be, cool to win 1, maybe 2, and 3 would obviously be best, but, like, win some rounds in the Clan Showdown. I mean, it's the first time that Kylie as a name has made their appearance.
Yeah, and this is a bit of practice for them. I mean, we really don't expect too much from them in their first appearance. It's usually like the second or third time you start being like, something has to come out of this team. They've been here before. Yep, experience, and then you can start judging. The bad W is not here, because then we could start about how W has been disappointing that they've never won,
Oof.
No, I mean that, actually, Like,
Oof.
now, that is not even a roast. That's not even a roast. I genuinely mean it's sad that they were not here. Because them and Goodnight Nomi, it's also sad that they're not here. Were the two teams that really could and probably should have beaten Invil in their respective finals, but didn't manage to bring it across the line.
Yeah, true. Indil has been the team to shatter a lot of dreams in the past and make them turn into nightmares, at least for the opposing team. They obviously have a lot of fans that were very cheerful upon Indil victories. But yeah, the two teams you mentioned were unable to get the crucial point on the board, and that is the one that makes you win the tournament. Now, Kylie and Aurora both obviously are very far away from that, but Aurora a little bit of a shorter way to go. Now coming into this round number 2, going to start from the attack. Aurora with an EBR, Hori 1CS, VK72, we have 4 279s, double 260, and that is 5 60TPs.
Kylie, on the other hand, EBR, E3, Hori, double 279, 5 260s, an IS7, and 4 60TPs.
All right, so actually quite a few more 60TPs than I would have expected, at least on Fisherman's Bay, but hey, let's see where it gets us. Dopa is going to make a spot through the middle of the map, immediately does get spotted, sees nothing in return, and the few snapshots that whiz his way are going to fly wide, so currently no damage taken on the EBRs.
You see Aurora playing this 279 across the middle quickly strategy, where they use the CS63 to get across the mid and establish position very early before he can get punished. That's why he's getting pushed initially. Timmy takes one shot getting in position, but that is a very, very low price to pay to take all that map control.
Yeah, that is indeed I think a price that if you would have proposed it to him before the round, he would have paid for this. So indeed, Timmy is going to be in a very advantageous position as Laveliard with a number in towards Magnus. You cannot underestimate the penetration value that E3 has. It is just absolutely brutal when it gets to connect. And obviously he's hold down now, and he's hold down against 60 TPs that kind of have, not the best of heat pens either. And Baron taking the next one. Not really sure who that one was by, probably the 60 TP, but yeah, the trades in the middle, not that good for Aurora. And I'm saying trades when in fact it was donations. No damage taken by Kylie yet.
Wait, donations where? As an internet beggar, whenever you say that word, I'm like, what?
I have awakened the darky.
What? It's like we're quietly sleeping. Like, somebody I felt a great disturbance in the force.
Well, I mean, the Aurora players have been very liberal with their HP.
They're gonna do the VK in 212. What does that mean? They're gonna take the VK, hopefully get him into 1-2 line and then push him towards D1, and from there he can actually obliterate the middle.
Yeah, I mean, he gets to angle up on the stone. That way he actually does get the gun depression needed, and he can just, you know, put shot after shot after shot into those Kylie tanks. I mean, first of all, the VK needs to reach it, which it being a VK, it will naturally take some time. But I think it is a good move. I think it is done in time by Aurora. I mean, you know, almost 3 minutes gone, and all that's happened is them losing a little bit of HP. But I think it is not as, like, we've been making a few jokes about it, but I think it is not critical at this point in time.
Is indeed not critical at that moment. Old Kings is now pushing up in the 60p, gets spotted out. The question is, how much damage are they going to take to establish? Because there's a lot of tanks behind from Kylie, but I don't know how many of them are actually aiming.
Yeah, exactly, and it's not going to be the easiest shots on towards that 60p frontally. I mean, there are some 260s. They can obviously load heat and try to hit the lower plate, but yeah, the question is how much punishment are they going to exert on that VK72 that is spotted already. Mind you, if you take a look at the minimap, and here YOLO trying to do what his namesake suggests, the VK72 being pushed by a 260 into the 1-2 line of Fisherman's Bay. Now, that is not an interaction you see each day, but it seems to be working out. Both of them full HP still, so yeah, the punishment that we expected, a grand total of 0.
Yeah, Aurora's taking it slow and steady. Nothing wrong with that, to be honest. And now we're going to see if this VK can actually put some good shots into the middle. That's the big question. If he's able to dish out what we expected to do. So the 260 is going to push him into the rock, and then the VK is going to shoot into the middle.
Yeah, so here now we see exactly what you talked about. YOLO trying to back up against the stone. This might look a little bit weird, but it isn't weird if it works. First shot by the VK72. They took their sweet time, 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. But as you said, the VK72 now with absolute free farm. And remember, guys, the heat that this gun fires does not lose pen over distance. The 2.7, if anything, it's actually good that the heat flies in such a high arc, because, you know, it only makes it better. And this is what's prompting Kylie in towards a re-push. And let's see how good that one goes. I mean, Slavo takes a lot of damage, but that's a lot of guns as well for Kylie.
There's a lot of guns pushing down, not waiting, not letting their middle just die. They just take the initiative, they take the re-push, and they take Ricochet and YOLO out of this game rather quickly. Now Aurora is forced to make a reaction. 1-2 line is lost. They're re-pressuring the middle. The E3 taking a lot of damage in the meantime, though, actually falling as well. That's probably some bad trades there. YOLO trying to survive, not happening. Aurora trying to trade it out. They do find another 260 in the city. Templeton pushing a little bit too far, and Aurora is down on HP, but I think they have pretty decent positions. So if they can clean the city Keyhand, they will then be able to crunch the middle. But the big question is, can they hold 1-2 line? Because there's no real reason for them to go close with that 60 TP. I'm not sure who it is or why he decided to do that, but Kylie is just gonna roll around that corner and pick him up as very first one. Is actually Old Kings. He should have been backing up to the higher ground, trying to pretend that he cannot be touched, and he is not doing that, which means he's getting deleted from this game. And you can see the rest of the Aurora tanks, they're adjusting for this. They're backing off towards the J1, and Old Kings shouldn't have given up his life just quite that easily.
I mean, Dopa ramming into one of his own tanks. They're obviously not that great from the Kylie EBR, but it might not matter. Let's see how this one pans out. Aurora still a little bit behind in the HP, but the guns are even. And now it's going to be about the positions. Aurora trying to form a defense somehow now in the southwest part of the map. But the fact remains that Kylie is defending. They don't have to push this out if they don't want to. And right now, Aurora don't really have the crossfire positions to really make that middle bleed. With that VK72 gone, that is one of the crucial positions that is currently not, you know, being held anymore by Aurora. So those trades in the middle into crossfire not working out for them at all. Timmy demonstrating that.
Timmy, they're trying to pen that to 7-9 Cupola, not the easiest thing in the world. 7-9 is angling up. Cry is just making Timmy cry, actually. Getting shot after shot in to that to 7-9. I assume that they will be able to pick him up over a longer period of time. And now you can see Aurora trying to establish city fully with Baron, who is closing through and trying to get some shots, but I think Gallium and Timmy, they're both dying here.
Yeah, exactly. CryPaypal currently with a 1 versus 2. Let's see if there are going to be any kills so far. And Cry actually with the first pickup. So now it's only Gallium remaining. You can see that Cry, he even has the damage commander's hatch. So they're hitting it, but him 1v2. And he's going to say GG easy after that one.
Yeah, 279 angling up can still be very, very, very annoying to deal with, as demonstrated by the player from Kylie, who gets the better of the double 279 of Aurora. And now, as the dust settle, Aurora is in trouble.
Aurora indeed in trouble. They were sort of forming up for a last-ditch defense here in that southwest, and this is now actually where they might have to start pushing, because this is where the remainder of their HP actually is. Now Baron takes one on the cross here, not the best for him. Make that 2 down towards a 1-shot, and the 60 DP puts a big one in towards Bunze. He is a 1-shot as well. Benzo caught behind the stone. He's not going to be able to leave either. Instead, he gets completely and utterly shut down.
Yeah, and for Aurora, I think the hopes of winning this round have also gotten shut down, Kihan, as Kylie is actually just pushing back in, wanting to make the clean up on the side of Aurora.
I mean, it's not going to be clean, but I think it should be up in points at least. It should be the equalizer on the board. Quick double kill coming in for the team of Kylie. So also firmly up in the gun department now. Yes, they do have a lot of one-shots, but no, they cannot really actually be reached. I mean, 2,000 HP remaining on that Hori. That's pretty much out of the fight, but it's only 60 seconds remaining in which Aurora need to make some kind of magic happen. But, you know, I think, at least right now, they don't look like magicians to me.
No, with the timer running out, I think this is going to be game over for Aurora. And there's a few issues there. One of them we can see on the right side of Leon, Kihand.
Yeah, that's a turret that was separated from the hull.
That adds.
That's a Justin Emmerich.
Yeah, Old Kings, for example, on dying on G1, I mean, it's a big individual misplay. He could be playing on H1 Keyhand, down in the low ground. They'd be forced to overpush him. It would be really hard. He had time to back off. I think he even drove back forward. That's just, you know, that's unfortunate, because that's already 2 tanks, right? And 2 tanks extra would be pretty huge.
Exactly. And now we see in the remaining seconds of this game here, just the Kylie players padding that damage number a little bit more. Marinka with the last pickup of the game, and Kylie, just like that, they make it seem, I mean, not easy, but they make it seem very, very doable against Aurora.
It was a good reaction from them, 3 push 1-2. There was a bit of issues though. The city push, 260 pushing up as well was a bit nonsense from Kylie, just donating a little bit back. But outside of that, you know, they didn't wait for the VK to kill the whole team. They knew they had to do something.
Yeah, that on the one hand, they didn't wait for that. Then also individual misplays, like you mentioned the 60 GP going close, and also individual plays, like, you know, you gotta mention the bad stuff, you also gotta mention the good stuff. I mean, Cry with that 1v2, and he basically started off again as a, like, 2 or 1 shot, and he killed, like, 1.5 279s by himself.
Yeah, that was... Well. That was indeed not that great. I mean, Ricochet doing 0 as well. You need to hit that 1 shot you have in this kind of game. Just the way it is. Gacha, how many hits received? 6 pens. It was a low HP Amarak. 7 hits received, 5 pens. It was a low HP Amarak.
Yeah, so it's never really going to change the course of the game. And on the other side, we saw that 1 shot that YOLO got for free. After that, he penned both of the ones that he was, you know, still getting out of that 1-2 line push. But I think overall, it's fair to say that the reaction of Kylie was, I mean, not exemplary, but it was pretty good.
Across the board, no real issues there for Kylie, though. I mean, for them, all good. They win their round on defense as well. And now they move on to the second map.
3.5k block, by the way, on CryPaypal.
Yeah. I mean, they did a
That
good
is, yeah. And the thing is, like, 3.5k block, that's basically the entirety of a tank that the that the players from Aurora could have removed in the meantime, but that is just so much DPM gone. However, Darky, this was Kylie's pick, and even though, I mean, from the get-go, we kind of say Fisherman's Bay should be a 1-1 map. It should be, you know, attack favored. Turns out this time, both times the defense has won, but after the map, we are still left with a 1-1, even though it didn't go with the way we expected it to, kind of. So now comes Muravanka, Aurora's pick. What do you expect?
Slow games. Slow games on Muravanka. But Aurora on Muro, good memories. Very good memories.
Actually, even against teams like Indo, right?
I will always remember Barbarian's face when he sees them push back across the A line.
Yeah, it seemed like super weird situation, and all of a sudden Aurora are like, wait, what if we just press W at this point in time? And the Imbil guys are like, well, I think a lot of the words coming out on that TeamSpeak started with K at that point in time. Anyway, though, this is not Invil playing. This is Aurora against Kylie, and both of them are in it for tournament survival currently. So if either team ends up losing 2 rounds here, this means we're not going to see them tomorrow.
One of the two we're not going to see tomorrow either way.
Yeah. Do you actually think it's going to go to tiebreaker, or do you think either team is going to pick it up here?
I feel like Aurora is going to 0.
I mean, could be. It's their map. They must have picked it for a reason, and especially in these lower bracket matches. I mean, obviously, Kylie is going to play the absolute best 105% from the get-go. And for Aurora, it's kind of the case like, yeah, in the upper bracket, you have that safety net, but that is now removed. And this obviously being the first map that they picked against Kylie, keep in mind that we changed the system a little bit. Actually, now both teams have 2 bans before the map picks. It means it might not be their best map, but from the remaining maps, I think it must have been their best map because, well, if you go to it, you probably need to win it 2-0, either to win the match or to stay in the match, considering there was a full map played before that.
We'll see the lineups, what kind of style of game we're going to get. I feel like Kylie could be a team that parks the bus.
Let's wait and see. The good thing for either team is it doesn't matter what happens; they'll be able to adjust for the round after. But yeah, as the lineups do get revealed, we see Aurora with an EBR, 460 TPs, but then the stuff starts. Minotauro, quadruple Badger, and double 279, and triple Mouse. That is heavy stuff.
It's going to be a long game, Kian. We're going to be here for a while.
All right, so get comfy.
Yeah, no, it's going to be the full. I'm not a fan, Kian. Not personally, not a fan. I think the most important aspect for Band will be not Band, Kylie, to make their move early. You lose, it doesn't matter, but you might need the time.
You want to know what the funniest thing is? Like, Aurora have picked such a heavy defensive lineup, but Kylie still have more HP.
I mean, the Badgers don't have that much HP, you know? Like, every Badger... Yeah. Well, first of all, can we see the Badger equipment of some of them? Because some of them have 2.1k HP, and the other ones have 2.4k HP. So I'm curious what they opted for in that case.
Yeah, that seems to be some module difference in between the Badgers, but yeah.
Because 2.1, okay, they went with Vents. Why not HP?
Okay. So these ones went with Vents, and these ones went with HP.
And improved aiming. But I feel like this one went with Turbo.
Uh-huh. But
I think you need all the HP you can get on a Badger in this kind of game.
Yeah. I mean, we have seen this before. What's happening there right now? Basically, the mouse. That is a very good thing to learn, by the way, on a lot of maps. Like, there are sometimes trees that are pretty close to the red line. You can fell them with HE. You can, provide yourself a little bit of a Cubby there. I mean, it's not going to help for the mouse, and Benzo maybe needs some help, maybe needs some milk even, because he does take a bit of damage in that Minotauro. That should not really happen.
Yeah, yes, no, but then again, remember, the Mino is no longer the same Mino as before, Kian.
Yeah, I think it was possibly the... I mean, that is HE now, so yeah, but like there is a whole re in the back. And like the whole re, when it rolls high regarding the penetration, that can be going through some armor when normally you wouldn't expect any penetrations.
But you could shoot it with HE though.
Yeah, I think that's also why Benzo is falling back now. I think that is a very mature decision from him. He's like, all right, maybe it was lucky, maybe it was unlucky that I took a big hit there. I shouldn't be playing there anymore. I should fall back. That way, at least when they push me, I get, like, instead of 1, I get maybe 2 shots. And he's not really going to be getting the info much later.
They might try and pressure up the EBR slightly on this side of the map if you're Kylie. Because the Mino went so far back, he might be able to just about reach the bushes. He's taking some ground on the 6th line as well, trying to figure out where he's spotted, what doesn't spot him. But Alex is now moving back into position, so it might be a little bit confusing for the EBR. And the move, if it's coming, Kihan, it looks to be an 9-0 line.
Yeah, right now it does seem to be the case, simply because Kylie has a lot of tanks there already, and the mouse is also driving in that direction. And, I mean, Moravanka, not the smallest of maps either, so any kind of rotations you want to do with the mouse, you better start them early. I think very fair to say. I mean, another HE shell. Cry takes, I believe, a shot by maybe the mouse or a 279. So he's going to know that in the corner there must be some kind of tanks, some kind of presence by Aurora. But realistically, what we're waiting for is the rest of the pack of elephants to arrive here. It's going to be mouses. It's going to be 60 TPs. And that actually, by Mindbreaker, is a pretty good position, but yeah, I do agree with you. Like, the Badgers don't have the best of pen, but you know, pushing tanks at some point need to.
They don't need the pen in this case. They just need the DPM.
And they do have the DPM. They even have the vents. And you do know what they say about vents. They make everything in your tank a little bit better.
These are the ones with improved aiming, yeah. The vents are on the other side. But here comes the march from Kylie, though. Through the open back door, already dropped towards very low HP. They're just pushing up with limited amount of tanks so far, apparently. They're even stopping. Tansov is just the one out in the open. They want to kill off Kacha and Kalium now. That's going to be pretty difficult. They're using Dopa Dipa, actually, to spot out these tanks and get the damage on towards them. And Tansov, well, I think he misunderstood what the play was from everybody else, because he's just heading forward, not stopping. He might want to get one more shot against Kalium. That's not happening. Now the question is, Kihan, is there any angles on Kalium right now? Is there anybody that can actually hit a shot on him? Ooh, they can. Ooh, they can again.
I mean, for Katya's sake, I hope there are no shots on Kalium, because the whole point of the mouse was to shield the 279. However, that seems to not have been possible. The mouse there dying without providing a shield for the 279. That is...
The good thing is that Alex actually made it into the bushes to outspot these guys pushing up as well, so they come around the corner. He's going to be spotted running away. He needs to somehow dodge in front of the whole team, and he's okay. He's out. That's always a little bit scary. But now you can see the Badgers just slowly but surely trying to shred away at these tanks. And the thing is, for Kylie, they still need to cross a lot of distance to get towards these tanks. A loop across the open is deleted. And now comes the group, though. It's a 5-on-6, I think, if I can count correctly. And I would still give it to the Badgers, Kihan, at this moment in time. If they can hit their shots and play up front and shield their teammates from taking the damage in the 60 piece, then this will happen. Backdoor dropped low. Cry PayPal also dropped back because he's getting shot from C3, C4, and this is not that good for Kylie at all. That HP lead that they had, and even with killing A0, they're now starting to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, the Badgers, indeed, they are farming and not the mushrooms, but the enemy tanks here. That is a lot of damage, and Old Kings from the sidelines is even able to eliminate Backdoor. Now, obviously, Kylie, they need to make it happen somewhere else on the map, and that's going to be the other side completely. However, there's also Badgers, and there's also Mouses and 279s to provide crossfire. Yes, YOLO is being dropped low here as Marinka to pick it up. But still, Kylie is fighting from a disadvantageous position at this point in time.
They should have done this a little bit earlier, what they did now. You see that little hold on that Love went into and Marinka? Well, that shuts down the pressure from C3. That would have allowed them to push this part of the map in group. Now, it's a little bit too late because this group over here doesn't have enough HP left to really do anything. Magnus is actually falling back into the shield either way for T279. I don't know how I feel about that entirely, because they're still going to lose that tank nonetheless. And it's already pretty late into the game, but the 60 TP dropping towards a one-shot as well. It's not getting really better for Kylie, is it?
Not really, no. Magnus there also with the mouse. He's still currently dealing some damage at the very least, but he was always meant to die. He was always meant to provide cover for his other 279, and at least here on this side of the map, the shield looks like it will be working out. Old Kings, though, getting pincered in that Badger in the meantime. Down towards a two-shot, needs to be very careful. Scatter trying to do what he can. Templeton dropping down towards a one-shot. Marinka as well, down and out, and Magnus now falls. Old Kings, he is getting flanked, and Mindbreaker should be it.
Maybe he does find the kill right before he dies. Good shot from Old Kings. Removing a gun, always important. Always very important, and you see they're not really progressing here on this part of the map. The Hori is now moved behind them to try and cover. The Ignite comes out from Scatter. Love falls. He tried to push across the open. Not sure why he would do that. I think 60 DPs were trained as well from A6 with their reticles on that position. Now they're trying to push towards the outside, and this is the right move, but it's so late. It took so long to take other good positions.
And now let's see how well the Badgers actually fare in close combat. Slavo kind of trading even actually against two of them, and Laveliat raising the gun, trying to body block his own cupola as iGod from the sidelines puts in a shot. Baron now the playmaker here, the one with the most HP. Slavo does fall, and that is a lot of guns from Aurora here, but they are very low in HP, at least most of them.
But the Aurora is going to be holding this though. 1 minute left. They have parked the bus successfully. Even losing 3 tanks for free, they make it work.
They do make it work. iGod there falls to a quick 1-2 punch combination from the 60 TPs as well. Baron, as soon as he's going to be reloaded, he's going to be trying to pick up Laveliard here. Yes, he does take one from the Hori, but in turn, he doesn't care. The EBR of Kylie falls as well, and apart falls the strategy from Kylie.
Well, I thought Kylie was going to be the one to park the bus, but it was Aurora to do it. Now the question is, does Kylie repeat the parking of the bus, or do they play a more proactive defense? Remember, it's match point for Aurora now.
We'll see. I mean, obviously, it's kind of, you know, annoying to lose an attack like this, because you always know, like, this defense, it has been broken before. So there are ways to do it. They have been demonstrated. But the advance together there, at least by Kylie, was kind of, you know, disjointed. I mean, they even were able to make the EBR leave, but then they don't hit any shots on him. But then they should know that maybe, you know, we can readjust. I mean, there's not that much time left, but once again, it feels like a round where the attacking team just takes too long to figure out what exactly is happening.
And they're now facing off against Matchpoint, and now they have a big decision to make. Do we also decide to park, or do we actually play? I know what you would pick.
You know me too well.
I could say your middle name on stream, I would, but you would be unhappy. It starts with a B and it's not beautiful.
Better, of course. Better. Anyway, though, first of all, let's take a look at the damage numbers, and it turns out hold-down Badgers are also just better.
Yeah, I mean, the Badgers doing what you expect from the Badgers.
I mean, the two mouses not really doing too much, but honestly, they are sort of supposed to be the sacrificial lamb. And as much as I dislike plays like that personally, like if they don't net a huge advantage, like you sacrifice one and you're guaranteed to get two for it or something, then it's kind of but it doesn't end up hurting Aurora here. It ends up netting them around, and that's all that matters.
Indeed. The Keski hand, but I still stand by it. I think Aurora just wins out now.
I mean, they are going to be attacking now. They just demonstrated a stationary defense, I think is a positive way to put it, and how to win with it. Now, however, they need to switch it up. They need to win on their attack of Moravanka as well. And I think Moravanka is one of those maps where, as an attacker, if you find the wrong kind of balance of which kind of tanks to pick, it becomes extremely difficult to win. Because, like, the defender basically has the choice. Like, do we actually fully park the bus here? Like, do we hard commit?
There's multiple ways to
camp,
park the bus, right? This was one of them.
Mm-hmm. But the thing is, like, the attacker always needs to find the balance. Like, the enemy could, like the opponent, the defender, they could hard camp, but they could also play an active game on Moravanka. And if
Just
we try to bring a setup, if we try to bring a setup with which to break a camp, then it might not be the setup to fight actively with.
Parking the bus, like Aurora did, in essence, is kind of simple, but at the same time is not, because there are ways to exploit this. I think a good 1-2 push normally beats this, like a 2-3 lane push we've seen a lot of times, but maybe I'm wrong. But let's see, Kay. Let's see. What do you expect? Parking the bus or not?
I think no, but I don't know, obviously. And to be honest, for my share of Moravanka, I mean, if you see the map like being played twice, one camp, for my personal liking is enough. But it's not us who decide that. It is actually the teams that play. So we'll have to wait. I think we might almost be ready for what is possibly the last round of the day. But that is nothing to be afraid about, because first, I mean, point one, it's going to continue after on your stream. So if you haven't claimed your drops yet, you are going to be able to on Ducky's stream. And two, this might not actually be the last round after all.
And three, there's more NA action later tonight.
True.
You could almost fill 24 hours at 15v15. You know, if you started watching EU, and you watch NA, and you power nap for a few hours, and Apex starts, another power nap, and...
That is going to be a lot of 15v15 content. Anyway, Aurora coming into this one with double EBR, singular CS, double E5. We have double 260, double mouse, double IS7, so every tank gets a friend, and the 60 TPs get 3 apiece because it's 4 of them.
Kylie, on the other hand, 5 Badgers, an EBR, a 279, a mouse, and the rest 60 piece.
All right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a sip of my lemonade and let the camp unfold.
Are we doing minimalistic casting?
I mean, we might have to.
Thanks. Driving.
True. EBR. Far in front.
That's way too many words, dude.
Oh,
EBR.
crap.
Front.
Baron pushing.
Kylie. Patience.
Aurora. Map control. Oh, crap.
That took you so long. What? Dude, it's minimalistic casting. It's like...
I was trying to find out if map control is actually 2 words in English or not.
I mean, Aurora has... Oh, I guess I know why they went 3 line. Maybe they wanted to shoot the mouse crossing Kihan, because the mouse is so slow, you know?
Yeah. I mean, what they're doing as well with this push now is they are going to split the map.
They're pushing. They're not splitting the map whatsoever. They're going to come out of fade. Kalium is spotted now. This might be a surprise to the side of Kylie. Let's see if they can do something with this loop. in that 60p, already taking a lot of damage. Benzo here pushing the squad forward. That CS63 is likely to fall, and they're going to go straight for that pocket in A3. They're still alive right now, Kihan. Benzo will be the first one falling. There's not much to be done about that. If you're Benzo, the double E5 pressuring from 1-2 line as well, putting on the crossfire now. And actually, this is a good move from Aurora. This was what they call a winning move even, as those tanks are trying to pressure back, but they're pressuring back into the E5s that are shooting them from behind. And this move from Aurora, completely out of no man's land coming in. But look at the A line, look at the repush from Kylie. It's 60 TPs marching across, but I don't think that is nearly enough to really win this part of the map. We'll have to see though if Aurora or Kylie gets away with it. Loop finds Kalium, then Slabo killing Baron, and Templeton picking off Scatter. It is going to be a lot of tanks of Aurora falling. Templeton will not be on too much of HP himself, but they will contain Aurora taking E3.
Yeah, this march of the 260s and IS-7 is going to be met with fierce resistance, and yes, they're going to clean up a few tanks, but at the end of the day, every single one of them drove to their death. And now, I mean, yes, the position is still being held by Kylie, some low HPs now trying to get safe here as well, but Igor once again doing what he's supposed to, and that is provide a shield for Manera in that 279. Rerolls already down towards one shot, is limping away in that E5, and now on the other side of the map, Aurora, they try to make something happen as well. Do they have the numbers? It doesn't really look like it. Oh, backdoor, 1100 though.
WBR available as well. Timmy, Leon, YOLO, and Alex. The Bears will have to jump behind the 60Ps at some point when they both fired. Another miss there from Marinka. The second one already on the 60P. You don't want to be missing in that scenario. Here comes Alex with the peek as well. Alex with the peek. Alex ain't peeking no more. I mean, he does lower back door towards a one-shot at the very least. Leon towards a one-shot as well. Gotta be careful not to die. They would like to keep everybody alive at this moment in time. Timmy is not going to be able to achieve that fact, though. Trying to block Marinka, who can reverse and maybe get a shot on Alex. YOLO saw what happened to Alex. He's not really tempted to peek that either. Old King's falling on 1-2 line, but at least Rerolls made it out. A good shot there from one of the EBRs, and Timmy to pick it up. And this push on the forest key hand is kind of the nail in the coffin for Kylie. They won back A3, they cleared C1, but pushing up this double 60p, it was a move of, okay, we need to do something, we're losing, and it was not it.
Yeah, and once again, we see Badgers with problems frontally penetrating those 60 TPs, those pen zones on the lower plate and on the driver's hatch. Very, very small to do with. And Timmy has a lot of HP to trade away here. IXL, not really that much to use for him. I mean, Mindbreaker from the backlines is going to put in a good one, but the trades in this situation are obviously going to favor Timmy, who puts one of the Badgers on one shot. But as the dust settles, Aurora, they still need to find the ultimate way to victory here. Yes, they are far ahead, like double the HP almost. They have more tanks, but that is still Muramanka with a lot of open ground to cross. And they somehow need to find the way to do that without losing tanks.
And that's going to be hard as well, but they have everything going for them though, Kihan. They can push back upon 1-2 line, which I think is going to be the easiest move to make, is pressure 1-2. Not really 9-0 line, but repressuring C1. IMO.
I tend to agree, because the 9-0 line has that double Badger still, or triple Badger actually, quadruple Badger really, if you think about it. That could be shredding through those 7,000 HP advantage that Aurora have right now in absolute no time. And now, good move coming out of Kylie here as well. Mindbreaker and IXL just switching positions here, and that is exactly what you want to have. The full HPs at the front, the one-shots at the back, where they can still contribute more than a single shot of damage. Now the dust settling a little bit, though. 4 minutes and a bit remaining here, and I think on the 1-2 line, Aurora are doing exactly what you said was, in your opinion, going to net them the game. Reroll still, for some reason, hanging on. So he's keeping his very important E5 gun in the game. And Mindbreaker, at this point in time, he must be getting suspicious, because Timmy is not even trying to trade with HE. Like, realistically, he's not even doing a whole lot right now. Impact being driven in, and there are impacts on his tank. Those are penetration holes coming out from Cry and Manera.
Yeah, and still Aurora is slowly closing the map, you know, across the board. So they have every position almost. They can now pressure towards A3 if they want to and close out from there.
The thing is, where is the full HP 60 TP of Bunze right now? I think he's in the middle of the map, even, funnily enough. Aurora need to find a way to basically throw those 3k HP in towards the faces of Kylie. By doing that, they need to bridge the distance on towards the Kylie tanks, and that should open it up. But are they going to be able to find that opening within 3 minutes is the question.
I mean, they should, Keyhand. With the current advantages they have, I don't see why not.
I mean, Impact is continuing his way here right now with that mouse, but Bunze, I mean, he's completely in the middle of the map. So if he starts driving, he's going to be out in the open, and that EBR that's passively posted by Kylie should indeed see him. Now there we go. Bunze is spotted, and he takes a big shot of damage for his troubles. Now Impact trying to close the distance here. Cry still focusing in towards the middle onto Bunze, who is now down towards 600. We can see the HP of that 60 TP in the middle of the map being completely obliterated. He started off on full. He's now on 650 and Amorak, but I think it allowed the mouse actually to close the distance, and he is bringing a 60 TP and an EBR as friends.
Yeah, they're bringing plenty of tanks here to overrun that position Aurora has. Normally the number of the guns available to make this work, Keyhand, I would say. But they still have to close it out, though. Manera in a 279 is going to be a little bit annoying to deal with, nonetheless. Angling up. So,
yeah.
Time, though. Time. They can sneak the double EBR on the cap. That's the saving grace here, I would say, no? It's actually not working out for them.
No, let's see. I mean, the HP advantage that was there has now completely vanished. And Manera able to get another kill on towards the 60 DP. All of a sudden, Mindbreaker doing a number on towards Magnus. That is still a Badger, and it does have DPM. If nothing else, IXL from the backlines able to kill Magnus too. And Manera, yes, he's gonna get killed, but at what cost? It's going to be everything, at least in this round. Kylie are going to hold on.
Unbelievable. They actually hold on, Kian. Never saw that one coming. Where did it all go so wrong for Aurora in the end game? They had 2 full HP mouses, no? Or near full?
I think the problem was actually sending Bunze to be shot by everyone. Like, because the Badgers were able to peek from like A7, A8. There was nothing punishing them. The 279 from A3 got like 1 or 2 shots. The 60DP from A3 got another shot. Now, all of a sudden, you know, a full HP 60DP is not so full HP anymore. So yeah, this one is going to go to tiebreaker. And I think Aurora, no, man. That was a throw. If they utilize that 60DP in any other way, they win, I think.
What do you mean? You don't think it was a good... Explain to us why you don't think they utilized that 60DP very well.
Because he died for no gain. That's a simple explanation right there.
Trying to make it...
Yeah, well, that is at least going to give us the content extension here. So Aurora and Kylie are going to be
what was the
going to tiebreaker. That is a very good question. I can tell you in a second. Moravanka. Sorry, no, not Moravanka. We just saw that. Sand River. I was looking at the wrong pick banner. Anyway, though, talking about looking at stuff, first of all, let's take a look at, once again, the damage numbers. And once again, unsurprising to absolutely no one, hold on, Badgers that get to farm do damage.
Crazy. Crazy how that works. Truly groundbreaking.
It is, you know, it is absolutely, I mean, who are we kidding? Yeah, that's just exactly what the Badgers are supposed to do.
Really? But the Badgers were there to look pretty.
I mean, don't they?
You know, you tell me.
I think they're not the worst looking tank. But
how many hours from now does NA start again?
It starts at midnight CET, so 23 UTC, so 3 hours roughly.
Okay.
You're good, Ducky. You're good.
No,
You're gonna
no,
get.
I was just wondering, dude, because ever since the time change, I lost my sense of direction with NA time.
So now there is. You're gonna be even more confused if I tell you that soon NA will have time.
Yeah, on Sunday,
Sunday
it's an hour later for us. It's the same time for them.
Mm-hmm.
Aye. Well, who gets to pick the side?
Dedication. Who gets to pick the side? I will be able to tell you soon, hopefully. On Sand River, would you want to be picking attack or defense?
Attack. Just because you get to play from the way better side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think back in the day, without the switch sides, it would have been an absolute no-brainer to pick defense. But now, I think teams are very, very inclined to pick the map. There is currently a little bit of confusion, as actually not a single team was able to win an attacking round. But soon we should know who picks what. I guess if you want to draw some kind of positivity from this, it means that both teams are very, very stable on their defense.
Yes, slow and steady wins the race. Gihan, Gihan does not participate. He doesn't race.
That is true. I participated in EVR racing, I think once or twice, and both of the times it was kind of a Monka steer moment. I did a funny somersault and I ended up landing on my wheels again, but let's just say having me in the race is a potential danger to any and all fellow drivers involved.
I'm just waiting to find out who picks the side. Then I can start thinking about. I think whoever plays defense is somehow parking the bus. After the Moro,
Possibly.
After the Moro, I don't have a lot of fate left.
All right. Apparently, the total maximum cumulative damage for the attacker's side then counts. So basically, whoever did more damage on an attack.
That would be Aurora, no?
Yeah, because their game on Muro attack. I'm trying to figure it out right now as well. How much HP did the Fisherman's games actually have?
Wait, more than Muro. More than Muro, yeah, for sure. Is it on one attack or all attacks?
I need to read up on the rules myself.
What do you mean you need to read up on the rules? This should be your bread and butter.
I mean, look at this.
No. Let's not start yapping now. Look at the title, man. Look at it. Competitive Operations Manager. You don't even know your own rules. You should know
so
the rules from A to Z and backwards. If I say, Gihan, what is rule 2.3? I think it's unsportsmanlike conduct.
I mean, that is obviously a trick question.
It's not a trick question.
There's the license agreement, there's the game rules, and then there's also tournament rules. I am talking about
just the tournament rules. You should know those from A to Z, Gihan.
I think 2.3 should probably be the definitions or something. First of all, in the rule set, it gets outlined what means what.
Where are the rules?
That's still part of that.
Where
they are in the sign up article when you scroll down.
I know that you're always hiding all of these rules, man. You're always hiding them.
You don't need to know everything. You know where to find it, and I know exactly where to find it in the sign up article.
Yeah. Rules, complete rules. Let's see. What is point 2.3?
All right,
there is no point 2.3 actually. So
see, it was still a trick question.
No. It's definitely not a trick question.
I was right from the get-go.
All right, tiebreaker rules, man. Aye. Where is the tiebreaker rules? Playoffs. Tiebreaker. If both teams have the same number of victories at the end, match is determined in a tiebreaker. The tiebreaker, blah, blah, blah. The team that won the fastest attack. Yeah, if neither team won an attacking round, the fastest victory count. If neither of the teams achieved the fastest victory in the match, the team with a higher total cumulative damage in all battles, only for the attacker side, during the match will be the home team. Jesus.
Well, have fun counting, guys.
Yeah, look, man. Let's say that Wargaming Police have never been known for their great math skills, so we're gonna be here for a while.
Actually, it's it's the admins and freelancers.
Even worse, man.
Recounting it.
Those guys did not get hired because math they're good at.
I mean, I think the gameplay feed they've been providing was okay. So
What does the gameplay feed have anything to do with math exactly, Kihan?
You need to calculate what angle you need to be in to provide the best possible viewing experience.
You see, that's how you notice that he's the Wargaming employee, because he always has some dumb excuse when you ask him a question.
I mean, it just needs to sound good, right?
Yeah. If only it would look smart as well, then we would really have a great combination of things.
Mm-hmm.
Although, I mean, his glasses do give him something,
I mean, 1 second. Current EU regulations.
What are you looking at? I just told you the rules.
Yeah. I'm just trying to find it to copy paste it into the players chat.
Do you want me to copy paste it to you here? It's fine. Just look on the messaging system that we will not say by name because we're not affiliated. There you go.
Mm-hmm. So there you go.
What's wrong, Kian?
I'm trying to convince people right now that about the rules.
You're trying to convince them about the rules. I'm pretty sure that it says in the sign up as well that if you sign up to the tournament, you agree to the rules, doesn't it? You don't need to convince anybody. You just need to say, "I am the law."
I mean, I hope I am the law right now. But yeah, the first Fisherman's Bay ended before the battle expired, right? That is currently the question, because the other 3 battles went exactly 10 minutes.
The first Fisherman's Bay, which was Aurora defending, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could just look at the battle result.
I'm opening that one right now in the game as well. Because it says in our documentation that it was less than 10 minutes, and indeed it was.
Okay.
Yeah, so there is no need for counting anything.
True,
So,
because the fastest victory counts.
Yeah, exactly. So there is no need to count anything.
Okay, so why are we here?
Yeah, because
this would all have been avoided if Gihan knew the rules.
Well, it was me finding it after all. Okay.
Listen,
I completely
explain it. Your name is not Algo. I don't want to hear it. All right, you are a superstar. Let's just. If you knew the rules, we wouldn't have been sitting here, counting on our fingers, like.
I mean, what I'm saying is that I knew where to look it up. All right.
This man is. We're just gonna rename his competitive operations title to ChatGPT expert.
The day when I actually need to ask ChatGPT for a smart answer.
I'm pretty sure it would have given me an answer quicker than you did, huh?
I mean, it does take some time to compute sometimes.
Maybe we should ask AMD next time instead of GPUs for a CPU, because yours is due for some replacing.
I mean, it actually is. The computer that I run at home
that's not the CPU I'm talking about.
Well, the CPU there is still not very powerful, so it actually is due for an upgrade. AMD. Yeah, that's always worked for everybody. But yeah, I think we are just about 2 minutes out from what is definitely going to be the last round of the match and the day as well, at least for the EU stream. As Ducky has alluded to already, there are going to be NA matches later, and NA matches never disappoint in one way or the other. And after that, if you want to stay awake or if you want to have a quick power nap. But after that, it's going to be APAC stuff happening, and after that, it's going to be right back to EU again. After which, NA is going to be finishing it off tomorrow evening.
That's a marathon and a half by itself.
It is.
You just don't get a tier 8 premium for it. Unless you're lucky.
True. If you did the prediction game and like Ducky, apparently, as I heard, put in a lot of different predictions for a lot of different accounts.
I put in one prediction, I'm out already, man. I had fastest skill after 45 seconds, 4CB ruined it. I had Goldfish advancing from the lower bracket, they ruined it. Like, it's not possible to win anymore.
Down the drain. But to be honest, I think it's fair to say that, not everything today has been going the way that a lot of long-time viewers would have possibly expected it. And that means that maybe some of the people that are new to the prediction game now have a chance as well. Now, though, I think we're just about there. It is going to be do or die for either of those teams. And to be honest, I think both kind of haven't really shown enough quite yet to deserve victory here. I mean, obviously, the score is 2-2 as well, but both ended up kind of falling apart on their Fisherman's Bay attack, and both of them kind of somehow held on Moravanka defense.
Somehow. That is really the right word, somehow.
Aurora, by the way, had the fastest victory over the whole match, which was obviously the first.
Was it like 9 minutes and 55 seconds?
9:27. All the other rounds went over the full 10 minutes. So they did pick attack, I think, to no one's surprise on Sand.
I mean, can you blame them? Beating the turtle on this map is not quite as hard as the Muro turtle IMO. I think.
Yeah. Yeah, well, let's see. In towards the last round of the day, and Aurora are going to be attacking with one EBR, one STRB, one E5, double I7, a triple BZ72. Quite the curious choice, actually, on Sand River, and that is 760 TPs.
Kylie, on the other hand, EBR, STRV, CS, 5 to 60s, triple I7 and 460Ps. That's very true. The BZs are an interesting pick on this map.
And the BZs...
Never really been a fan.
No, me neither. It does tend to get set on fire quite often as well, so that's not the greatest thing. But first of all, Kylie, I guess, are not going to 100% park the bus. Instead, they are going to opt for north control. They do leave some 60 TPs in F1. They do leave some at the base together with an STRV, IS-7 middle, and the rest of the tanks is going to commit north. Meanwhile, Aurora, I think that is a very, very classic. That is a very standard opening. They're sending tanks middle, sending tanks south. They're trying to establish south control because it should always be theirs, them being the team spawning from the east.
These BZs are pretty bad tanks later on in the game. I understand they go middle to punish the very quick approach, right? But later on, BZ on this map, I don't know. It's not really a good pushing tank either.
No, and over the course, the longer the game goes, you need to realize that every rotation that those BZ-72s do, if it's supposed to go quickly, they're going to burn through boosters. And those rockets run out at some point in time, and then they're going to be, kind of immobile, kind of meh gun, kind of meh armor, kind of meh DPM. They have an initial purpose, obviously, otherwise Aurora wouldn't be picking them, but they didn't really achieve anything with that as of yet. That being said, though, Aurora, they are going to keep establishing down in the south, and I don't really think Kylie has the kind of setup with which they can 100% convincingly repush the one line through down towards the south and then just blow up the 60 TPs. Like we've seen other teams do, and they have found beautiful success with that. I don't think that's really something that Kylie can consider here, but maybe they will prove me wrong.
I mean, they have a lot of 260s in the base already, though.
But I think Aurora is playing it smart because they're sending Baron and Timmy like kinda as an early warning system, and then there are tanks behind them that could trade off very, very well against them. The problem always begins when this 1-2 lanes push or repush by the defending team doesn't get spotted in time, but I think here Aurora doesn't run the risk of not seeing it.
I just I'm not really a fan of this setup in general. Like, you should be able to punish the 60Ps back and off and do a lot of damage to them, which is going to be rough either way. And then to 60s holding the base.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, 60Ps are going to push back. They're going to take damage, right, from the middle, because you see double BCs already aiming. And then they're going to fall back. But to 60 sitting in C1, B1, I just don't think it's that good.
I mean, let's see. First of all, Tansov and...
Okay, they missed.
Okay.
I blame it on the... Man, if they had like BZs or if they had like 60Ps or 60s, I swear they would have hit this.
Mm-hmm. I mean, now Baron is being the single one sent up, and I think Tansov and Loop are doing the correct thing of like kind of bowing out of the situation. Obviously, they get a little bit lucky because they don't get tacked on the back cross. But right now, I think things are going okay for Kylie, and it gets better through the fact that Baron just lost 1500 HP.
That is just not really a peak that you like to make, though.
No. And I think he's probably cursing himself a little bit because of it. I mean, if I was playing the position, then I would kind of try to remedy the situation with the fact that I just got a lot of information. That is that at least 2 enemy 60 TPs are on reload, but that's not really a worthwhile trade. Let's be honest here. That's kind of a bit of copium from my side. But all things considered, I mean, almost half the game has, you know, gone, or almost half the game time has been expended. And Aurora, their approach is kind of one-dimensional right now. I mean, what would they be driving into? A lot of hold down to 60s, a lot of covered 60 GPs.
I think they're lucky that it's to 60, because the 60 is not that great. You know, like...
There is an STRV, though.
Yeah, but have you ever played A1?
Not with an STRV.
Okay, so
I have played it in randoms when, you know, my team lost.
So you know that the shots are not that great, right? Like,
yeah.
Like, it works like this. If you're on top of the June and the 279, like you used to be in the past, your shots are actually pretty decent. If you're where he is, because he's an STRV and he can't sit, the shots are not that great.
All right, the triple BZ71 now, however, boosting in towards the next hold-down position, and they do finally find LeVay. They're going to start hold-down trades against 60 TPs, but at that kind of distance, they're not going to really find a lot of success. What Aurora, though, trying to find right now is success, and that is really an all-in push coming through that 2-line, but they're going to be met with fierce resistance. That STRV, I mean, the shot going wide, it's going to track Kalium, but it might actually end up working in their favor. Kalium completely getting blown up here. He's not dead yet, but he's not long for this world eye.
Yeah, but he'll make the shield, at the very least. Mindbreaker picks it up, and now all the 2-6 are starting to peak, and Aurora taking a lot of damage for this Kihan. I don't think they expected quite this number of tanks in the northern loop. The question is, how safe is he in that position? And the double 60p from F1 is going to be putting shots on towards these tanks from Aurora Key. But I don't think they were really ready for that. Reroll's now getting repushed, and I think it's going to be Kylie with a surprise. Aurora underestimating just how many tanks Kylie could have in the base are getting repushed by these 260s. Kylie just still needs to be careful, though, because they're driving back into the STRV from Aurora. But look at the tank lead, look at the HP lead. They have everything going their way right now. And Aurora picking attack, and it's going to swing right back in their faces as Kylie, through the lower bracket, are probably going to make it one more day.
I mean, when the biggest problem of the STRV is that there is just so many allied tanks winning the repush, then you know the battle is kind of over, and it is all over here for Aurora, who do pick attack, and it's not going to work out indeed. Kylie hold on their Sand River defense with, you know, they didn't really have to do too much realistically. They didn't even really leave base too much, but with such a single-minded, such a one-dimensional approach, coming out from Aurora. They have absolutely no trouble finding the round, and with this, they find the match, they stay alive, and they are going to be fighting it off against a band later on tomorrow. Good stuff from them. And really, the return on the big stage that Aurora tried to make, it was not met with a lot of success today.
Yeah, they're going to be kicking themselves about that Morovanka, though, Keyhand, to be honest. They're really going to... I think it's also one of the first times that the both teams that start in the upper bracket lose in the lower bracket.
I don't want to, like, 100% make that statement, but it sounds pretty much unprecedented, because normally there's a reason for those teams to start in the upper bracket. They had the better results in the group stage. Not today, however. Both of the teams that start in the lower bracket still with the potential for an absolute Cinderella story. And Kylie, a newcomer to Clan Showdown, well, at least as a team name, are going to make it 3-2.
This means
tiebreaker here.
This means that either Band or Kylie is getting bronze fists. We may get bronze fists for Carlos in 2024. That's this timeline, Key. This timeline, absolutely.
It's crazy, bro.
Crazy,
it's crazy, bro.
Nah.
2024 just keeps on delivering. But yeah, first of all, let's cool down a bit and take a look at the post-game stats, because they do not lie, and they do tell us that a lot of those 60 TPs that got committed into the push by Aurora ended up not having any kind of impact, pun not intended.
Yeah. You see, we talked about teams being slow. I think Aurora was a little bit too fast here. No?
Well,
like they tried to make the decisive move, but now what were these BZs from the middle really doing?
Yeah, nothing. I think that was their biggest problem. And also the fact that Aurora,
Can I also say, I really,
approach,
really think you need something at F1 that is not a 60 TP.
Yeah.
I mean, they had, I think, 2 60 TPs there, right? I think having your E5, for example, there, it's just better. Sure, it doesn't have the same alpha and the same armor, but pure DPM, right? Because those 260s, they get shot by the 60 piece, but that doesn't really do much.
Yeah. And also, to be honest, the single thing that I didn't like about what Aurora did here in this last round is what they seemed to not have a plan B. Like, they approached this with their initial opening, and after that, they were like, all right, well, we're attacking. We kind of have to do something. Okay, let's take south. That's kind of free. Well, and after that, we have 5 minutes left. We need to rotate around the whole map with 60 TPs. Cannot really do that, so I guess we have to push.
Guys, can we tell production to stop revealing the script for tomorrow? I mean, listen, I know we want to heartbreak for Carlos, but like, come on, spoilers.
Spoilers indeed. So yeah, what you're seeing here, Kylie is not yet in match number 7, but they are going to meet up against Ban in match number 6.
Since we're spoilering anyways, Keyhand, Harry Potter survives. There.
Snape kills Dumbledore.
Dude, I didn't see that point.
Anyway, though, I think we are just about to fix this, and then you're going to see the tournament bracket after today. There we go. Easy.
So tomorrow we're going to be starting it off with Motivatie versus Invil, the upper bracket finals, right?
And all things considered, that was kind of the upper bracket final that probably a lot of people expected, but the way that it came to be, probably not.
The lower bracket is looking very surprising. I really would have to look on Wikipedia and see, but I cannot recall the last time that both teams from the upper bracket went lower bracket and lost.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Because usually, they beat their respective opponents in the loser bracket.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it almost always goes.
And this also means that, at least one of the new names here that we do see, Band or Kylie, one of them is at the very least, securing bronze fists, if not more. And obviously, at the end here in match 8, not only do the cash prizes await the winners and also the losers, because there is actually cash for both, place 1 and 2, but also an Asrock Challenger Radeon RX 7700 XT AMD 12GB GPU. And no, I'm definitely not reading that off from the ticker that's going through the screen at the bottom. But yeah, each winner is going to take one of those.
Yeah, very cool for them. Always nice to play in. You know what's the sad thing though? You know, they're gonna get their GPU, they're gonna put it in their computer, and you know what's the first thing they're gonna do? They're gonna put the quality of World of Tanks SD, everything on minimum, stretched. And instead of 200 FPS, instead of 200, they're now gonna have 400, but it's gonna look exactly the same.
Because they're playing on the 60Hz screen, yeah. Anyway. As you all saw and probably claimed by now, today there was large consumables. Tomorrow there's going to be mystery drops, but if you haven't been able to claim them yet today for whatever reason, then obviously, as is, tradition by now, we are going to raid Ducky after the stream. He's going to have them enabled as well. You're going to be claiming them, as I said, if you haven't. And also, what's going to be happening in like 2 hours and 30 minutes at the time on the stream, when I say it, is going to be the NA part of the AMD Clan Showdown is going to start. And yeah, there are going to be, hopefully, some banger matches as well. That all being said and done from my side. Thanks for watching. Ducky, last words go to you.
Not much to say today. We did a lot of yapping earlier, Kihan, already. Tomorrow is an important day. Can Invil take their triple diamond? It is going to be an interesting story. Will the pressure get to them? Will the superstar squad of Motivatia put them down? Who knows? Or is the lower bracket run going to continue for Kylie or Band? Will Carlos get his bronze fist? So many storylines for tomorrow, but that is for another day. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed, and we will see you guys all tomorrow for more 15v15.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.